Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors, Section 20, Sir Thomas Browne, by Francis Bacon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Sir Thomas Browne, 1605 to 1682, by Francis Bacon. When Sir Thomas Browne, in the last decade of his life, was asked to furnish data for the writing of his memoirs in Wood's Athenae Oxoniensis, he gave in a letter to his friend Mr. Aubrey, in the fewest words, his birthplace and the places of his education, his admission as Socius Honorarius of the College of Physicians in London, the date of his being knighted, and the titles of the 4 books or tracts which he had printed, and ended with, "have some miscellaneous tracts which may be published." This account of himself, curter than many an epitaph and scantier in details than the requirements of a census taker's blank, may serve with many other signs that one finds scattered among the pages of this author, to show his rare modesty and effacement of his physical self. He seems, like some other thoughtful and sensitive natures before and since, averse, or at least indifferent, to being put on record as an eating, digesting, sleeping, and clothes-wearing animal, of that species of which his contemporary Sir Samuel Pepys stands as the classical instance, and which the newspaper interviewer of our own day, that fellow who would vulgarize the day of judgment, has trained to the most noxious degree of offensiveness. Sir Thomas felt undoubtedly that, having admitted that select company, fit audience, though few, who were students of the Religio Medici, to close intimacy with his highest mental processes and conditions, his separable accidents, affairs of assimilation and secretion, as one may say, were business between himself and his grocer and tailor, his cook and his laundress. The industrious research of Mr. Simon Wilkin, who in 1836 produced the completest edition, William Pickering, London, of the literary remains of Sir Thomas Browne, has gathered from all sources his own notebooks, domestic and friendly correspondence, allusions of contemporary writers, and the works of subsequent biographers, all that we are likely this side of paradise to know of this great scholar and admirable man. The main facts of his life are as follows. He was born in the parish of St. Michael's Cheap in London on the 19th of October 1605, the year of the Gunpowder Plot. His father, as is apologetically admitted by granddaughter Mrs. Littleton, was a tradesman, a mercer, though a gentleman of good family in Cheshire. Generosa familia, says Sir Thomas's own epitaph. That he was the parent of his son's temperament, a devout man with a leaning towards mysticism in religion, is shown by the charming story Mrs. Littleton tells of him exhibiting traits worthy of the best ages of faith, and more to be expected in the father of a medieval saint than in a prosperous Cheapside mercer, whose son was to become one of the most learned and philosophical physicians of the age of Harvey and Sydenham. His father used to open his breast when he was asleep and kiss at him prayers over him, as 'tis said of Origen's father, that the Holy Ghost would take possession there. Clearly it was with reverent memory of this good man that Sir Thomas, near the close of his own long life, wrote, "Among thy multiplied acknowledgments lift up one hand under heaven, that thou wert born of honest parents, that modesty, humility, patience, and veracity lay in the same egg, and came into the world with thee." This loving father, of whom one would fain know more, died in the early childhood of his son Thomas. He left a handsome estate of £9,000, and a widow not wholly inconsolable with her third portion and not unduly deferred second marriage, to a titled gentleman, Sir Thomas Button, a knight so scantily and at the same time so variously described as a worthy person who had great places and a bad member of mutinous and unworthy carriage, that one is content to leave him as a problematical character. The boy Thomas Browne being left to the care of guardians, his estate was despoiled, though to what extent does not appear, nor can it be considered greatly deplorable, since it did not prevent his early schooling at that ancient and noble foundation of Winchester, nor, in 1623, his entrance into Pembroke College, Oxford, and in due course his graduation in 1626 as Bachelor of Arts. With what special assistance or direction he began his studies in medical science cannot now be ascertained, but after taking his degree of Master of Arts in 1629, he practised physic for about 2 years in some uncertain place in Oxfordshire. He then began a course of travel unusually extensive for that day. His stepfather, upon occasion of his official duties under the government, showed him all Ireland in some visitation of the forts and castles. It is improbable that Ireland at that time long detained a traveller essentially literary in his tastes. Browne betook himself to France and Italy, where he appears to have spent about 2 years, residing at Montpellier and Padua, then great centres of medical learning, with students drawn from most parts of Christendom. Returning homeward through Holland, he received the degree of Doctor of Medicine from the University of Leiden in 1633, and settled in practice at Halifax, England. At this time, favoured probably by the leisure which largely attends the beginning of a medical career, but which is rarely so laudably or productively employed, he wrote the treatise Religio Medici, which more than any other of his works has established his fame and won the affectionate admiration of thoughtful readers. This production was not printed until 7 years later, although some unauthorized manuscript copies, more or less faulty, were in circulation. When, in 1642, it arrived in a most depraved copy at the press, Browne felt it necessary to vindicate himself by publishing a correct edition, although he protests its original intention was not public, and being a private exercise directed to myself, what is delivered therein was rather a memorial unto me than an example of rule unto any other. In 1636 he removed to Norwich and permanently established himself there in the practice of physic. There, in 1641, he married Dorothy Milam, a lady of good family in Norfolk, thereby not only improving his social connections, but securing a wife of such symmetrical proportion to her worthy husband, both in the graces of her body and mind, that they seemed to come together by a kind of natural magnetism. Such, at least, was the view of an intimate friend of more than 40 years, Reverend John Whitefoot, in the minutes which, at the request of the widow, he drew up after Sir Thomas's death, and which contain the most that is known of his personal appearance and manners. Evidently the marriage was a happy one for 41 years, when the Lady Dorothy was left maestissima conjux, as her husband's stately epitaph, rich with many an issimus, declares. 12 children were born of it, and though only 4 of them survived their parents, such mortality in carefully tended and well-circumstanced families was less remarkable than it would be now, when 2 centuries more of progress in medical science have added security and length to human life. The good mother, had she not endeared herself to the modern reader by the affectionate gentleness and the quaint glimpses of domestic life that her family letters reveal, would be irresistible by the ingeniously bad spelling in which she revelled, transgressing even the wide limits then allowed to feminine heterography. It is noteworthy that Dr. Browne's professional prosperity was not impaired by the suspicion which early attached to him, and soon deepened into conviction, that he was addicted to literary pursuits. He was in high repute as a physician. His practice was extensive, and he was diligent in it, as also in those works of literature and scientific investigation which occupied all snatches of time, he says, as medical vacations and the fruitless importunity of uroscopy would permit. His large family was liberally reared. His hospitality and his charities were ample. In 1646 he printed his second book, the largest and most operous of all his productions, the Pseudoxia Epidemica, or Inquiries into Vulgar and Common Errors, the work evidently of the Orae Subsequae of many years. In 1658 he gave to the public two smaller but important and most characteristic works, Hydriotaphia and The Garden of Cyrus. Beside these publications he left many manuscripts which appeared posthumously, the most important of them for its size and general interest being Christian Morals. When Sir Thomas's long life drew to its close, it was with all the blessings which should accompany old age. His domestic life had been one of felicity. His eldest and only surviving son, Edward Browne, had become a scholar after his father's own heart, and though not inheriting his genius, was already renowned in London, one of the physicians to the king, and in a way to become, as afterwards he did, president of the College of Physicians. All his daughters who had attained womanhood were well married. He lived in the society of the honourable and learned, and had received from the king the honour of knighthood. Footnote. As for this business of the knighting, one hesitates fully to adopt Dr. Johnson's remark that Charles II had skill to discover excellence and virtue to reward it, at least with such honorary distinctions as cost him nothing. A candid observer of the walk and conversation of this illustrious monarch finds room for doubt that he was an attentive reader or consistent admirer of the Religio Medici or Christian Morals, and though his own personal history might have contributed much to a complete catalogue of vulgar errors, Browne's treatise so named did not include divagations from common decency in its scope, and so may have failed to impress the royal mind. The fact is that the king, on his visit to Norwich, looking about for somebody to knight, intended, as usual on such occasions, to confer the title on the mayor of the city. But this functionary, some brewer or grocer perhaps, of whom nothing else than this incident is recorded, declined the honour, whereupon the gap was stopped with Dr. Browne. End of footnote. Mr. John Evelyn, carrying out a long and cherished plan of seeing one whom he had known and admired by his writings, visited him at Norwich in 1671. He found Sir Thomas among fit surroundings, his whole house and garden being a paradise and cabinet of rarities, and that of the best collections, especially medals, books, plants, and natural things. Footnote. These two distinguished authors were of congenial tastes, and both cultivated the same Latinistic literary diction. Their meeting must have occasioned a copious effusion of those long-tailed words in ossitionation which both had so readily at command, or made to order. It is regrettable that Evelyn never completed a work entitled Elysium Britannicum, which he planned, and to which Browne contributed a chapter of coronary plants. It would have taken rank with its author's Silva among English classics. End of footnote. Here we have the right background and accessories for Whitefoot's portrait of the central figure. His complexion and hair answerable to his name, his stature moderate, and habit of body neither fat nor lean, but eusarchos. He never seemed to be transported with mirth or dejected with sadness, always cheerful, but rarely merry at any sensible rate, seldom heard to break a jest, and when he did, apt to blush at the levity of it. His gravity was natural, without affectation, his modesty visible in a natural habitual blush, which was increased upon the least occasion, and oft discovered without any observable cause. So free from loquacity or much talkativeness that he was sometimes difficult to be engaged in any discourse, though when he was so it was always singular, and never trite or vulgar. A man so lofty and self-contained might be expected to leave a life so long honourable and beneficent with becoming dignity. Sir Thomas's last sickness, a brief but very painful one, was endured with exemplary patience, founded upon the Christian philosophy, and with a meek, rational, and religious courage, much to the edification of his friend Whitefoot. One may even see a kind of felicity in his death, falling exactly on the completion of his 77th year. He was buried in the church of St. Peter Mancroft, where his monument still claims regard as chief among the memorabilia of that noble sanctuary. Footnote. In the course of repairs in August 1840, his coffin was broken open by a pickaxe. The bones were found in good preservation. The fine auburn hair had not lost its freshness. It is painful to relate that the cranium was removed and placed in the Pathological Museum of Norwich Hospital, labelled as the gift of some person, name not recalled, whose own cranium is probably an object of interest solely to its present proprietor, who knows the fate of his own bones. We insult not over their ashes, says Sir Thomas. The curator of the museum feels that he has a clever joke on the dead man when, with a grin, he points to a label bearing these words from the Hydriotaphia: "To be knaved out of our graves, to have our skulls made drinking bowls, and our bones turned into pipes to delight and sport our enemies, are tragical abominations escaped in burning burials." End of footnote. At the first appearance of Browne's several publications, they attracted that attention from the learned and thoughtful which they have ever since retained. The Religio Medici was soon translated into several modern languages as well as into Latin, and became the subject of curiously diverse criticism. The book received the distinction of a place in the Roman Index Expurgatorius, while from various points of view its author was regarded as a Romanist, an atheist, a deist, a pantheist, and as bearing the number 666 somewhere about him. A worthy Quaker, a fellow townsman, was so impressed by his tone of quietistic mysticism that he felt sure the philosophic doctor was guided by the inward light, and wrote, sending a godly book and proposing to clinch his conversion in a personal interview. Such are the perils that environ the man who not only repeats a creed in sincerity, but ventures to do so and to utter his own thinking about it. From Browne's own day to the present time, his critics and commentators have been numerous and distinguished, one of the most renowned among them being Dr. Johnson, whose life of the author, prefixed to an edition of the Christian Morals in 1756, is a fine specimen of that facile and effective hack work of which Johnson was master. in that characteristic way of his, half of patronage, half of reproof, and wholly pedagogical, he summons his subject to the bar of his dialectics, and according to his lights administers justice. He admits that Browne has great excellencies and uncommon sentiments, and that his scholarship and science are admirable, but strongly condemns his style. It is vigorous but rugged. It is learned but pedantic. It is deep but obscure. It strikes but does not please. It commands but does not allure. His tropes are harsh and his combinations uncouth. Behemoth prescribing rules of locomotion to the swan. By how much would English letters have been the poorer if Browne had learned his art of Johnson? Notwithstanding such objurgations, some have supposed that the style of Johnson, perhaps without conscious intent, was founded upon that of Browne. A tone of oracular authority, an academic Latinism, sometimes disregarding the limitations of the unlearned reader, an elaborate balancing of antitheses in the same period. These are qualities which the two writers have in common, but the resemblance, such as it is skin deep. Johnson is a polemic by nature, and at his best cogent and triumphant in argument. His thought is carefully kept level with the apprehension of the ordinary reader, quite arrayed in a verbal pomp simulating the expression of something weighty and profound. Browne is intuitive and ever averse to controversy, feeling, as he exquisitely says, that many have too rashly charged the troops of error and remain as trophies unto the enemies of truth. A man may be in as just possession of the truth as of a city, and yet be forced to surrender. Calmly philosophic, he writes for kindred minds, and his concepts satisfying his own intellect, he delivers them with as little passion as an Aeolian harp answering the wind, and lingers not for applause or explanation, his being those thoughts that wander through eternity. He means that we too shall have a glimpse of incomprehensibles, and thoughts things which thoughts but tenderly touch. How grandly he rounds his pregnant paragraphs with phrases which, for stately and compulsive rhythm, sonorous harmony, and sweetly solemn cadences, are almost matchless in English prose, and lack only the mechanism of metre to give them the highest rank as verse. Man is a noble animal, splendid in ashes and pompous in the grave, solemnizing nativities and deaths with equal lustre, nor omitting ceremonies of bravery in the infancy of his nature. When personations shall cease, and histrionism of happiness be over, when reality shall rule, and all shall be as they shall be for ever. Such passages as these, and the whole of the Fragment on Mummies, one can scarcely recite without falling into something of that chant which the blank verse of Milton and Tennyson seems to enforce. That the Religio Medici was the work of a gentleman before his 30th year, not a recluse, nor trained in a cloister, but active in a calling which keeps closest touch with the passions and frailties of humanity, seems to justify his assertion, "I have shaken hands with delight," in square brackets, "solicit by way of parting," close square brackets, "in my warm blood and canicular days." So uniformly lofty and dignified is its tone, and so austere its morality, that the book might be taken for the fruit of those later and sadder years that bring the philosophic mind. Its frank confessions and calm analysis of motive and action have been compared with Montaigne's. If Montaigne had been graduated after a due education in purgatory, or if his pedigree had been remotely crossed with St. Anthony, and he had lived to see the fluctus decumanus gathering in the tide of Puritanism, the likeness would have been closer. The Religio Medici, says Coleridge, is a fine portrait of a handsome man in his best clothes. There is truth in the criticism, and if there is no colour of a sneer in it, it is entirely true. Who does not feel, when following Browne into his study or his garden, that here is a kind of cloistral retreat from the commonplaces of the outside world, that the handsome man is a true gentleman and a noble friend, and that his best clothes are his everyday wear? This aloofness of Browne's, which holds him apart in the still air of delightful studies, is no affectation. It is an innate quality. He thinks his thoughts in his own way, and the style is the man, never more truly than with him. One of his family letters mentions the execution of Charles I as a horrid murder, and another speaks of Cromwell as a usurper. But nowhere in anything intended for the public eye is there an indication that he lived in the most tumultuous and heroic period of English history. Not a word shows that Shakespeare was of the generation just preceding his, nor that Milton and George Herbert and Henry Vaughan, numerous as other parallels in their thought and feeling and in his, were his contemporaries. Constant and extensive as are his excursions into ancient literature, it is rare for him to make any reference to writers of his own time. Yet with all his delight in antiquity and reverence for the great names of former ages, he is keen in the quest for new discoveries. His commonplace books abound in ingenious queries and minute observations regarding physical facts, conceived in the very spirit of our modern school. What is the use of dew claws in dogs? He does not instantly answer as a schoolboy in this Darwinian day would, to carry out an analogy, but the mere asking of the question sets him ahead of his age. See, too, his curious inquiries into the left-footedness of parrots and left-handedness of certain monkeys and squirrels. The epoch-making announcement of his fellow physician Harvey he quickly appreciates at its true value. His piece De Circul sang, which discovery I prefer to that of Columbus. And here again a truly surprising suggestion of the great results achieved a century and 2 centuries later by Jenner and Pasteur concerning canine madness, whether it holdeth not better at second hand than at first hand, so that if a dog bite a horse, and that horse a man, the evil proves less considerable. He is the first to observe and describe that curious product of the decomposition of flesh known to modern chemists as adiposia. He is full of eager anticipation of the future. Join sense unto reason, he cries, and experiment unto speculation, and so give life unto embryon truths and verities yet in their chaos. What libraries of new volumes after times will behold, and in what a new world of knowledge the eyes of our posterity may be happy, a few ages may joyfully declare. But acute and active as our author's perceptions were, they did not prevent his sharing the then prevalent theory which assigned to the devil, and to witches who were his ministers, an important part in the economy of the world. This belief affords so easy a solution of some problems otherwise puzzling, that this degenerate age may look back with envy upon those who held it in serene and comfortable possession. It is to be regretted, however, that the eminent Lord Chief Justice Hale, in 1664, presiding at the trial for witchcraft of 2 women, should have called Dr. Browne, apparently as amicus curiae, to give his view of the fits which were supposed to be the work of the witches. He was clearly of the opinion that the devil had even more to do with that case than he has with most cases of hysteria, and consequently the witches, it must be said, fared no better in Sir Matthew Hale's court than many of their kind in various parts of Christendom about the same time. But it will be unreasonable for us to hold the ghost of Sir Thomas deeply culpable, because, while he showed in most matters an exceptionally enlightened liberality of opinion and practice, in this one particular he declined to deny the scientific dictum of previous ages and the popular belief of his own time. The mental attitude of reverent belief in its symbolic value, in which this devout philosopher contemplated the material world, is that of many of those who have since helped most to build the structure of natural science. The rapturous exclamation of Linnaeus, "My God, I think thy thoughts after thee," comes like an antiphonal response by the man of flowers to these passages in the Religio Medici. This visible world is but a picture of the invisible, wherein, as in a portrait, things are not truly but in equivocal shapes, and as they counterfeit some real substance in that invisible fabric. Things are really true as they correspond unto God's conception, and have so much verity as they hold of conformity unto that intellect in whose idea they had their first determinations. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. Selected excerpts from the Religio Medici by Sir Thomas Browne. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I could never divide myself from any man upon the difference of an opinion, or be angry with his judgment for not agreeing with me in that from which, within a few days, I should dissent myself. I have no genius to disputes in religion, and have often thought it wisdom to decline them, especially upon a disadvantage, or when the cause of truth might suffer in the weakness of my patronage. When we desire to be informed, 'tis good to contest with men above ourselves, but to confirm and establish our opinions, 'tis best to argue with judgments below our own, that the frequent spoils and victories over their reasons may settle in ourselves an esteem and confirmed opinion of our own. Every man is not a proper champion for truth, nor fit to take up the gauntlet in the cause of verity. Many, from the ignorance of these maxims and an inconsiderate zeal for truth, have too rashly charged the troops of error, and remain as trophies unto the enemies of truth. A man may be in as just possession of truth as of a city, and yet be forced to surrender. 'Tis therefore far better to enjoy her with peace than to hazard her on a battle. If therefore there rise any doubts in my way, I do forget them, or at least defer them till my better settled judgment and more manly reason be able to resolve them. For I perceive every man's own reason is his best Oedipus, and will, upon a reasonable truce, find a way to loose those bonds wherewith the subtleties of error have enchained our more flexible and tender judgments. In philosophy, where truth seems double-faced, there is no man more paradoxical than myself, But in divinity I love to keep the road, and though not in an implicit, yet an humble faith, follow the great wheel of the Church by which I move, not reserving any proper poles or motion from the epicycle of my own brain. By these means I leave no gap for heresies, schisms, or errors. As for those wingy mysteries in divinity and airy subtleties in religion, which have unhinged the brains of better heads, they never stretched the pia mater of mine. Methinks there be not impossibilities enough in religion for an act of faith. The deepest mysteries ours contains have not only been illustrated, but maintained by syllogism and the rule of reason. I love to lose myself in a mystery, to pursue my reason to an o altitudo. 'Tis my solitary recreation to pose my apprehension with those involved enigmas and riddles of the Trinity, with incarnation and resurrection. I can answer all the objections of Satan and my rebellious reason with that odd resolution I learned of Tertullian: certum est quia impossibile est. I desire to exercise my faith in the difficultest point, for to credit ordinary and visible objects is not faith, but persuasion. Some believe the better for seeing Christ's sepulchre, and when they have seen the Red Sea, doubt not of the miracle. Now, contrarily, I bless myself and am thankful that I live not in the days of miracles, that I never saw Christ nor his disciples. I would not have been one of those Israelites that passed the Red Sea, nor one of Christ's patients on whom he wrought his wonders. Then had my faith been thrust upon me, nor should I enjoy that greater blessing pronounced to all that believe and saw not. 'Tis an easy and necessary belief to credit what our eye and sense hath examined. I believe he was dead and buried and rose again, and desire to see him in his glory rather than to contemplate him in his cenotaph or sepulchre. Nor is this much to believe, as we have reason. We owe this faith unto history. They only had the advantage of a bold and noble faith who lived before his coming, who upon obscure prophecies and mystical types could raise a belief and expect apparent impossibilities. In my solitary and retired imagination, neque num cum lectulus aut me porticus excepit desum mihi, I remember I am not alone, and therefore forget not to contemplate him and his attributes who was ever with me, especially those two mighty ones, his wisdom and eternity. With the one I recreate, with the other I confound my understanding. For who can speak of eternity without a solecism, or think thereof without an ecstasy? Time we may comprehend. It is but 5 days older than ourselves, and hath the same horoscope with the world. But to retire so far back as to apprehend a beginning, to give such an infinite start forward as to conceive an end in an essence that we affirm hath neither the one nor the other, it puts my reason to St. Paul's sanctuary. My philosophy dares not say the angels can do it. God hath not made a creature that can comprehend him. It is a privilege of his own nature. I am that I am was his own definition unto Moses, and it was a short one to confound mortality that durst question God, or ask him what he was. Indeed, he only is. All others have and shall be. But in eternity there is no distinction of tenses, and therefore that terrible term predestination, which hath troubled so many weak heads to conceive, and the wisest to explain is in respect to God, no precious determination of our states to come, but a definitive blast of his will already fulfilled, and at the instant that he first decreed it. For to his eternity, which is indivisible and altogether, the last trump is already sounded, the reprobates in the flame, and the blessed in Abraham's bosom. St. Peter speaks modestly when he saith, 1,000 years to God are but as one day. For to speak like a philosopher, those continued instances of time which flow into 1,000 years make not to him one moment. What to us is to come, to his eternity is present, his whole duration being but one permanent point, without succession, parts, flux, or division. The world was made to be inhabited by beasts, but studied and contemplated by man. 'Tis the debt of our reason we owe unto God, and the homage we pay for not being beasts. Without this, the world is still as though it had not been, or as it was before the 6th day, when as yet there was not a creature that could conceive or say there was a world. The wisdom of God receives small honour from those vulgar heads that rudely stare about and with gross rusticity admire his works. Those highly magnify him whose judicious inquiry into his acts and deliberate research into his creatures return the duty of a devout and learned admiration. Natura nihil aget frustra. Nature does nothing in vain, is the only indisputable axiom in philosophy. There are no grotesques in nature, nor anything framed to fill up empty cantons and unnecessary spaces. In the most imperfect creatures, and such as were not preserved in the ark, but having their seeds and principles in the womb of nature, are everywhere where the power of the sun is. In these is the wisdom of his hand discovered. Out of this rank Solomon chose the object of his admiration. Indeed, what reason may not go to school to the wisdom of bees, ants, and spiders? What wise hand teacheth them to do what reason cannot teach us? Ruder heads stand amazed at those prodigious pieces of nature, whales, elephants, dromedaries, and camels. These, I confess, are the colossi and majestic pieces of her hand, but in these narrow engines there is more curious mathematics, and the civility of these little citizens more nearly sets forth the wisdom of their Maker. Who admires not Regiomontanus his fly beyond his eagle, or wonders not more at the operation of 2 souls in those little bodies than but one in the trunk of a cedar? I could never content my contemplation with those general pieces of wonder, the flux and reflux of the sea, the increase of the Nile, the conversion of the needle to the north, and have studied to match and parallel those in the more obvious and neglected pieces of nature, which, without further travel, I can do in the cosmography of myself. We carry with us the wonders we seek without us. There is all Africa and her prodigies in us. We are that bold and adventurous piece of nature which he that studies wisely learns in a compendium, what others labour at in a divided piece and endless volume. Thus there are 2 books from whence I collect my divinity, besides that written one of God, another of his servant Nature, that universal and public manuscript that lies expansed unto the eyes of all. Those that never saw him in the one have discovered him in the other. This was the scripture and theology of the heathens. The natural motion of the sun made them more admire him than its supernatural station did the children of Israel. The ordinary effect of nature wrought more admiration in them than in the other all his miracles. Surely the heathens knew better how to join and read these mystical letters than we Christians, who cast a more careless eye on these common hieroglyphics, and disdain to suck divinity from the flowers of nature. Nor do I so forget God as to adore the name of nature, which I define not with the schools to be the principle of motion and rest, but that straight and regular line, that settled and constant course, the wisdom of God hath ordained the actions of his creatures according to their several kinds. To make a revolution every day is the nature of the sun, because of that necessary course which God hath ordained it, from which it cannot swerve but by a faculty from that voice which first did give it motion. Now this course of nature God seldom alters or perverts, but, like an excellent artist, hath so contrived his work that, with the self-same instrument, without a new creation, he may effect his obscurest designs. Thus he sweeteneth the water with a wood, preserveth the creatures in the ark, which the blast of his mouth might as easily have created. For God is like a skilful geometrician, who, when more easily and with one stroke of his compass he might describe or divide a right line, had yet rather do this in a circle a longer way, according to the constituted and forelaid principles of his art. Yet this rule of his he doth sometimes pervert, to acquaint the world with his prerogative, lest the arrogancy of our reason should question his power, and conclude he could not. And thus I call the effects of nature the works of God, whose hand and instrument she only is, and therefore to ascribe his actions unto her is to devolve the honour of the principal agent upon the instrument, which, if with reason we may do, then let our hammers rise up and boast they have built our houses, and our pens receive the honour of our writing. I hold there is a general beauty in the works of God, and therefore no deformity in any kind of species whatever. I cannot tell by what logic we call a toad, a bear, or an elephant ugly, they being created in those outward shapes and figures which best express those actions of their inward forms. And having passed that general visitation of God, who saw that all that he had made was good, that is, conformable to his will, which abhors deformity, and is the rule of order and beauty, there is no deformity but in monstrosity, wherein, notwithstanding, there is a kind of beauty, nature so ingeniously contriving the irregular parts that they become sometimes more remarkable than the principal fabric. To speak yet more narrowly, there was never anything ugly or misshapen but the chaos, wherein, notwithstanding, to speak strictly, there was no deformity, because no form, nor was it yet impregnate by the voice of God. Now nature is not at variance with art, nor art with nature, they being both servants of his providence. Art is the perfection of nature. Were the world now as it was on the sixth day, there were yet a chaos. Nature hath made one world, and art another. In brief, all things are artificial, for nature is the art of God. I have heard some with deep sighs lament the lost lines of Cicero. Others, with as many groans, deplore the combustion of the library of Alexandria. For my own part, I think there be too many in the world, and could with patience behold the urn and ashes of the Vatican, could I, with a few others, recover the perished Leaves of Solomon, I would not omit a copy of Enoch's Pillars, had they many nearer authors than Josephus, or did not relish somewhat of the fable. Some men have written more than others have spoken. Pineda quotes more authors in one work than are necessary in the whole world. Of those 3 great inventions in Germany, there are 2 which are not without their incommodities. It is not a melancholy utinam of my own, but the desires of better heads, that there were a general synod, not to unite the incompatible difference of religion, but for the benefit of learning, to reduce it, as it lay at first, in a few and solid authors, and to condemn to the fire those swarms and millions of rhapsodies begotten only to distract and abuse the weaker judgments of scholars, and to maintain the trade and mystery of typographers. Again, I believe that all that use sorceries, incantations, and spells are not witches, or as we term them, magicians. I conceive there is a traditional magic not learned immediately from the devil, but at second hand from his scholars, who, having once the secret betrayed, are able, and do empirically, practice without his advice, they both proceeding from the principles of nature, where actives, aptly conjoined to disposed passives, will under any master produce their effects. Thus I think at first a great part of philosophy was witchcraft, which being afterward derived to one another proved but philosophy, and was indeed no more but the honest effects of nature. What invented by us is philosophy, learned from him is magic. We do surely owe the discovery of many secrets to the discovery of good and bad angels. I could never pass that sentence of Paracelsus without an asterisk or annotation. Ascendens astrum multa revelat quarentibus magnalia naturae, id est opera Dei. I do think that many mysteries ascribed to our own inventions have been the courteous revelations of spirits. For those noble essences in heaven bear a friendly regard unto their fellow natures on earth, and therefore believe that those many prodigies and ominous prognostics which forerun the ruins of states, princes, and private persons are the charitable premonitions of good angels, which more careless inquiries term but the effects of chance and nature. Now, besides these particular and divided spirits, there may be, for aught I know, an universal and common spirit to the whole world. It was the opinion of Plato, and it is yet of the Hermetical philosophers, if there be a common nature that unites and ties the scattered and divided individuals into one species, why may there not be one that unites them all? However, I am sure there is a common spirit that plays within us, yet makes no part of us, and that is the Spirit of God, the fire and scintillation of that noble and mighty essence which is the life and radical heat of spirits and those essences that know not the virtue of the sun, a fire quite contrary to the fire of hell. This is that gentle heat that brooded on the waters, and in 6 days hatched the world. This is that irradiation that dispels the mists of hell, the clouds of horror, fear, sorrow, and despair, and preserves the region of the mind in serenity. Whosoever feels not the warm gale and gentle ventilation of this spirit, though I feel his pulse, I dare not say he lives. For truly without this, to me, there is no heat under the tropic, nor any light, though I dwelt in the body of the sun. I believe that the whole frame of a beast doth perish, and is left in the same state after death as before it was materialed unto life. that the souls of men know neither contrary nor corruption, that they subsist beyond the body, and outlive death by the privilege of their proper natures, and without a miracle; that the souls of the faithful, as they leave earth, take possession of heaven; that those apparitions and ghosts of departed persons are not the wandering souls of men, but the unquiet walks of devils, prompting and suggesting us into mischief, blood, and villainy, instilling and stealing into our hearts that the blessed spirits are not at rest in their graves, but wander solicitous of the affairs of the world. But that those phantasms appear often and do frequent cemeteries, charnel houses, and churches, it is because those are the dormitories of the dead, where the devil, like an insolent champion, beholds with pride the spoils and trophies of his victory in Adam. This is that dismal conquest we all deplore, that makes us so often cry, Adam, quid fecisti? I thank God I have not those strait ligaments or narrow obligations to the world as to dote on life, or be convulsed and tremble at the name of death. Not that I am insensible of the dread and horror thereof, or, by raking into the bowels of the deceased, continual sight of anatomies, skeletons, or cadaverous relics, like the spillers or gravemakers, I am become stupid, or have forgot the apprehension of mortality, but that, marshalling all the horrors, and contemplating the extremities thereof, I find not anything therein able to daunt the courage of a man, much less a well-resolved Christian, and therefore am not angry at the error of our first parents, or unwilling to bear a part of this common fate, and, like the best of them, to die; that is, to cease to breathe, to take a farewell of the elements, to be a kind of nothing for a moment, to be within one instant of a spirit. When I take a full view and circle of myself without this reasonable moderator and equal piece of justice, death, I do conceive myself the miserablest person extant. Were there not another life that I hope for, all the vanities of this world should not entreat a moment's breath from me. Could the devil work my belief to imagine I could never die, I would not outlive that very thought. I have so abject a conceit of this common way of existence, this retaining to the sun and elements. I cannot think this to be a man, or to live according to the dignity of humanity. In expectation of a better, I can with patience embrace this life, yet in my best meditations do often defy death. I honour any man that contemns it, nor can I highly love any that is afraid of it. This makes me naturally love a soldier, and honour those tattered and contemptible regiments that will die at the command of a sergeant. For a pagan there may be some motives to be in love with life, but for a Christian to be amazed at death, I see not how he can escape this dilemma, that he is too sensible of this life, or hopeless of the life to come. I am naturally bashful, nor hath conversation, age, or travel been able to affront or enharden me. Yet I have one part of modesty which I have seldom discovered in another, that is, to speak truly, I am not so much afraid of death as ashamed thereof. 'Tis the very disgrace and ignominy of our natures that in a moment can so disfigure us, that our nearest friends, wife, and children stand afraid and start at us. The birds and beasts of the field that before in a natural fear obeyed us, forgetting all allegiance, begin to prey upon us. This very conceit hath in a tempest disposed and left me willing to be swallowed up in the abyss of waters, wherein I had perished unseen, unpitied, without wandering eyes, tears of pity, lectures of mortality, and none had said, Quantum mutatus ab illo. Not that I am ashamed of the anatomy of my parts, or can accuse nature for playing the bungler in any part of me, or my own vicious life for contracting any shameful disease upon me, whereby I might not call myself as wholesome a morsel for the worms as any. Men commonly set forth the torments of hell by fire, and the extremity of corporal afflictions, and describe hell in the same method that Mahomet doth heaven. This indeed makes a noise and drums in popular ears, but if this be the terrible piece thereof, it is not worthy to stand in diameter with heaven, whose happiness consists in that part that is best able to comprehend it, that immortal essence, that translated divinity and colony of God, the soul. Surely, though we place hell under earth, the devils walk and purlieus about it. Men speak too popularly who place it in those flaming mountains which to grosser apprehensions represent hell. The heart of man is the place where the devil dwells in. I feel sometimes a hell within myself. Lucifer keeps his court in my breast. Legion is revived in me. There are as many hells as Anaxarchus conceited worlds. There was more than one hell in Magdalene when there were 7 devils, for every devil is a hell unto himself. He holds enough of torture in his own ubi, and needs not the misery of circumference to afflict him. And thus a distracted conscience here is a shadow or introduction unto hell hereafter. Who can but pity the merciful intention of those hands that do destroy themselves? The devil, were it in his power, would do the like, which being impossible, his miseries are endless, and he suffers most in that attribute wherein he is impassible, his immortality. I thank God, and with joy I mention it, I was never afraid of hell, nor ever grew pale at the description of that place. I have so fixed my contemplations on heaven that I have almost forgot the idea of hell, and am afraid rather to lose the joys of the one than endure the misery of the other. To be deprived of them is a perfect hell, and needs, methinks, no addition to complete our afflictions. That terrible term hath never detained me from sin, nor do I owe any good action to the name thereof. I fear God, yet am not afraid of him. His mercies make me ashamed of my sins, before his judgments afraid thereof. These are the forced and secondary method of his wisdom, which he useth but as the last remedy, and upon provocation, a course rather to deter the wicked than incite the virtuous to his worship. I can hardly think there was ever any scared into heaven. They go the fairest way to heaven that would serve God without a hell. Other mercenaries that crouch unto him in fear of hell, though they term themselves the servants, are indeed but the slaves of the Almighty. That which is the cause of my election I hold to be the cause of my salvation, which was the mercy and beneplacit of God before I was, or the foundation of the world. Before Abraham was, I am, is the saying of Christ, yet it is true in some sense if I say it of myself. For I was not only before myself, but Adam, that is, in the idea of God, and the decree of that synod held from all eternity. And in this sense I say, the world was before the creation, and at an end before it had a beginning, and thus I was dead before I was alive. Though my grave be England, my dying place was Paradise, and Eve miscarried of me before she conceived of Cain. Now for that other virtue of charity, without which faith is a mere notion and of no existence, I have ever endeavoured to nourish the merciful disposition and humane inclination I borrowed from my parents, and regulate it to the written and prescribed laws of charity. And if I hold the true anatomy of myself, I am delineated and naturally framed to such a piece of virtue, for I am of a constitution so general that it consorts and sympathizeth with all things. I have no antipathy, or rather idiosyncrasy, in diet, humour, air, anything. I wonder not at the French for their dishes of frogs, snails, and toadstools, nor at the Jews for locusts and grasshoppers, but, being amongst them, make them my common viands, and I find they agree with my stomach as well as theirs. I could digest the salad gathered in a churchyard as well as in a garden. I cannot start at the presence of a serpent, scorpion, lizard, or salamander. At the sight of a toad or viper I find in me no desire to take up a stone to destroy them. I feel not in myself those common antipathies that I can discover in others. Those national repugnances do not touch me, nor do I behold with prejudice the French, Italian, Spaniard, or Dutch, but where I find their actions in balance with my countrymen's, I honour, love, and embrace them in the same degree. I was born in the 8th climate, but seem for to be framed and constellated unto all. I am no plant that will not prosper out of a garden. All places, all airs, make unto me one country. I am in England everywhere and under any meridian. I have been shipwrecked, yet am not an enemy with the sea or winds. I can study, play, or sleep in a tempest. In brief, I am averse from nothing. My conscience would give me the lie if I should absolutely detest or hate any essence but the devil, or so at least abhor anything but that we might come to composition. If there be any among those common objects of hatred I do contemn and laugh at, it is that great enemy of reason, virtue, and religion, the multitude, that numerous piece of monstrosity which, taken asunder, seem men and the reasonable creatures of God, but confused together make but one great beast, and a monstrosity more prodigious than Hydra. It is no breach of charity to call these fools. It is a style all holy writers have afforded them, set down by Solomon in canonical scripture, and a point of our faith to believe so. Neither in the name of multitude do I only include the base and minor sort of people. There is a rabble even amongst the gentry, a sort of plebeian heads, whose fancy moves with the same wheel as these, men in the same level with mechanics, though their fortunes do somewhat gild their infirmities, and their purses compound for their follies. I must give no alms to satisfy the hunger of my brother, but to fulfill and accomplish the will and command of my God. I draw not my purse for his sake that demands it, but his that enjoined it. I believe no man upon the rhetoric of his miseries, nor to content mine own commiserating disposition, for this is still but moral charity, and an act that oweth more to passion than reason. He that relieves another upon the bare suggestion and bowels of pity doth not do this so much for his sake as for his own. For by compassion we make others' misery our own, and so by relieving them we relieve ourselves also. it is as erroneous a conceit to redress other men's misfortunes upon the common considerations of merciful natures, that it may be one day our own case, for this is a sinister and politic kind of charity, where we seem to bespeak the pities of men in the like occasions. And truly I have observed that those professed eleemosynaries, though in a crowd or multitude, do yet direct and place their petitions on a few and selected persons. There is surely a physiognomy which those experienced and master mendicants observe, whereby they instantly discover a merciful aspect, and will single out a face wherein they spy the signatures and marks of mercy. For there are mystically in our faces certain characters which carry in them the motto of our souls, wherein he that cannot read ABC may read our natures. I hold, moreover, that there is a phytognomy or physiognomy, not only of men, but of plants and vegetables, and in every one of them some outward figures, which hang as signs or bushes of their inward forms. The finger of God hath left an inscription upon all his works, not graphical or composed of letters, but of their several forms, constitutions, parts, and operations, which, aptly joined together, do make one word that doth express their natures. By these letters God calls the stars by their names, and by this alphabet Adam assigned to every creature a name peculiar to its nature. Now there are, besides these characters in our faces, certain mystical figures in our hands, which I dare not call mere dashes, strokes à la volée, or at random, because delineated by a pencil that never works in vain. And hereof I take more particular notice, because I carried that in mine own hand, which I could never read or discover in another. Aristotle, I confess, in his acute and singular book of physiognomy, hath made no mention of chiromancy. Yet I believe the Egyptians, who were nearer addicted to those abstruse and mystical sciences, had a knowledge therein, to which those vagabond and counterfeit Egyptians did after pretend, and perhaps retained a few corrupted principles, which sometimes might verify their prognostics. It is a common wonder of all men, how among so many millions of faces there shall be none alike. Now, contrary, I wonder as much how there shall be any. He that shall consider how many thousand several words have been carelessly and without study composed out of 24 letters, withal how many 100 lines there are to be drawn in the fabric of one man, shall easily find that this variety is necessary, and it will be very hard that they shall so concur as to make one portrait like another. Let a painter carelessly limn out 1,000,000 of faces, and shall find them all different. Yea, let him have his copy before him, yet, after all his art, there will remain a sensible distinction. For the pattern or example of everything is the perfectest in that kind, whereof we still come short, though we transcend or go beyond it, because herein it is wide, and agrees not in all points unto its copy. Nor doth the similitude of creatures disparage the variety of nature, nor any way confound the works of God. For even in things alike there is diversity, and those that do seem to accord do manifestly disagree. And thus is man like God, for in the same things that we resemble him, we are utterly different from him. There was never anything so like another as in all points to concur. There will ever some reserved difference slip in to prevent the identity, without which two several things would not be alike, but the same, which is impossible. Naturally amorous of all that is beautiful, I can look a whole day with delight upon a handsome picture, though it be but of an horse. It is my temper, and I like it the better to affect all harmony, And sure there is music even in the beauty and the silent note which Cupid strikes, far sweeter than the sound of an instrument. For there is music wherever there is harmony, order, or proportion, and thus far we may maintain the music of the spheres. For those well-ordered motions and regular paces, though they give no sound unto the ear, yet to the understanding they strike a note most full of harmony. Whatever is harmonically composed delights in harmony, which makes me much distrust the symmetry of those heads which declaim against all church music. For myself, not only from my obedience, but my particular genius, I do embrace it. For even that vulgar and tavern music, which makes one man merry and another mad, strikes in me a deep fit of devotion and a profound contemplation of the first composer. There is something in it of divinity more than the ear discovers. It is an hieroglyphical and shadowed lesson of the whole world and creatures of God, such a melody to the ear as the whole world well understood would afford the understanding. In brief, it is a sensible fit of that harmony which intellectually sounds in the ears of God. It unties the ligaments of my frame, takes me to pieces, dilates me out of myself, and by degrees, methinks, resolves me into heaven. I will not say with Plato, the soul is an harmony, but harmonical, and hath its nearest sympathy unto music. Thus some whose temper of body agrees and humours the constitution of their souls are born poets, though indeed all are naturally inclined unto rhythm. There is surely a nearer apprehension of anything that delights us in our dreams than in our waked senses. Without this I were unhappy, for my awaked judgment discontents me, ever whispering unto me that I am from my friend. But my friendly dreams in the night requite me, and make me think I am within his arms. I thank God for my happy dreams as I do for my good rest. But there is a satisfaction in them unto reasonable desires, and such as can be content with a fit of happiness. And surely it is not a melancholy conceit to think that we are all asleep in this world, and that the conceits of this life are as mere dreams to those of the next, as the phantasms of the night to the conceits of the day. There is an equal delusion in both, and the one doth but seem to be the emblem or picture of the other. We are somewhat more than ourselves in our sleeps, and the slumber of the body seems to be but the waking of the soul. It is the negation of sense, but the liberty of reason, and our waking conceptions do not match the fancies of our sleeps. At my nativity, my ascendant was the watery sign of Scorpius. I was born in the planetary hour of Saturn, and I think I have a piece of that leaden planet in me. I am in no way facetious, nor disposed to the mirth and galliardize of company, yet in one dream I can compose a whole comedy, behold the action, and apprehend the jests, and laugh myself awake at the conceits thereof. Were my memory as faithful as my reason is then fruitful, I would never study but in my dreams, and this time also I would choose for my devotions. But our grosser memories have then so little hold of our abstracted understandings that they forget the story, and can only relate to our waked souls a confused and broken tale of that hath passed. Aristotle, who hath written a singular tract of sleep, hath not, methinks, thoroughly defined it, nor yet Galen, though he seemed to have corrected it. For those noctambulos and night walkers, though in their sleep, do yet enjoy the action of their senses. We must therefore say that there is something in us that is not in the jurisdiction of Morpheus, and that those abstracted and ecstatic souls do walk about in their own corpse as spirits with the bodies they assume, wherein they seem to hear, see, and feel, though indeed the organs are destitute of sense, and their natures of those faculties that should inform them. Thus it is observed that men sometimes, upon the hour of their departure, do speak and reason above themselves, for then the soul, beginning to be freed from the ligaments of the body, begins to reason like herself, and to discourse in a strain above mortality. End of section 21. Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 22, selected excerpts from Christian Morals and Urn Burial by Sir Thomas Browne. From Christian Morals. When thou lookest upon the imperfections of others, allow one eye for what is laudable in them, and the balance they have from some excellency which may render them considerable. While we look with fear or hatred upon the teeth of the viper, we may behold his eye with love. In venomous natures something may be amiable. Poisons afford antipoisons. Nothing is totally or altogether uselessly bad. Notable virtues are sometimes dashed with notorious vices, and in some vicious tempers have been found illustrious acts of virtue, which makes such observable worth in some actions of King Demetrius, Antonius, and Ahab, as are not to be found in the same kind in Aristides, Numa, or David. Constancy, generosity, clemency, and liberality have been highly conspicuous in some persons, not marked out in other concerns, for example or imitation. But since goodness is exemplary in all, if others have not our virtues, let us not be wanting in theirs, nor, scorning them for their vices whereof we are free, be condemned by their virtues wherein we are deficient. There is dross, alloy, and embasement in all human tempers, and he flieth without wings who thinks to find ophir or pure metal in any. For perfection is not, like light, centred in any one body, but like the dispersed seminalities of vegetables at the creation, scattered through the whole mass of the earth, no place producing all, and almost all some. So that 'tis well if a perfect man can be made out of many men, and, to the perfect eye of God, even out of mankind. Time, which perfects some things, imperfects also others. Could we intimately apprehend the ideated man, and as he stood in the intellect of God upon the first exertion by creation, we might more narrowly comprehend our present degeneration, and how widely we are fallen from the pure exemplar and idea of our nature. For after this corruptive elongation from a primitive and pure creation, we are almost lost in degeneration, and Adam hath not only fallen from his Creator, but we ourselves from Adam, our Tycho and primary generator. If generous honesty, valour, and plain dealing be the cognizance of thy family, or characteristic of thy country, hold fast such inclinations sucked in with thy first breath, and which lay in the cradle with thee. Fall not into transforming degenerations, which, under the old name create a new nation. Be not an alien in thine own nation, bring not Orontes into Tiber. Learn the virtues, not the vices, of thy foreign neighbours, and make thy imitation by discretion, not contagion. Feel something of thyself in the noble acts of thy ancestors, and find in thine own genius that of thy predecessors. Rest not under the expired merits of others, shine by those of thine own. Flame not like the central fire which enlighteneth no eyes, which no man seeth, and most men think there is no such thing to be seen. Add one ray unto the common lustre, and not only to the number but the note of thy generation, and prove not a cloud but an asterisk in thy region. Since thou hast an alarum in thy breast, which tells thee thou hast a living spirit in thee above 2,000 times in an hour, dull not away thy days in slothful supinity and the tediousness of doing nothing. To strenuous minds there is an inquietude in over-quietness, and no laboriousness in labour. And to tread a mile after the slow pace of a snail, or the heavy measures of the lazy of Brasilia, were a most tiring penance, and worse than a race of some furlongs at the Olympics. The rapid courses of the heavenly bodies are rather imitable by our thoughts than our corporeal motions, yet the solemn motions of our lives amount unto a greater measure than is commonly apprehended. Some few men have surrounded the globe of the earth, yet many in the set locomotions and movements of their days have measured the circuit of it, and 20,000 miles have been exceeded by them. Move circumspectly, not meticulously, but rather carefully solicitous than anxiously solicitudinous. Think not there is a lion in the way, nor walk with leaden sandals in the paths of goodness, but in all virtuous motions let prudence determine thy measures. Strive not to run like Hercules a furlong in a breath. Festination may prove precipitation, deliberating delay may be wise cunctation, and slowness no slothfulness. Despise not the obliquities of younger ways, nor despair of better things whereof there is yet no prospect. Who would imagine that Diogenes, who in his younger days was a falsifier of money, should in the after course of his life be so great a contemner of metal? Some negroes who believe the resurrection think that they shall rise white. Even in this life regeneration may imitate resurrection. Our black and vicious tinctures may wear off, and goodness clothe us with candour. Good admonitions knock not always in vain. There will be signal examples of God's mercy, and the angels must not want their charitable rejoicers for the conversion of lost sinners. Figures of most angles do nearest approach unto circles which have no angles at all. Some may be near unto goodness who are conceived far from it, and many things happen not likely to ensue from any promises of antecedencies. Culpable beginnings have found commendable conclusions, and infamous courses pious retractions. Detestable sinners have proved exemplary converts on earth, and may be glorious in the apartment of Mary Magdalene in heaven. Men are not the same through all divisions of their ages. Time, experience, self-reflections, and God's mercies make in some well-tempered minds a kind of translation before death, and men to differ from themselves as well as from other persons. Hereof the old world afforded many examples, to the infamy of latter ages, wherein men too often live by the rule of their inclinations, so that without any astral prediction, the first day gives the last. Men are commonly as they were, or rather, as bad dispositions run into worser habits, the evening doth not crown, but sourly conclude the day. If the Almighty will not spare us according to his merciful capitulation at Sodom, if his goodness please not to pass over a great deal of bad for a small pittance of good, or to look upon us in the lump, there is slender hope for mercy, or sound presumption of fulfilling half his will, either in persons or nations, they who excel in some virtues being so often defective in others, few men driving at the extent and amplitude of goodness, but computing themselves by their best parts and others by their worst, are content to rest in those virtues which others commonly want, which makes this speckled face of honesty in the world, and which was the imperfection of the old philosophers and great pretenders unto virtue, who, well declining the gaping vices of intemperance, incontinency, violence, and oppression, were yet blindly peccant in iniquities of closer faces, were envious, malicious, contemners, scoffers, censurers, and stuffed with viscid vices no less depraving the ethereal particle and diviner portion of man. For envy, malice, hatred are the qualities of Satan, close and dark like himself, and where such brands smoke, the soul cannot be white. Vice may be had at all prices. Expensive and costly iniquities, which make the noise, cannot be every man's sins, but the soul may be foully inquinated at a very low rate, and a man may be cheaply vicious to the perdition of himself. Having been long tossed in the ocean of the world, he will by that time feel the indraught of another, unto which this seems but preparatory, and without it of no high value. He will experimentally find the emptiness of all things, and the nothing of what is past, and wisely grounding upon the true Christian expectations, finding so much past, will wholly fix upon what is to come. He will long for perpetuity, and live as though he made haste to be happy. The last may prove the prime part of his life, and those his best days which he lived nearest heaven. Live happy in the Elysium of a virtuously composed mind, and let intellectual contents exceed the delights wherein mere pleasurists take their paradise. Bear not too slack reins upon pleasure, nor let complexion or contagion betray thee unto exorbitancy of delight. Make pleasure thy recreation or intermissive relaxation, not thy Diana life and profession. Voluptuousness is as insatiable as covetousness. Tranquillity is better than jollity, and to appease pain than to invent pleasure. Our hard entrance into the world, our miserable going out of it, our sicknesses, disturbances, and sad rencounters in it, do clamorously tell us we came not into the world to run a race of delight, but to perform the sober acts and serious purposes of man, which to omit were foully to miscarry in the advantage of humanity, to play away an uniterable life, and to have lived in vain. Forget not the capital end, and frustrate not the opportunity of once living. Dream not of any kind of metempsychosis or transanimation, but into thine own body, and that after a long time, and then also unto wail or bliss, according to thy first and fundamental life. Upon a curricle in this world depends a long course of the next, and upon a narrow scene here, an endless expansion hereafter. In vain some think to have an end of their beings with their lives. things cannot get out of their natures, or be or not be, in despite of their constitutions. Rational existences in heaven perish not at all, and but partially on earth. That which is thus once will in some way be always. The first living human soul is still alive, and all Adam hath found no period. Since the stars of heaven do differ in glory, since it hath pleased the Almighty hand to honour the North Pole with lights above the South, since there are some stars so bright that they can hardly be looked upon, some so dim that they can scarcely be seen, and vast numbers not to be seen at all, even by artificial eyes, read thou the earth in heaven, and things below from above. Look contentedly upon the scattered difference of things, and expect not equality in lustre, dignity, or perfection in regions or persons below, where numerous numbers must be content to stand like lacteous or nebulous stars, little taken notice of, or dim in their generations. All which may be contentedly allowable in the affairs and ends of this world, and in suspension unto what will be in the order of things hereafter, and the new system of mankind which will be in the world to come, when the last may be the first, and the first the last, when Lazarus may sit above Caesar, and the just, obscure on earth, shall shine like the sun in heaven, when personations shall cease, and histrionism of happiness be over, when reality shall rule, and all shall be as they shall be forever. From Hydriotaphia, or Urn Burial. In the Jewish hypogeum and subterranean cell at Rome was little observable beside the variety of lamps and frequent draughts of the holy candlestick. In authentic draughts of Antony and Jerome we meet with thigh bones and death's heads, but the cemeterial cells of ancient Christians and martyrs were filled with draughts of scripture stories, not declining the flourishes of cypress, palms, and olive, and the mystical figures of peacocks, doves, and cocks, but iterately affecting the portraits of Enoch, Lazarus, Jonas, and the vision of Ezekiel as hopeful draughts and hinting imagery of the resurrection, which is the life of the grave and sweetens our habitations in the land of moles and pismires. The particulars of future beings must needs be dark unto ancient theories, which Christian philosophy yet determines but in a cloud of opinions. A dialogue between two infants in the womb concerning the state of this world might handsomely illustrate our ignorance of the next, whereof methinks we yet discourse in Plato's den, and are but embryon philosophers. Pythagoras escapes in the fabulous hell of Dante, among that swarm of philosophers wherein, whilst we meet with Plato and Socrates, Cato is to be found no lower place than purgatory. Among all the set, Epicurus is most considerable, whom men make honest without an Elysium, who contemned life without encouragement of immortality, and making nothing after death, yet made nothing of the king of terrors. Were the happiness of the next world as closely apprehended as the felicities of this, it were a martyrdom to live, and unto such as consider none hereafter it must be more than death to die, which makes us amazed at those audacities that durst be nothing and return into their chaos again. Certainly such spirits as could contemn death when they expected no better being after would have scorned to live had they known any. And therefore we applaud not the judgments of Machiavel that Christianity makes men cowards, or that with the confidence of but half dying the despised virtues of patience and humility have abased the spirits of men which pagan principles exalted, but rather regulated the wildness of audacities in the attempts, grounds, and eternal sequels of death, wherein men of the boldest spirits are often prodigiously temerarious. Nor can we extenuate the valour of ancient martyrs, who contemned death in the uncomfortable scene of their lives, and in their decrepit martyrdoms did probably lose not many months of their days, or parted with life when it was scarce worth the living, for, beside that long time past holds no consideration unto a slender time to come, they had no small disadvantage from the constitution of old age, which naturally makes men fearful, and complexionally superannuated from the bold and courageous thoughts of youth and fervent years. But the contempt of death from corporal animosity promoteth not our felicity. They may sit in the orchestra and noblest seats of heaven, who have held up shaking hands in the fire, and humanly contended for glory. Meanwhile, Epicurus lies deep in Dante's hell, wherein we meet with tombs enclosing souls which denied their immortalities. But whether the virtuous heathen, who lived better than he spake, or, erring in the principles of himself, yet lived above philosophers of more specious maxims, lie so deep as he is placed, at least so low as not to rise against Christians who, believing or knowing that truth, have lastingly denied it in their practice and conversation, were a query too sad to insist on. But all or most apprehensions rested in opinions of some future being, which ignorantly or coldly believed begat those perverted conceptions, ceremonies, sayings, which Christians pity or laugh at. Happy are they which lived not in that disadvantage of time when men could say little for futurity but from reason, whereby the noblest minds fell often upon doubtful deaths and melancholy dissolutions. With those hopes Socrates warmed his doubtful spirits against that cold potion, and Cato, before he durst give the fatal stroke, spent part of the night in reading the immortality of Plato, thereby confirming his wavering hand unto the animosity of that attempt. It is the heaviest stone that melancholy can throw at a man, to tell him he is at the end of his nature, or that there is no farther state to come unto which this seems progressional, and otherwise made in vain. Without this accomplishment, the natural expectation and desire of such a state were but a fallacy in nature. Unsatisfied considerators would quarrel at the justice of their constitutions, and rest content that Adam had fallen lower, whereby, by knowing no other original and deeper ignorance of themselves, they might have enjoyed the happiness of inferior creatures, who in tranquillity possess their constitutions, as having not the apprehension to deplore their own natures, and being framed below the circumference of these hopes, or cognition of better being, the wisdom of God hath necessitated their contentment. But the superior ingredient and obscured part of ourselves, whereto all present felicities afford no resting contentment, will be able at last to tell us we are more than our present selves, and evacuate such hopes in the fruition of their own accomplishments. Ellipsis. But the iniquity of oblivion blindly scattereth her poppy, and deals with the memory of men without distinction to merit of perpetuity. Who can but pity the founder of the pyramids? Erostratus lives, that burnt the temple of Diana. He is almost lost that built it. Time hath spared the epitaph of Adrian's horse, confounded that of himself. In vain we compute our felicities by the advantage of our good names, since bad have equal durations, and Thersites is like to live as long as Agamemnon. Who knows whether the best of men be known, or whether there be not more remarkable persons forgot than any that stand remembered in the known account of time? Without the favour of the everlasting register, the first man had been as unknown as the last, and Methuselah's long life had been his only chronicle. Oblivion is not to be hired. The greater part must be content to be as though they had not been, to be found in the register of God, not in the record of man. 27 names make up the first story, and the recorded names ever since contain not one living century. The number of the dead long exceedeth all that shall live. The night of time far surpasseth the day, and who knows when was the equinox? Every hour adds unto that current arithmetic, which scarce stands one moment. And since death must be the Lucina of life, and even pagans could doubt whether thus to live were to die, since our longest sun sets at right declensions and makes but winter arches, and therefore it cannot be long before we lie down in darkness and have our light in ashes, since the brother of death daily haunts us with dying mementos, and time that grows old itself bids us hope no long duration, diuturnity is a dream and folly of expectation. Footnote 2, and have our light in ashes, according to the custom of the Jews, who placed a lighted wax candle in a pot of ashes by the corpse. Darkness and light divide the course of time, and oblivion shares with memory a great part even of our living beings. We slightly remember our felicities, and the smartest strokes of affliction leave but short smart upon us. Sense endureth no extremities, and sorrows destroy us or themselves. To weep into stones are fables. Afflictions induce callosities. Miseries are slippery, or fall like snow upon us, which, notwithstanding, is no unhappy stupidity. To be ignorant of evils to come and forgetful of evils past is a merciful provision in nature, whereby we digest the mixture of our few and evil days, and our delivered senses not relapsing into cutting remembrances, our sorrows are not kept raw by the edge of repetitions. A great part of antiquity contented their hopes of subsistency with a transmigration of their souls, a good way to continue their memories, while, having the advantage of plural successions, they could not but act something remarkable in such variety of beings, and enjoying the fame of their past selves, making accumulation of glory until their last durations. Others, rather than be lost in the uncomfortable night of nothing, were content to recede into the common being, and make one particle of the public soul of all things, which was no more than to return into their unknown and divine original again. Egyptian ingenuity was more unsatisfied, contriving their bodies in sweet consistencies to attend the return of their souls. But all was vanity, feeding the wind and folly. The Egyptian mummies which Cambyses or time hath spared, avarice now consumeth. Mummy is become merchandise. Mizraim cures wounds, and Pharaoh is sold for balsams. Ellipsis. There is nothing strictly immortal but immortality. Whatever hath no beginning may be confident of no end, which is the peculiar of that necessary essence that cannot destroy itself, and the highest strain of omnipotency to be so powerfully constituted as not to suffer even from the power of itself All others have a dependent being, and within the reach of destruction. But the sufficiency of Christian immortality frustrates all earthly glory, and the quality of either state after death makes a folly of posthumous memory. God, who can only destroy our souls, and hath assured our resurrection, either of our bodies or names hath directly promised no duration. Wherein there is so much of chance that the boldest expectants have found unhappy frustration, and to hold long subsistence seems but escape in oblivion. But man is a noble animal, splendid in ashes and pompous in the grave, solemnizing nativities and deaths with equal lustre, nor omitting ceremonies of bravery in the infamy of his nature. Ellipsis. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. A small fire sufficeth for life. Great flames seem too little after death, while men vainly affected pyres and to burn like Sardanapalus. But the wisdom of funeral laws found the folly of prodigal blazes, and reduced undoing fires into the rule of sober obsequies, wherein few could be so mean as not to provide wood, pitch, a mourner, and an urn. Ellipsis. While some have studied monuments, others have studiously declined them, and some have been so vainly boisterous that they durst not acknowledge their graves, wherein Alaricus seems more subtle, who had a river turned to hide his bones at the bottom. Even Sulla, who thought himself safe in his urn, could not prevent revenging tongues and stones thrown at his monument. Happy are they whom privacy makes innocent, who deal so with men in this world that they are not afraid to meet them in the next, who, when they die, make no commotion among the dead, and are not touched with that poetical taunt of Isaiah. Pyramids, arches, obelisks were but the irregularities of vain glory, and wild enormities of ancient magnanimity. But the most magnanimous resolution rests in the Christian religion, which trampleth upon pride and sits on the neck of ambition, humbly pursuing that infallible perpetuity unto which all others must diminish their diameters and be poorly seen in angles of contingency. Pious spirits who passed their days in raptures of futurity made little more of this world than the world that was before it, while they lay obscure in the chaos of preordination and night of their forebeings. And if any have been so happy as truly to understand Christian annihilation, ecstasis, exsolution, liquefaction, transformation, the kiss of the spouse, gustation of God, and ingression into the divine shadow, they have already had a handsome anticipation of heaven. The glory of the world is surely over, and the earth in ashes unto them. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 23, selected excerpts from A Fragment on Mummies, A Letter to a Friend, and Pseudoxia Epidemica by Sir Thomas Browne. From A Fragment on Mummies. Why is Egypt, prodigal of her embalments, wrapped up her princes and great commanders in aromatical folds, and studiously extracting from corruptible bodies their corruption, ambitiously looked forward to immortality, from which vainglory we have become acquainted with many remnants of the old world, who could discourse unto us of the great things of yore, and tell us strange tales of the son of Mizraim and ancient braveries of Egypt. Wonderful indeed are the preserves of time, which open unto us mummies from crypts and pyramids, and mammoth bones from caverns and excavations, whereof man hath found the best preservation, appearing unto us in some sort fleshly, while beasts must be fain of an osseous continuance. In what original this practice of the Egyptians had root, divers authors dispute, while some place the origin hereof in the desire to prevent the separation of the soul by keeping the body untabified, and alluring the spiritual part to remain by sweet and precious odours. But all this was but a fond inconsideration. The soul, having broken its is not stayed by bands and cerecloths, nor to be recalled by Sabaean odours, but fleeth to the place of invisibles, the ubi of spirits, and needeth a surer than Hermes' seal to imprison it to its medicated trunk, which yet subsists anomalously in its indestructible case, and like a widow looking for her husband anxiously awaits its return. That mummy is medicinal, the Arabian Dr. Halley delivereth, and divers confirms. But of the particular uses thereof there is much discrepancy of opinion. While Hoffmanus prescribes the same to epileptics, Johann de Muralto commends the use thereof to gouty persons. Bacon likewise extols it as a styptic, and Junkenius considers it of efficacy to resolve a coagulated blood. Meanwhile, we hardly applaud Francis I of France, who always carried mummies with him as a panacea against all disorders, and were the efficacy thereof more clearly made out, scarce conceived the use thereof allowable in physic, exceeding the barbarities of Cambyses, and turning old heroes into unworthy potions. Shall Egypt lend out her ancients unto chirurgeons and apothecaries, and Chios and Psammetichus be weighed unto us for drugs? Should we eat of chamnes and amoses in electuaries and pills, and be cured by cannibal mixtures? Surely such a diet is dismal vampirism, and exceeds in horror the black banquet of Domitian, not to be paralleled except in those Arabian feasts wherein ghouls feed horribly. But the common opinion of the virtues of mummy bred great consumption thereof, and princes and great men contended for this strange panacea, wherein Jews dealt largely, manufacturing mummies from dead carcasses, and giving them the names of kings, while specifics were compounded from crosses and gibbet leavings. There wanted not a set of Arabians who counterfeited mummies so accurately that it needed great skill to distinguish the false from the true. Queasy stomachs would hardly fancy the doubtful potion, wherein one might so easily swallow a cloud for his Juno, and defraud the fowls of the air, while in conceit enjoying the conserves of Canopus. Those dark caves and mummy repositories are Satan's abodes, wherein he speculates and rejoices on human vainglory, and keeps those kings and conquerors whom alive he bewitched, whole for that great day wherein he will claim his own, and marshal the kings of Nilus and Thebes in sad procession unto the pit. Death, that fatal necessity which so many would overlook or blinkingly survey, the old Egyptians held continually before their eyes. Their embalmed ancestors they carried about at their banquets, as holding them still a part of their families, and not thrusting them from their places at feasts. They wanted not likewise a sad preacher at their tables to admonish them daily of death. Surely an unnecessary discourse while they banqueted in sepulchres.
Whether this were not making too much of death, as tending to assuefaction, some reason there is to doubt, but certain it is that such practices would hardly be embraced by a modern gourmand, who like not to look on the faces of mortua, or be elbowed by mummies. Yet in those huge structures and pyramidal immensities of the builders, whereof so little is known, they seemed not so much to raise sepulchres or temples to death, as to contemn and disdain it, astonishing heaven with their audacities, and looking forward with delight to their interment in those eternal piles. Of their living habitations they made little account, conceiving of them but as hospitia or inns, while they adorned the sepulchres of the dead, and, planting thereon lasting bases, defied the crumbling torches of time and the misty vaporousness of oblivion. Yet all were but Babel vanities. Time sadly overcometh all things, and is now dominant, and sitteth upon a sphinx, and looketh unto Memphis and old Thebes, while his sister Oblivion reclineth semi-somnus on a pyramid, gloriously triumphing, making puzzles of Titanian erections, and turning old glories into dreams. History sinketh beneath her cloud. The traveller, as he paceth amazedly through those deserts, asketh of her, who builded them? And she mumbleth something, but what it is he heareth not. Egypt itself is now become the land of obliviousness, and doteth. Her ancient civility is gone, and her glory hath vanished as a phantasma. Her youthful days are over, and her face hath become wrinkled and tetric. She poureth not upon the heavens, astronomy is dead unto her, and knowledge maketh other cycles. Canopus is afar off, Memnon resoundeth not to the sun, and Nilus heareth strange voices. Her monuments are but hieroglyphically sempiternal. Osiris and Anubis, her Avarunchus deities, have departed, while Horus yet remains, dimly shadowing the principle of vicissitude and the affluction of things, but receiveth little oblation. Reader's note. According to Wikipedia, the Dictionary of National Biography, and various scholarly online sources, the extract just read, the fragment on mummies, is not by Thomas Browne, but is a highly successful literary hoax perpetrated in 1838 by James Crossley. End of reader's note. From a letter to a friend. He was willing to quit the world alone and altogether, leaving no earnest behind him for corruption or aftergrave, having small content in that common satisfaction to survive or live in another, but amply satisfied that his disease should die with himself, nor revive in a posterity to puzzle physic and make sad mementos of their parent hereditary. Ellipsis. In this deliberate and creeping progress unto the grave, he was somewhat too young and of too noble a mind to fall upon that stupid symptom, observable in divers persons near their journey's end, and which may be reckoned among the mortal symptoms of their last disease, that is, to become more narrow-minded, miserable, and tenacious, unready to part with anything, when they are ready to part with all, and afraid to want when they have no time to spend. Meanwhile, physicians, who know that many are mad but in a single depraved imagination and one prevalent dissipiency, and that beside and out of each single deliriums a man may meet with sober actions and good sense in Bedlam, cannot but smile to see the heirs and concerned relations gratulating themselves on the sober departure of their friends, and though they behold such mad covetous passages, content to think they die in good understanding and in their sober senses. Avarice, which is not only infidelity, but idolatry, either from covetous progeny or questary education, had no root in his breast, who made good works the expression of his faith, and was big with desires unto public and lasting charities. And surely, where good wishes and charitable intentions exceed abilities, theorical beneficency may be more than a dream. They build not castles in the air who would build churches on earth, and though they leave no such structures here, may lay good foundations in heaven. In brief, his life and death were such as I could not blame them who wished the like, and almost to have been himself. Almost, I say, for though we may wish the prosperous appurtenances of others, or to be another in his happy accidents, yet so intrinsical is every man unto himself, that some doubt may be made whether any would exchange his being, or substantially become another man. He had wisely seen the world at home and abroad, and thereby observed under what variety men are deluded in the pursuit of that which is not here to be found. And although he had no opinion of reputed felicities below, and apprehended men widely out in the estimate of such happiness, yet his sober contempt of the world brought no democratism or cynicism, no laughing or snarling at it, as well understanding there are not felicities in this world to satisfy a serious mind, and therefore to soften the stream of our lives we are fain to take in the reputed contentions of this world, to unite with the crowd in their beatitudes, and to make ourselves happy by consortion, opinion, or coexistimation. For strictly to separate from received and customary felicities, and to confine unto the rigour of realities, were to contract the consolation of our beings into two uncomfortable circumscriptions. Not to be content with life is the unsatisfactory state of those who destroy themselves, who, being afraid to live, run blindly upon their own death, which no man fears by experience. And the Stoics had a notable doctrine to take away the fear thereof, that is, in such extremities, to desire that which is not to be avoided, and wish what might be feared, and so made evils voluntary, and to suit their own desires, which took off the terror of them. But ancient martyrs were not encouraged by such fallacies, who, though they feared not death, were afraid to be their own executioners, and therefore thought it more wisdom to crucify their lusts than their bodies, to circumcise than stab their hearts, and to mortify than kill themselves. His willingness to leave this world about that age when most men think they may best enjoy it, though paradoxical unto worldly ears, was not strange unto mine, who have so often observed that many, though old, oft stick fast unto the world, and seem to be drawn like Carcass's oxen backward with great struggling and reluctancy unto the grave. The long habit of living makes mere men more hardly to part with life, and all to be nothing but what is to come. To live at the rate of the old world, when some could scarce remember themselves young, may afford no better digested death than a more moderate period. Many would have thought it an happiness to have had their lot in life in some notable conjuncture of ages past, but the uncertainty of future times has tempted few to make a part in ages to come. And surely he that hath taken the true altitude of things, and rightly calculated the degenerate state of this age, is not likely to envy those that shall live in the next, much less 300 or 400 years hence, when no man can comfortably imagine what face this world will carry, and therefore, since every age makes a step into the end of all things, and the Scripture affords so hard a character of the last times, quiet minds will be content with their generations, and rather bless ages past than be ambitious of those to come. Though age had set no seal upon his face, yet a dim eye might clearly discover 50 in his actions, and therefore, since wisdom is the grey hair and an unspotted life old age, although his years came short, he might have been said to have held up with longer livers, and to have been Solomon's old man. And surely, if we deduct all those days of our life which we might wish unlived, and which abate the comfort of those we now live, if we reckon up only those days which God hath accepted of our lives, a life of good years will hardly be a span long. The son, in this sense, may outlive the father, and none be climacterically old. He that early arriveth unto the parts and prudence of age is happily old without the uncomfortable attendance of it, and 'tis superfluous to live unto grey hairs, when in a precocious temper we anticipate the virtues of them. In brief, he cannot be accounted young who outliveth the old man. He that hath early arrived unto the measure of a perfect stature in Christ hath already fulfilled the prime and longest intention of his being, and one day lived after the perfect rule of piety is to be preferred before sinning immortality. Although he attained not unto the years of his predecessors, yet he wanted not those preserving virtues which confirm the thread of weaker constitutions. Cautelous chastity and crafty sobriety were far from him. Those jewels were paragon without flaw, hair, ice, or cloud in him. Which affords me a hint to proceed in these good wishes and few mementos unto you. Some relations whose truth we fear, from Pseudoxia Epidemica. Many other accounts like these we meet sometimes in history, scandalous unto Christianity and even unto humanity, whose verities not only, but whose relations honest minds do deprecate. For as sins heteroclital, and such as want either name or precedent, there is oft times a sin even in their histories. We desire no records of such enormities. Sins should be accounted new, so that they may be esteemed monstrous. They admit of monstrosity as they fall from their rarity, for men count it venial to err with their forefathers, and foolishly conceive they divide a sin in its society. The pens of men may sufficiently expatiate without these singularities of villainy, for as they increase the hatred of vice in some, so do they enlarge the theory of wickedness in all. This is one thing that may make latter ages worse than were the former, for the vicious examples of ages past poison the curiosity of these present, affording a hint of sin unto seducible spirits, and soliciting those unto the imitation of them, whose heads were never so perversely principled as to invent them. In this kind we commend the wisdom and goodness of Galen, who would not leave unto the world too subtle a theory of poisons, unarming thereby the malice of venomous spirits, whose ignorance must be contented with sublimate and arsenic. For surely there are subtler venerations, such as will invisibly destroy, and like the basilisks of heaven. In things of this nature silence commendeth history. It is the veniable part of things lost, wherein there must never rise a Pansarolus, nor remain any register but that of hell. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 24, Selected Poems by William Browne, 1591 to 1643. Among the English poets, fatuous for their imaginative interpretation of nature, high rank must be given to William Browne, who belongs in the list headed by Spenser, and including Thomas Lodge, Michael Drayton, Nicholas Brayton, George Wither, and Phineas Fletcher. Although he shows skill and charm in style of various kinds of verse, his name rests chiefly upon his largest work, Britannia's Pastorals. This is much wider in scope than the title suggests, if one follows the definition given by Pope in his Discourse on Pastoral Poetry. He says, "A pastoral is an imitation of the action of a shepherd or one considered under that character. The form of this imitation is dramatic, or narrated, or mixed of both. The fable simple, the manners not too polite nor too rustic, the thoughts are plain, yet admit a little quickness and passion. If we would copy nature, it must be useful to take this idea along with us, that pastoral is an image of what they call the Golden Age, so that we are not to describe our shepherds as shepherds at this day really are, but as they may be conceived then to have been, when the best of men followed the employment. We must therefore use some allusion to render a pastoral delightful, and this consists in exposing the best side only of a shepherd's life, and in concealing its miseries." In his Shepherd's Pipe, a series of éclogues, Browne follows this plan, but Britannia's Pastorals contain rambling stories of hamadryads and oreads, figures which are too shadowy to seem real, yet stand in exquisite woodland landscapes. When the story passes to the yellow sands and firth-girt rocks, washed by the crisp and curling waves from Neptune's silver ever-shaking breast, or when it touches the mysteries of the ocean world over which Thetis drives her silver throne, the poet's fancy is as delicate as when he reveals in the earthy smell of the woods, where the leaves, golden and green, hide from sight the feathered choir, where glow the hips of scarlet berries, where is heard the dropping of nuts, and where the active, bright-eyed squirrels leap from tree to tree. The loves, hardships, and adventures of Marina, Celandine, Redmond, Fida, Philosel, Alethea, Mentonia, and Amyntas do not hold the reader from delight in descriptions of the blackbird and dove calling from the dewy branches, crystal streams lisping through banks purple with violets, rosy with eglantine, or sweet in wild thyme, thickets where the rabbits hide, sequestered nooks on which the elms and alders throw long shadows, circles of green grass made by dancing elves, rounded hills shut in by oaks, pines, birches, and laurel, where shepherds pipe on oaten straws, or shag-haired satyrs frolic and sleep, meadows whose carpets of cowslip and mint are freshened daily by nymphs pouring out gentle streams from crystal urns. Every now and then huntsmen in green dash through his sombre woods with their hounds in full cry, anglers are seated by still pools, shepherds dance around the maypole, and the shepherdesses gather flowers for garlands. Gloomy caves appear, surrounded by hawthorn and holly that outdares cold winter's ire, and sheltering old hermits skilled in simples and the secret power of herbs. Sometimes the poet describes a choir where the tiny wren sings the treble, robin redbreast the mean, the thrush the tenor, and the nightingale the countertenor, while droning bees fill in the bass, and shows us fairy haunts and customs with a delicacy only equalled by Drayton and Herrick. Several lyric songs of high order are scattered through the pastorals, and the famous Palinode on Man is embedded in the third book as follows. I truly know how men are born and whither they shall go. I know that like to silkworms of 1 year, or like a kind and wronged lover's tear, or on the pathless waves a rudder's dint, or like the little sparks of a flint, or like to thin round cakes with cost perfumed, or fireworks only made to be consumed. I know that such is man, and all that trust in that weak piece of animated dust. The silkworm droops, the lover's tears soon shed, the ship's way quickly lost, the sparkle dead. The cake burns out in haste, the fireworks done, and man as soon as these as quickly gone. Little is known of Browne's life. He was a native of Tavistock, Devonshire, born, it is thought, in 1591, the son of Thomas Browne, who is supposed by Prince in his Worthies of Devon to have belonged to a knightly family. According to Wood, who says he had a great mind in a little body, he was sent to Exeter College, Oxford, about the beginning of the reign of James I. Leaving Oxford without a degree, he was admitted in 1612 to the Inner Temple, London, and a little later he is discovered at Oxford, engaged as private tutor to Robert Dormer, afterward Earl of Carnarvon. In 1624 he received his degree of Master of Arts from Oxford. He appears to have settled in Dorking, and after 1640 nothing more is heard of him. Wood thinks he died in 1645, but there is an entry in the Tavistock Register, dated March 27, 1643, and reading, "William Browne was buried on that day." That he was devoted to the streams, dales, and downs of his native Devonshire is shown in the Pastorals, where he sings, "Hail, thou my native soil, thou blessed plot whose equal all the world affordeth not. Show me who can so many crystal rills, such sweet-clothed valleys or aspiring hills, such wood-ground, pastures, quarries, wealthy mines, such rocks in whom the diamond fairy shines." And in another place he says, "And Tavy in my rhymes challenge adieu. Let it thy glory be that famous Drake and I were born by thee." The first book of Britannia's Pastorals was written before its author was 20 and was published in 1631. The second book appeared in 1616, and both were reprinted in 1625. The third book was not published during Browne's life. The Shepherd's Pipe was published in 1614, and The Inner Temple Masque, written on the story of Ulysses and Circe for representation in 1614, was first published in Thomas Davies' edition of Browne's work, 3 volumes, 1772. 2 critical editions of value have been brought out in recent years, one by W. Carew Hazlitt, London 1868-69, and the other by Gordon Goodwin and A. H. Bullen, 1894. In the third song of the second book, says Mr. Bullen in his preface, there is a description of a delightful grove perfumed with odoriferous buds and herbs of price, where fruits hang in gallant clusters from the trees, and birds tune their notes to the music of running water, so fair a pleasaunce, that you are fain, where you last walked, to turn and walk again. A generous reader might apply that description to Browne's poetry. He might urge that breezes which blew down these leafy alleys and over those trim parterres were not more grateful than the fragrance exhaled from the pastorals, that the brooks and burbs babble and twitter in the printed pages not less blithely than in that western paradise. What so pleasant as to read of May games, true love knots, and shepherds piping in the shade, of pixies and fairy circles, of rustic bridals and junketings, of angling, hunting the squirrel, nut-gathering. Of such subjects William Browne treats, singing like the shepherd in the Arcadia, as though he would never grow old. He was a happy poet. It was his good fortune to grow up among wholesome surroundings whose gracious influences sank into his spirit. He loved the hills and dales round Tavistock, and lovingly described them in his verse. Frequently he indulges in descriptions of sunrise and sunset. They leave no vivid impression, but charm the reader by their quiet beauty. It cannot be denied that his fondness for simple, homely images sometimes led him to sheer fatuity, and candid admirers must also admit that, despite his study of simplicity, he could not refrain from hunting, as the manner was, after far-fetched, outrageous conceits. Browne is a poet's poet. Drayton, Wither, Herbert, and John Davies of Hereford wrote his praises. Mrs. Browning includes him in her Vision of Poets, where she says, "Drayton and Browne, With smiles they drew from outward nature, still kept new from their own inward nature true. Milton studied him carefully, and just as his influence is perceived in the works of Keats, so it is found in Comus and Lycidas. Browne acknowledges Spenser and Sidney as his masters, and his work shows that he loved Chaucer and Shakespeare. Circe's Charm, song from the Inner Temple Masque. Son of Erebus and Night, hie away, and aim thy flight where consort none other fowl than the bat and sullen owl. Where upon thy limber grass, poppy and mandragoras, with like simples not a few, hang for ever drops of dew. Where flows Lethe without coil softly like a stream of oil. Hie thee hither, gentle sleep, with this Greek no longer keep. Thrice I charge thee by my wand, thrice with moly from my hand do I touch Ulysses' eyes, and with the jaspis, then arise, sagest Greek. The Hunted Squirrel, from Britannia's Pastorals. Then as a nimble squirrel from the wood, ranging the hedges for his filbert food, sits pertly on a bough, his brown nuts cracking, and from the shell the sweet white kernel taking, till with their crooks and bags a sort of boys to share with him come with so great a noise that he is forced to leave a nut nigh broke, and for his life leap to a neighbour oak, thence to a beech, thence to a row of ashes. Whilst through the quagmires and red water plashes the boys run dabbling, through thick and thin, one tears his hose, another breaks his shin. This, torn and tattered, hath with much ado got by the briars, that hath lost his shoe. This drops his band, that headlong falls for haste, another cries behind for being last. With sticks and stones and many a sounding hula, the little fool with no small sport they follow, whilst he from tree to tree, from spray to spray, gets to the woods and hides him in his dray. As careful merchants do expecting stand, from Britannia's Pastorals. As careful merchants do expecting stand, after long time and merry gales of wind, upon the place where their brave ships must land, so wait I for the vessel of my mind. Upon a great adventure it is bound, whose safe return will valued be at more than all the wealthy prizes which have crowned the golden wishes of an age before. Out of the east jewels of worth she brings, the unvalued diamond of her sparkling eye wants in the treasures of all Europe's kings. And were it mine, they nor their crowns should buy. The sapphires ringed on her panting breast run as rich veins of ore about the mould, and are in sickness with a pale possessed, so true for them I should disvalue gold. The melting rubies on her cherry lip are of such power to hold, that as one day Cupid flew thirsty by, he stopped to sip, and, fastened there, could never get away. The sweets of candy are no sweets to me where hers I taste, nor the perfumes of price, robbed from the happy shrubs of Araby, as her sweet breath so powerful to entice. O hasten then, if thou be not gone unto that wicked traffic through the main, my powerful sigh shall quickly drive thee on, and then begin to draw thee back again. If, in the mean, rude waves have it oppressed, it shall suffice, I ventured at the best. Song of the Sirens, from the Inner Temple Masque. Steer hither, steer your winged pines, all beaten mariners. Here lie love's undiscovered mines, a prey to passengers. Perfumes far sweeter than the best, which make the phoenix's urn and nest. Fear not your ships, nor any to oppose you save our lips, but come on shore, where no joy dies till love hath gotten more. For swelling waves are panting breasts, where never storms arise. Exchange, and be awhile our guests, for stars, gaze on our eyes. The compass love shall hourly sing, and as he goes about the ring, we will not miss to tell each point he nameth with a kiss. Then come on shore, where no joy dies till love hath got him more. An Epistle on Parting, from Epistles. Dear soul, the time is come, and we must part. Yet, ere I go, in these lines read my heart. A heart so just, so loving, and so true, so full of sorrow and so full of you, that all I speak or write or pray or mean, and, which is all I can, all that I dream, is not without a sigh, a thought of you, and as your beauties are, so they are true. 7 summers now are fully spent and gone, since first I loved you, and you alone. And should mine eyes as many hundreds see, yet none but you should claim a right in me, a right so placed that time shall never hear of one so vowed, or any loved so dear. When I am gone, if ever prayers moved you, relate to none that I so well have loved you. For all that know your beauty and desert would swear he never loved that knew to part. Why part we then? That spring, which but this day met some sweet river, in his bed can play, and with dimpled cheeks smile at their bliss, who never know what separation is. The amorous vine with wanton interlaces clips still rough the elm in her kind embraces. Doves with their doves sit billing in the groves, and woo the lesser birds to sing their loves, whilst hapless we in griefful absence sit, yet dare not ask a hand to lessen it. Sonnets to Celia. Fairest, when by the rules of psalmistry you took my hand to try if you could guess, by lines therein, if any weight there be ordained to make me know some happiness, I wished that those characters could explain, whom I will never wrong, with hope to win, or that by them a copy might be ta'en, by you alone, what thoughts I have within. But since the hand of nature did not set, as providently loath to have it known, the means to find that hidden alphabet, mine eyes shall be the interpreters alone. By them conceive my thoughts, and tell me, fair, if now you see her that doth love me there. Were't not for you, here should my pen have rest, and take a long leave of sweet poesy. Britannia's swains, and rivers far by west, should hear no more my oaten melody. Yet shall the song I sung of them a while unperfect lie, and make no further known the happy loves of this our pleasant isle, till I have left some record of mine own. You are the subject now, and, writing you, I well may versify, not poetize. Here needs no fiction, for the grace is true and virtues clip not with base flatteries. Here should I write what you deserve of praise, others might wear, but I should win the bays. Fairest, when I am gone, as now the glass of time is marked how long I have to stay, let me entreat you, ere from hence I pass, perhaps from you for ever more away, think that no common love hath fired my breast, no base desire, but virtue truly known, which I may love and wish to have possessed, were you the highest and fairest of any one. 'Tis not your lovely eye enforcing flames, nor a beauteous red beneath a snowy skin, that so much binds me yours, or makes your fames, as the pure light and beauty shrined within. Yet outward parts I must affect of duty, as for the smell we like the rose's beauty. End of section 24. Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 25. Selected Poems by Henry Howard Brownell, 1820 to 1872. This poet, prominent among those who gained their chief inspiration from the stirring events of the Civil War, was born in Providence, Rhode Island, February 6, 1820, and died in East Hartford, Connecticut, October 31, 1872. He was graduated at Trinity College, Hartford, studied law, and was admitted to the bar, but instead of the legal profession adopted that of a teacher and made his home in Hartford, which was the residence of his uncle, the Bishop of Connecticut. Although Mr. Brownell soon became known as a writer of verse, both grave and humorous, it was not till the coming on of the Civil War that his muse found truest and noblest expression. With a poet's sensitiveness, he foresaw the coming storm, and predicted it in verse that has the ring of an ancient prophet, and when the crash came he sang of the great deeds of warriors in the old heroic strain. Many of these poems, like Annus Memorabilis and Coming, were born of the great passion of patriotism which took possession of him, and were regarded only as the visions of a heated imagination. But when the storm burst it was seen that he had the true vision. As the dreadful drama unrolled, Brownell rose to greater issues, and became the war poet par excellence, the vigorous chronicler of great actions. He was fond of the sea, and ardently longed for the opportunity to witness, if not to participate in, a sea fight. His desire was gratified in a singular way. He had printed in a Hartford paper a very felicitous verification of Farragut's general orders in the fight at the mouth of the Mississippi. This attracted Farragut's attention, and he took steps to learn the name of the author. When it was given, Commodore Farragut, he was not then admiral, offered Mr. Brownell the position of master's mate on board the Hartford, and attached the poet to him in the character of a private secretary. Thus he was present at the fight of Mobile Bay. After the war he accompanied the admiral in his cruise in European waters. Although Brownell was best known to the country by his descriptive poems, The River Fight and The Bay Fight, which appear in his volume of collected works, War's Lyrics, his title to be considered a true poet does not rest on these only. He was unequal in his performance, and occasionally was betrayed by grotesque humor into disregard of dignity and finish, but he had both the vision and the lyric grace of the builder of lasting verse. Annus Memorabilis, Congress 1860-61. Stand strong and calm as fate, not a breath of scorn or hate, of taunt for the base, or of menace for the strong, since our fortunes must be sealed on that old and famous field where the right is set in battle with the wrong. 'Tis coming, with the loom of Khamsin or Simoom, the tempest that shall try if we are of God or no. Its roar is in the city, and they there be which cry, Let us cower, and the storm may overblow. Now, nay, stand firm and fast, that was a spiteful blast. This is not a war of men, but of angels good and ill. 'Tis hell that storms at heaven, 'tis the black and deadly seven, sworn 'gainst the shining ones to work their damned will. How the ether glooms and burns, as the tide of combat turns, and the smoke and dust above it whirl and float. It eddies and it streams, and, certes, oft it seems as the sins had the seraphs fairly by the throat. But we all have read, in that legend grand and dead, how Michael and his host met the serpent and his crew. Naught has reached us of the fight, but if I have dreamed aright, 'twas a loud one and a long, as ever thundered through. Right stiffly, past a doubt, the dragon fought it out, and his angels, each and all, did for Tophet their devoir. There was crack of iron wings, and whirl of scorpion stings, hiss of bifid tongues, and the pit in full uproar. But, naught thereof enscrolled, in one brief line 'tis told, calm as dew, the apocalyptic pen, that on the infinite shore their place was found no more. God send the like on this our earth. Amen. Houghton Mifflin and Company, Boston. Words for the Hallelujah Chorus. Old John Browne lies a-mouldering in the grave. Old John Browne lies slumbering in his grave. But John Browne's soul is marching with the brave. His soul is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is marching on. He has gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He is sworn as a private in the ranks of the Lord. He shall stand at Armageddon with his brave old sword, when heaven is marching on. He shall file in front where the lines of battle form. He shall face to front when the squares of battle form. Time with the column and charge in the storm, where men are marching on. Ah, foul tyrants, do ye hear him where he comes? Ah, black traitors, do ye know him as he comes? In thunder of the cannon and roll of the drums, as we go marching on. Men may die and moulder in the dust. Men may die and arise again from dust. Shoulder to shoulder in the ranks of the just, when heaven is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is marching on. Coming, April 1861. World, art thou ware of a storm? Hark to the ominous sound, how the far-off gales their battle form, and the great sea swells feel ground. It comes, the typhoon of death, nearer and nearer it comes, the horizon thunder of cannon breath and the roar of angry drums. Hurtle, terror sublime, swoop o'er the land today, so the mist of wrong and crime, the breath of our evil time, be swept as by fire away. Psychara. The wind of an autumn midnight is moaning around my door. The curtains wave at the window, the carpet lifts on the floor. There are sounds like startled footfalls in the distant chambers now, and the touching of airy ringers is busy on hand and brow. 'Tis thus, in the soul's dark dwelling, by the moody host unsought, through the chambers of memory wander the invisible airs of thought. For it bloweth where it listeth, with a murmur loud or low. Whence it cometh, whither it goeth, none tell us, and none may know. Now wearying round the portals of the vacant, desolate mind, as the doors of a ruined mansion that creak in the cold night wind, and anon an awful memory sweeps o'er it fierce and high, like the roar of a mountain forest when the midnight gale goes by. Then its voice subsides in wailing, and, ere the dawn of day, murmuring fainter and fainter, in the distance dies away. Suspiria Noctis. Reading and reading. Little is the gain long dwelling with the minds of dead men leaves. List rather to the melancholy rain, dropping from the eaves. Still the old tale, how hardly worth the telling. Hark to the wind, again that mournful sound, that all night long, around this lonely dwelling, moans like a dying hound. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 26. Selected Poems by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Part 1. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, 1809 through 1861. Interesting to step back 60 years into the lives of Miss Mitford and her dear young friend, Miss Barrett, when the S's of authoresses and poetesses and editresses and hermitesses make the pages sibilant, when books of beauty and keepsakes and the extraordinary methods of Finden's tableau make us wonder that literature survived, when Mr. Kenyon, taking Miss Mitford to the giraffes and the diorama, called for, quote, Miss Barrett, a hermitess in Gloucester Place, who reads Greek as I do French, who has published some translations from Aeschylus, and some most striking poems. Our sweet Miss Barrett, to think of virtue and genius is to think of her. End quote. Of her own life, Mrs. Browning writes, quote, As to stories, my story amounts to the knife grinder's, with nothing at all for a catastrophe. A bird in a cage would have as good a story. Most of my events and nearly all my intense pleasure have passed in my thoughts. End quote. She was born at Burn Hall, Durham, on March 6, 1809, and passed a happy childhood and youth in her father's country house at Hope End, Herefordshire. She was remarkably precocious, reading Homer in the original at 8 years of age. She said that in those days, quote, the Greeks were her demigods. She dreamed more of Agamemnon than of Moses, her black pony. I wrote verses very early, at 8 years old and earlier, but what is less common, the early fancy turned into a will and remained with me. End quote. At 17 years of age, she published the Essay on Mind and translated the Prometheus of Aeschylus. Some years later, the family removed to London, and here Elizabeth, on account of her continued delicate health, kept in her room for months at a time. The shock following on the death of her brother, who was drowned before her eyes in Torquay, whither she had gone for rest, completely shattered her physically. Now her life of seclusion in her London home began. For years she lay upon a couch in a large, comfortably darkened room, seeing only the immediate members of her family and a few privileged friends, and spending her days in writing and study, reading, Miss Mitford says, almost every book worth reading in almost every language. Here Robert Browning met her. They were married in 1846, against the will of her father. Going abroad immediately, they finally settled in Florence at the Casa Guidi, made famous by her poem bearing the same name. Their home became the center of attraction to visitors in Florence, and many of the finest minds in the literary and artistic world were among their friends. Hawthorne, who visited them, describes Mrs. Browning as, quote, a pale, small person, scarcely embodied at all, and at any rate only substantial enough to put forth her slender fingers to be grasped, and to speak with a shrill yet sweet tenuity of voice. It is wonderful to see how small she is, how pale her cheek, how bright and dark her eyes. There is not such another figure in the world, and her black ringlets cluster down her neck and make her face look whiter. End quote. She died in Florence on the 30th of June, 1861, and the citizens of Florence placed a tablet to her memory on the walls of Casa Guidi. The life and personality of Elizabeth Barrett Browning seem to explain her poetry. It is a life, quote, without a catastrophe, end quote, except perhaps to her devoted father. And it is to this father's devotion that some of Mrs. Browning's poetical sins are due, for by him she was so pampered and shielded from every outside touch that all the woes common to humanity grew for her into awful tragedies. Her life was abnormal and unreal, an unreality that passed more or less into everything she did. Indeed, her resuscitation after meeting Robert Browning would mount into a miracle, unless it were realized that nothing in her former life had been quite as woeful as it seemed. That Mrs. Browning was a woman of real genius, even Edward Fitzgerald allowed, and in speaking of Shelley, Walter Savage Landor said, quote, with the exception of Burns, he, Shelley, and Keats were inspired with a stronger spirit of poetry than any other poet since Milton. I sometimes fancy that Elizabeth Barrett Browning comes next. End quote. This is very high praise from very high authority, but none too high for Mrs. Browning, for her best work has the true lyric ring, that spontaneity of thought and expression which comes when the singer forgets himself in his song and becomes tuneful under the stress of the moment's inspiration. All of Mrs. Browning's work is buoyed up by her luxurious and overflowing imagination. With all its imperfections of technique, its lapses of taste and faults of expression, it always remains poetry, throbbing with passion and emotion, and rich in color and sound. She wrote because she must. Her own assertions notwithstanding, one cannot think of Mrs. Browning as sitting down in cold blood to compose a poem according to fixed rules of art. This is the secret of her shortcomings. It is also the source of her strength, and in her best work raises her high above those who, with more technical skill, have less of the true poet's divine fire and overflowing imagination. So, in the Sonnets from the Portuguese, written at a time when her woman's nature was thrilled to its very depths by the love of her, quote, most gracious singer of high poems, end quote, and put forth as translations from another writer and tongue, in these her imperfections drop away, and she soars to marvelous heights of song. Such a lyric outburst as this, which reveals with magnificent frankness the innermost secrets of an ardently loving woman's heart, is unequaled in literature. Here the woman poet is strong and sane. Here she is free from obscurity and mannerisms, and from grotesque rhymes. She has stepped out from her life of visions and of morbid woes into a life of wholesome reality and of sweet reasonableness. Their literary excellence is due also to the fact that in the sonnet Mrs. Browning was held to a rigid form, and was obliged to curb her imagination and restrain her tendency to diffuseness of expression. Mr. Saintsbury goes so far as to say that the sonnet beginning, quote, "If thou wilt love me, let it be for naught except for love's sake only," end quote, does not fall far short of Shakespeare. Aurora Leigh gives rise to the old question, is it advisable to turn a 3-volume novel into verse? Yet Landor wrote about it, quote, "I am reading a poem full of thought and fascinating with fancy." Mrs. Browning's Aurora Leigh. In many places there is the wild imagination of Shakespeare. I am half drunk with it. Never did I think I should have a good draught of poetry again, end quote. Ruskin somewhere considered it the greatest poem of the 19th century, quote, "with enough imagination to set up a dozen lesser poets," end quote. And Stedman calls it, quote, "a representative and original creation, representative in a versatile, kaleidoscopic presentment of modern life and issues, original because the most idiosyncratic of its author's poems. An audacious speculative freedom pervades it, which smacks of the new world rather than the old. Aurora Leigh is a mirror of contemporary life, while its learned and beautiful illustrations make it almost a handbook of literature and the arts. Although a most uneven production, full of ups and downs, of capricious and prosaic episodes, it nevertheless contains poetry as fine as its author has given us elsewhere, and enough spare inspiration to set up a dozen smaller poets. The flexible verse is noticeably her own, and often handled with as much spirit as freedom." End quote. Mrs. Browning herself declared in the most mature of her works, quote, "and the one into which my highest convictions upon life and art have entered." End quote. Consider this. For it is not in mere death that men die most, and after our first girding of the loins in youth's fine linen and fair broidery, to run uphill and meet the rising sun, we are apt to sit tired, patient as a fool, while others gird us with the violent bands of social figments, feints, and formalisms, reversing our straight nature, lifting up our base needs, keeping down our lofty thoughts, head downwards on the cross sticks of the world. Yet he can pluck us from that shameful cross. God, set our feet low and our foreheads high, and teach us how a man was made to walk. Or this. I've waked and slept through many nights and days since then, but still that day will catch my breath like a nightmare. There are fatal days indeed, in which the fibrous years have taken root so deeply that they quiver to their tops whene'er you stir the dust of such a day. Again, passion is but something suffered after all, while art sets action on the top of suffering. And this: nothing is small, no lily-muffled hum of summer bee but finds some coupling with the spinning stars, no pebble at your foot but proves a sphere, earth's crammed with heaven, and every common bush afire with God, but only he who sees takes off his shoes. Among Mrs. Browning's smaller poems, Crowned and Buried is, notwithstanding serious defects of technique, one of the most virile things she has written. Indeed, some of her finest lines are to be found in it. In The Cry of the Children and in Cowper's Grave, the pathos is most true and deep. Lord Walter's Wife is an even more courageous vindication of the feminine essence than Aurora Leigh, and her Vision of Poets is said to vie in beauty with Tennyson's own. The fine thought and haunting beauty of A Musical Instrument, with its matchless climax, need not be dwelt on. During her 15 years' residence in Florence, she threw herself with great enthusiasm into Italian affairs, and wrote some political poems of varying merit, whose interest necessarily faded away when the occasion passed. But among those poems inspired by the struggle for freedom, Casa Guidi Windows comes close to the Sonnets from the Portuguese and Aurora Leigh, and holds an enduring place for its high poetry, its musical sonorous verse, and the sustained intellectual vigor of composition. Her volume of Last Poems contains, among much inferior matter, some of her finest and most touching work, as A Musical Instrument, The Forced Recruit, and Mother and Poet. Peter Bain says of her in his Great Englishwomen, quote, "In melodiousness and splendor of poetic gift, Miss Browning stands first among women. She may not have the knowledge of life, the insight into character, the comprehensiveness of some, but we must all agree that a poet's far more essential qualities are hers: usefulness, fervor, a noble aspiration, and above all a tender, far-reaching nature, loving and beloved, and touching the hearts of her readers with some virtue from its depths. She seemed even in her life something of a spirit, and her view of life's sorrow and shame, of its hardy and eternal hope, is something like that which one might imagine a spirit's to be." End quote. Whether political or sociological or mystical or sentimental or impossible, there is about all that Miss Browning has written an enduring charm of picturesqueness, of romance, and of a pure enthusiasm for art. "Art for art," she cries, "and good for God, himself the essential good. We'll keep our aims sublime, our eyes erect, although our woman hands should shake and fail." This was her achievement. Her hands did not fail. Her husband's words will furnish, perhaps, the best conclusion to this slight study. Quote, "You are wrong," he said, "quite wrong. She has genius. I am only a painstaking fellow. Can't you imagine a clever sort of angel who plots and plans and tries to build up something? He wants to make you see it as he sees it, shows you one point of view, carries you off to another, hammering into your head the thing he wants you to understand. And whilst this bother is going on, God Almighty turns you off a little star. That's the difference between us. The true creative power is hers, not mine." End quote. Selected Poems. A Musical Instrument. What was he doing, the great god Pan, down in the reeds by the river? Spreading ruin and scattering ban, splashing and paddling with hooves of a goat, and breaking the golden lilies afloat with the dragonfly on the river. He tore out a reed, the great god Pan, from the deep cool bed of the river. The limpidly water turbidly ran, and the broken lilies a-dying lay, and the dragonfly had fled away ere he brought it out of the river. High on the shore sat the great god Pan, while turbidly flowed the river, and hacked and hewed as a great god can with his hard bleak steel at the patient reed, till there was not a sign of the leaf indeed to prove it fresh from the river. He cut it short, did the great god Pan, how tall it stood in the river, then drew the pith like the heart of a man steadily from the outside ring, and notched the poor dry empty thing in holes as he sat by the river. "This is the way," laughed the great god Pan, laughed while he sat by the river. "The only way since gods began to make sweet music they could succeed." Then, dropping his mouth to a hole in the reed, he blew in power by the river. Sweet, 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 O Pan, piercing sweet by the river. Blinding sweet, O great god Pan, the sun on the hill forgot to die, and the lilies revived, and the dragon-fly came back to dream on the river. Yet half a beast is the great god Pan, to laugh as he sits by the river, making a poet out of a man, the true gods sigh for the cost and the pain, for the reed which grows never more again as a reed with the reeds in the river. My Heart and I. Enough! We're tired, my heart and I. We sit beside the headstone thus, and wish that name were carved for us. The moss reprints more tenderly the hard types of the mason's knife, as heaven's sweet life renews earth's life, with which we're tired, my heart and I. You see, we're tired, my heart and I. We dealt with books, we trusted men, and in our own blood drenched the pen, as if such colors could not fly. We walked too straight for fortune's end, we loved too true to keep a friend. At last we're tired, my heart and I. How tired we feel, my heart and I. We seem of no use in the world. Our fancies hang gray and uncurled about men's eyes indifferently. Our voice, which thrilled you so, will let you sleep. Our tears are only wet. What do we here, my heart and I? So tired, my heart and I. It was not thus in that old time when Ralph sat with me 'neath the lime to watch the sunset from the sky. "Dear love, you're looking tired," he said. I, smiling at him, shook my head. 'Tis now we're tired, my heart and I. So tired, my heart and I, though none now takes me on his arm to fold me close and kiss me warm, till each quick breath end in a sigh of happy languor. Now, alone, we lean upon this graveyard stone, uncheered, unkissed, my heart and I. Tired out we are, my heart and I. Suppose the world brought diadems to tempt us, crusted with loose gems of powers and pleasures. Let it try. We scarcely care to look at even a pretty child, or God's blue heaven, we feel so tired, my heart and I. Yet who complains? My heart and I? In this abundant earth, no doubt, is little room for things worn out. Disdain them, break them, throw them by. And if before the days grew rough we once were loved, used, well enough I think we've fared, my heart and I. From Caterina to Camoens. Dying in his absence abroad, and referring to the poem in which he recorded the sweetness of her eyes. On the door you will not enter, I have gazed too long. Adieu. Hope withdraws her peradventure. Death is near me, and not you. Come, O lover, close and cover these poor eyes you called, I ween, sweetest eyes were ever seen. When I heard you sing that burden in my vernal days and bowers, other praises disregarding, I but hearkened that of yours, only saying in heart playing, blessed eyes mine eyes have been, if the sweetest his have seen. But all changes. At this vesper, cold the sun shines down the door. If you stood there, would you whisper, love, I love you, as before? Death pervading now and shading eyes you sang of, that yestereen, as the sweetest ever seen? Yes, I think, were you beside them, near the bed I die upon, though their beauty you denied them, as you stood there looking down, you would truly call them duly, for the love's sake found therein, sweetest eyes were ever seen. And if you looked down upon them, and if they looked up to you, all the light which has forgone them would be gathered back anew. They would truly be as duly love transformed to beauty's sheen, sweetest eyes were ever seen. But, ah me, you only see me in your thoughts of loving man, smiling soft perhaps and dreamy through the wavings of my fan, and unweeding go repeating in your reverie serene, sweetest eyes were ever seen. O my poet, O my prophet, when you praised their sweetness so, did you think in singing of it that it might be near to go? Had you fancies from their glances that the grave would quickly screen, sweetest eyes were ever seen? No reply. The fountain's warble in the courtyard sounds alone. As the water to the marble, so my heart falls with a moan, from love sighing to this dying. Death forerunneth love to win, sweetest eyes were ever seen. Will you come, when I'm departed, where all sweetnesses are hid, where thy voice, my tender-hearted, will not lift up either lid? Cry, O lover, love is over. Cry beneath the cypress green, sweetest eyes were ever seen. When the Angelus is ringing near the convent, will you walk and recall the choral singing which brought angels down our talk? Spirit shriven, I viewed heaven till you smiled. Is earth unclean, sweetest eyes were ever seen? When beneath the palace lattice you ride slow as you have done, and you see a face there that is not the old familiar one, will you oftly murmur softly, here ye watched me morn and e'en, sweetest eyes were ever seen? When the palace ladies, sitting round your gittern, shall have said, poets, sing those verses written for the lady who is dead, will you tremble, yet dissemble, or sing hoarse with tears between, sweetest eyes were ever seen? Sweetest eyes? How sweet in flowings the repeated cadence is. Though you sang 100 poems, still the best one would be this. I can hear it twixt my spirit and the earth noise intervene. Sweetest eyes were ever seen. But now, yet unremoved, up to heaven they glisten fast. You may cast away, beloved, in your future all my past. Such old phrases may be praises for some fairer bosom queen, sweetest eyes were ever seen. Eyes of mine, what are ye doing? Faithless, faithless, praised amiss if a tear be on your showing dropped for any hope of his. Death has boldness besides coldness, if unworthy tears demean, sweetest eyes were ever seen. I will look out to his future, I will bless it till it shine. Should he ever be a suitor unto sweeter eyes than mine, sunshine gild them, angels shield them, whatsoever eyes terrene be the sweetest his have seen. The sleep. He giveth his beloved sleep. Psalm 127, verse 2. Of all the thoughts of God that are borne inward into souls afar along the psalmist's music deep, Now tell me if that any is, for gift or grace, surpassing this, he giveth his beloved sleep. What would we give to our beloved? The hero's heart to be unmoved, the poet's star-tuned harp to sweep, the patriot's voice to teach and rouse, the monarch's crown to light the brows? He giveth his beloved sleep. What do we give to our beloved? A little faith all undisproved, a little dust to overweep, and bitter memories to make the whole earth blasted for our sake? He giveth his beloved sleep. Sleep soft, beloved, we sometimes say, who have no tune to charm away sad dreams that through the eyelids creep. But never doleful dream again shall break the happy slumber when he giveth his beloved sleep. O earth, so full of dreary noises, O men with wailing in your voices, O delved gold the whalers heap, O strife, O curse that o'er it fall, God strikes a silence through you all, and giveth his beloved sleep. His dews drop mutely on the hill, his cloud above it saileth still, though on its slope men sow and reap. More softly than the dew is shed, or cloud is floated overhead, he giveth his beloved sleep. Aye, men may wonder while they scan a living, thinking, feeling man, confirmed in such a rest to keep. But angels say, and through the word I think their happy smile is heard, he giveth his beloved sleep. For me, my heart that erst did go most like a tired child at a show, that sees through tears the murmurs leap, would now its wearied vision close, would childlike on his love repose, who giveth his beloved sleep. And friends, dear friends, when it shall be that this low brow is gone from me, and round my bier ye come to weep, let one most loving of you all say, not a tear must o'er her fall, he giveth his beloved sleep. The Cry of the Children. 1. Do ye hear the children weeping, O my brothers, ere the sorrow comes with years? They are leaning their young heads against their mothers, and that cannot stop their tears. The young lambs are bleating in the meadows. The young birds are chirping in the nest. The young fawns are playing with the shadows. The young flowers are blowing toward the west. But the young children, O my brothers, they are weeping bitterly. They are weeping in the playtime of the others, in the country of the free. 2. Do you question the young children in their sorrow, why their tears are falling so? The old man may weep for his tomorrow, which is lost in long ago. The old tree is leafless in the forest. The old year is ending in the frost. The old wound if stricken is the sorest. The old hope is hardest to be lost. But the young children, O my brothers, do you ask them why they stand weeping sore before the bosoms of their mothers in our happy fatherland? 3. They look up with their pale and sunken faces, and their looks are sad to see, for the man's hoary anguish draws and presses down the cheeks of infancy. Your old earth, they say, is very dreary. Our young feet, they say, are very weak. Few paces have we taken, yet are weary. Our grave rest is very far to seek. Ask the aged why they weep, and not the children, for the outside earth is cold, and we young ones stand without in our bewildering, and the graves are for the old. 4. True, say the children, it may happen that we die before our time. Little Alice died last year. Her grave is shapen like a snowball in the rime. We looked into the pit prepared to take her, Was no room for any work in the close clay. From the sleep wherein she lieth, none will wake her, crying, Get up, little Alice, it is day. If you listen by that grave, in sun and shower, with your ear down, little Alice never cries. Could we see her face, be sure we should not know her, for the smile has time for growing in her eyes, and merry go her moments, lulled and shrilled in the shroud by the kirk chime. It is good when it happens, say the children, that we die before our time. 5. Alas, alas, the children, they are seeking death in life as best to have. They are binding up their hearts away from breaking with the cerement from the grave. Go out, children, from the mine and from the city. Sing out, children, as the little thrushes do. Pluck your handfuls of the meadow cowslips pretty. Laugh aloud to feel your fingers let them through. But they answer, Are your cowslips of the meadows like our weeds near the mine? Leave us quiet in the dark of the cold shadows from your pleasures fair and fine. 6. For oh, say the children, we are weary, and we cannot run or leap. If we cared for any meadows, it were merely to drop down in them and sleep. Our knees tremble sorely in the stooping. We fall upon our faces trying to go. And underneath our heavy eyelids drooping, the reddest flower would look as pale as snow. For all day we drag our burden tiring through the cold, dark underground, or all day we drive the wheels of iron in the factories round and round. 7. For all day the wheels are droning, turning, their wind comes in our faces, till our hearts turn, our heads with pulses burning, and the walls turn in their places. Turns the sky in the high window, blank and reeling, turns the long light that drops adown the wall, turn the black flies that crawl along the ceiling, all are turning all the day, and we with all. And all the day the iron wheels are droning, and sometimes we pray, Oh, ye wheels, breaking out in a mad moaning, stop, be silent for today. 8. Aye, be silent. Let them hear each other breathing for a moment, mouth to mouth. Let them touch each other's hands in a fresh wreathing of their tender human youth. Let them feel that this cold metallic motion is not all the life God fashions or reveals. Let them prove their living souls against the notion that they live in you or tender you, O wheels. Still all day the iron wheels go onward, grinding life down from its mark, and the children's souls, which God is calling sunward, spin on blindly in the dark. 9. Now tell the poor young children, O my brothers, to look up to him and pray, so the blessed one who blesseth all the others will bless them another day. They answer, Who is God that he should hear us while the rushing of the iron wheels is stirred? When we sob aloud, the human creatures near us pass by, hearing not, or answer not a word. And we hear not, for the wheels in their resounding, strangers speaking at the door. Is it likely God, with angels singing round him, hears our weeping any more? 10. 2 words indeed of praying we remember, and at midnight's hour of harm, Our Father, looking upward in the chamber, we say softly for a charm. We know no other words except Our Father, and we think that in some pause of angels' song God may pluck them with the silence sweet together, and hold both within his right hand, which is strong. Our Father, if he heard us, he would surely, for they call him good and mild, answer, smiling down the steep world very purely, Come and rest with me, my child. 11. But no, say the children, weeping faster, he is speechless as a stone, and they tell us of his image is the master who commands us to work on. Go to, say the children. Up in heaven, dark wheel-like turning clouds are all we find. Do not mock us. Grief has made us unbelieving. We look up for God, but tears have made us blind. Do you hear the children weeping and disproving, O my brothers, what ye preach? For God's possible is taught by his world's loving, and the children doubt of each. 12. And well may the children weep before you. They are weary ere they run. They have never seen the sunshine, nor the glory which is brighter than the sun. They know the grief of man without its wisdom. They sink in man's despair without its calm. Are slaves without the liberty in Christendom. Are martyrs by the pang without the palm. Are worn as if with age, yet unretrievingly the harvest of its memories cannot reap. Are orphans of the earthly love and heavenly. Let them weep. Let them weep. 13. They look up with their pale and sunken faces, and their look is dread to see, for they mind you of their angels in high places, with eyes turned on deity. How long, they say, how long, O cruel nation, will you stand to move the world on a child's heart? Stifle down with a mailed heel its palpitation, and tread onward to your throne amid the mart. Our blood splashes upward, O gold heaper, and your purple shows your path. But the child's sob in the silence curses deeper than the strong man in his wrath. End of section 26. Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 27, Selected Poems of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Part 2. Mother and Poet. On Laura Savio of Turin, a poetess and patriot whose sons were killed at Ancona and Gaeta. Dead! One of them shot by the sea in the east, and one of them shot in the west by the sea. Dead, both my boys. When you sit at the feast and are wanting a great song for Italy free, let none look at me. Yet I was a poetess only last year, and good at my art for a woman, men said. But this woman, this who is agonized here, the East Sea and West Sea rhyme on in her head forever instead. What art can a woman be good at? Oh, vain! What art is she good at, but hurting her breast with the milk teeth of babes, and a smile at the pain? Ah, boys, how you hurt! You were strong as you pressed, and I proud by that test. What art's for a woman? To hold on her knees both darlings, to feel all their arms round her throat, cling, strangle a little, to sew by degrees and broider the long clothes and neat little coat, to dream and to dote, to teach them, it stings there. I made them indeed speak plain the word country. I taught them, no doubt, that a country's a thing men should die for at need. I prated of liberty, rights, and about the tyrant cast out. And when their eyes flashed, oh, my beautiful eyes, I exulted, nay, let them go forth at the wheels of the guns, and denied not. But then the surprise when one sits quite alone, then one weeps, then one kneels. God, how the house feels! At first happy news came in gay letters, moiled with my kisses, of camp life and glory, and how they both loved me, and soon, coming home to be spoiled, in return would fan off every fly from my brow with their green laurel bough. There was triumph at Turin, Ancona was free, and someone came out of the cheers in the street with a face pale as stone to say something to me. My Guido was dead. I fell down at his feet while they cheered in the street. I bore it. Friends soothed me. My grief looked sublime as the ransom of Italy. One boy remained to be leaned on and walked with, recalling the time when the first grew immortal, while both of us strained to the height he had gained. And letters still came, shorter, sadder, more strong, writ now but in one hand. I was not to faint. One loved me for two, would be with me ere long. And Viva Italia he died for, our saint, who forbids our complaint. My nanny would add, he was safe, and aware of the presence that turned off the balls, was impressed it was Guido himself who knew what I could bear, and how 'twas impossible, quite dispossessed, to live on for the rest. On which, without pause, up the telegraph line swept smoothly the next news from Gaeta. Shot, tell his mother. Ah, ah. His, their mother, not mine. No voice says my mother again to me. What? You think Guido forgot? Are souls straight so happy that dizzy with heaven they drop earth's affections, conceive not of woe? I think not. Themselves were too lately forgiven through that love and that sorrow which reconciled so the above and below. O Christ of the 7 wounds, who look'st through the dark to the face of thy mother, consider, I pray, how we common mothers stand desolate. Mark, whose sons, not being Christ's, die with eyes turned away and no last word to say. Both boys dead? But that's out of nature. We all have been patriots, yet each house must always keep one. 'Twere imbecile hewing out roads to a wall, and when Italy's made, for what end is it done, if we have not a son? Ah, 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 when Gaeta's taken, what then? When the fair wicked queen sits no more at her sport of the fireballs of death crashing souls out of men? When the guns of Cavalli, with final retort, have cut the game short? When Venice and Rome keep their new jubilee? When your flag takes all heaven for its white, green, and red? When you have your country from mountain to sea? When King Victor has Italy's crown on his head? And I have my dead? What then? Do not mock me. Ah, ring your bells low and burn your lights faintly. My country is there, above the star pricked by the last peak of snow. My Italy's there, with my brave civic pair to disfranchise despair. Forgive me. Some women bear children in strength, and bite back the cry of their pain in self-scorn, but the birth-pangs of nations will wring us at length into wail such as this, and we sit on forlorn when the man-child is born. Dead! One of them shot by the sea in the east, and one of them shot in the west by the sea. Both my boys. If in keeping the feast you want a great song for your Italy free, let none look at me. A Court Lady. Her hair was tawny with gold, her eyes were purple with dark, her cheeks pale opal, burnt with a red and restless spark. Never was Lady of Milan nobler in name and in race, never was Lady of Italy fairer to see in the face. Never was lady on earth more true as woman and wife, larger in judgment and instinct, prouder in manners and life. She stood in the early morning and said to her maidens, "Bring that silken robe made ready to wear at the court of the king. Bring me the clasps of diamond, lucid clear of the mote. Clasp me the large at the waist, and clasp me the small at the throat. Diamonds to fasten the hair, and diamonds to fasten the sleeves, laces to drop from their rays like a powder of snow from the eaves." Gorgeous, she entered the sunlight, which gathered her up in a flame, while straight in her open carriage she to the hospital came. In she went at the door, and gazing from end to end, "Many and low are the pallets, but each is the place of a friend." Up she passed through the wards, and stood at a young man's bed, bloody the band on his brow, and livid the droop of his head. "Art thou a Lombard, my brother? Happy art thou," she cried, and smiled like Italy on him. He dreamed in her face, and died. Pale with his passing soul, she went on still to a second. He was a grave, hard man, whose years by dungeons were reckoned. Wounds in his body were sore, wounds in his life were sorer. "Art thou a Romagno?" Her eyes drove lightnings before her. Austrian and priest had joined to double and tighten the cord able to bind thee, O strong one, free by the stroke of a sword. Now be grave for the rest of us, using the life overcast to ripen our wine of the present too new in glooms of the past. Down she stepped to a pallet where lay a face like a girl's, young and pathetic with dying, a deep black hole in the curls. "Art thou from Tuscany, brother? And seest thou, dreaming in pain, thy mother stand in the piazza, searching the list of the slain?" Kind as a mother herself, she touched his cheeks with her hands. "Blessed is she who has borne thee, although she should weep as she stands." On she passed to a Frenchman, his arm carried off by a ball. Kneeling, "Oh, more than my brother, how shall I thank thee for all? Each of the heroes around us has fought for his land and line, but thou hast fought for a stranger in hate of a wrong not thine. Happy are all free peoples, too strong to be dispossessed, but blessed are those among nations who dare to be strong for the rest." Ever she passed on her way, and came to a couch where pined one with a face from Venetia, white with a hope out of mind. Long she stood and gazed, and twice she tried at the name, but 2 great crystal tears were all that faltered and came. Only a tear for Venice? She turned as in passion and loss, and stooped to his forehead and kissed it, as if she were kissing the cross. Faint with that strain of heart, she moved on then to another, stern and strong in his death. "And dost thou suffer, my brother?" Holding his hands in hers. "Out of the Piedmont lion cometh the sweetness of freedom, sweetest to live or to die on." Holding his cold, rough hands. "Well, oh, well have you done in noble, noble Piedmont, who would not be noble alone." Back he fell while she spoke. She rose to her feet with a spring. "That was a Piedmontese, and this is the court of the king." The prospect. Methinks we do as fretful children do, leaning their faces on the window pane, to sigh the glass dim with their own breath stain, and shut the sky and landscape from their view. And thus, alas, since God the Maker drew a mystic separation twixt those twain, the life beyond us and our souls in pain. We miss the prospect which we are called unto, by grief we are fools to use. Be still and strong, O man my brother, hold thy sobbing breath, and keep thy soul's large window pure from wrong, that, so as life's appointment issueth, thy vision may be clear to watch along the sunset, consummation lights of death. De Profundis. The face which, duly as the sun, rose up for me with life begun, to mark all bright hours of the day with daily love, is dimmed away, and yet my days go on, go on. The tongue, which like a stream could run smooth music from the roughest stone, and every morning with good day make each day good, is hushed away, and yet my days go on, go on. The heart, which like a staff was one for mine to lean and rest upon, the strongest on the longest day, with steadfast love, is caught away, and yet my days go on, go on. The world goes whispering to its own, this anguish pierces to the bone, and tender friends go sighing round, what love can ever cure this wound? My days go on, my days go on. The past rolls forward on the sun, and makes all night. O dreams begun, not to be ended, ended bliss, and life that will not end in this. My days go on, my days go on. Breath freezes on my lips to moan, as one alone, once not alone. I sit and knock at nature's door, heart bare, heart hungry, very poor, whose desolated days go on. I knock and cry, undone, undone. Is there no help, no comfort, none? No gleaning in the wide wheat plains, where others drive their loaded wains? My vacant days go on, go on. This nature, though the snows be down, thinks kindly of the bird in June. The little red hip on the tree is ripe for such. What is for me, whose days so winterly go on? No bird am I to sing in June, and dare not ask an equal boon. Good nests and berries red are nature's to give away to better creatures. And yet my days go on, go on. I ask less kindness to be done, only to loose these pilgrim shoon, too early worn and grimed, with sweet, cool, deathly touch to these tired feet, till days go out, which now go on. Only to lift the turf unmown from off the earth where it has grown, some cubit space, and say, behold, creep in, poor heart, beneath that fold, forgetting how the days go on. A voice reproves me thereupon, more sweet than nature's, when the drone of bees is sweetest, and more deep than when the rivers overleap the shuddering pines and thunder on. God's voice, not nature's. Night and noon he sits upon the great white throne, and listens for the creature's praise. What babble we of days and days? The day spring he, whose days go on. He reigns above, he reigns alone. Systems burn out and leave his throne. Fair mists of seraphs melt and fall around him, changeless amid all. Ancient of days, whose days go on. He reigns below, he reigns alone, and having life in love foregone beneath the crown of sovereign thorns, he reigns the jealous God. Who mourns or rules with him while days go on? By anguish which made pale the sun, I hear him charge his saints, that none among the creatures anywhere blaspheme against him with despair, however darkly days go on. Take from my head the thorn wreath brown, no mortal grief deserves that crown. O supreme love, chief misery, the sharp regalia are for thee, whose days eternally go on. For us, whatever's undergone, thou knowest, willest what is done. Grief may be joy, misunderstood. Only the good discerns the good. I trust thee while my days go on. Whatever's lost, it first was won. We will not struggle nor impugn. Perhaps the cup was broken here, that heaven's new wine might show more clear. I praise thee while my days go on. I praise thee while my days go on. I love thee while my days go on. Through dark and dearth, through fire and frost, with emptied arms and treasure lost, I thank thee while my days go on. And having in thy life depth thrown being and suffering, which are one, as a child drops some pebble small down some deep well, and hears it fall smiling, so thy days go on. The cry of the human. There is no God, the foolish saith, but none there is no sorrow. And nature oft the cry of faith in bitter need will borrow. Eyes which the preacher could not school by wayside graves are raised, and lips say, God be pitiful, who ne'er said, God be praised. Be pitiful, O God. The tempest stretches from the steep, the shadow of its coming. The beasts grow tame and near us creep, as help were in the human. Yet while the cloud wheels roll and grind, we spirits tremble under. The hills have echoes, but we find no answer for the thunder. Be pitiful, O God. The battle hurtles on the plains. Earth feels new scythes upon her. We reap our brothers for the wains, and call the harvest honor. Draw face to face, front line to line, one image all inherit, then kill, curse on by that same sign, clay, clay, and spirit, spirit. Be pitiful, O God. We meet together at the feast, to private mirth betake us. We stare down in the wine cup, lest some vacant chair should shake us. We name delight, and pledge it round. It shall be ours tomorrow. God's seraphs, do your voices sound as sad in naming sorrow? Be pitiful, O God. We sit together with the skies, the steadfast skies above us. We look into each other's eyes, and how long will you love us? The eyes grow dim with prophecy, the voices low and breathless. Till death us part. O words, to be our best for love the deathless. Be pitiful, dear God. We tremble by the harmless bed of one loved and departed. Our tears drop on the lips that said last night, Be stronger hearted. O God, to clasp those fingers close, and yet to feel so lonely, to see a light upon such brows which is the daylight only. Be pitiful, O God. The happy children come to us and look up in our faces. They ask us, was it thus and thus when we were in their places? We cannot speak. We see anew the hills we used to live in, and feel our mother's smile press through the kisses she is giving. Be pitiful, O God. We pray together at the kirk for mercy, mercy solely. Hands weary with the evil work, we lift them to the holy. The corpse is calm below our knee, its spirit bright before thee. Between them, worse than either, we, without the rest of glory. Be pitiful, O God. And soon all vision waxeth dull. Men whisper, He is dying. We cry no more, be pitiful. We have no strength for crying, no strength, no need. Then, soul of mine, look up in triumph rather. Lo, in the depth of God's divine, the Son adjures the Father. Be pitiful, O God. Romance of the Swan's Nest. Little Ellie sits alone mid the beeches of a meadow by a stream side on the grass, and the trees are showering down doubles of their leaves in shadow on her shining hair and face. She has thrown her bonnet by, and her feet she has been dipping in the shallow water's flow. Now she holds them nakedly in her hands, all sleek and dripping, while she rocketh to and fro. Little Ellie sits alone, and the smile she softly uses fills the silence like a speech, while she thinks what shall be done, and the sweetest pleasure chooses for her future within reach. Little Ellie, in her smile, chooseth, I will have a lover riding on a steed of steeds. He shall love me without guile, and to him I will discover that swan's nest among the reeds. And the steed shall be red roan, and the lover shall be noble, with an eye that takes the breath. And the lute he plays upon shall strike ladies into trouble, as his sword strikes men to death. And the steed, it shall be shod all in silver, housed in azure, and the mane shall swim the wind. And the hoofs along the sod shall flash onward and keep measure, till the shepherds look behind. But my lover will not prize all the glory that he rides in when he gazes in my face. He will say, O love, thine eyes build the shrine my soul abides in, and I kneel here for thy grace. Then he shall kneel low, with the red roan steed anear him, which shall seem to understand, till I answer, Rise and go, for the world must love and fear him whom I gift with heart and hand. Then he will arise so pale, I shall feel my own lips tremble with a yes I must not say. Nathless maiden brave, farewell I will utter and dissemble, light tomorrow with today. Then he'll ride among the hills to the wide world, past the river, there to put away all wrong, to make straight distorted wills, and to empty the broad quiver which the wicked bear along. 3 times shall a young foot-page swim the stream and climb the mountain, and kneel down beside my feet. Lo, my master sends this gage, lady, for thy pity's counting. What wilt thou exchange for it? And the first time I will send a white rosebud for the guerdon, and the second time a glove. But the third time I may bend from my pride and answer, Pardon, if he come to take my love. Then the foot-page will run, then my lover will ride faster, till he kneeleth at my knee. I am a duke's eldest son, 1,000 serfs do call me master, but, O love, I love but thee. He will kiss me on the mouth then, and lead me as a lover through the crowds that praise his deeds, and when soul-tied by one troth, unto him I will discover that swan's nest among the reeds. Little Ellie, with her smile not yet ended, rose up gaily, tied the bonnet, donned the shoe, and went homeward round a mile, just to see, as she did daily, what more eggs were with the 2. Pushing through the elm-tree copse winding by the stream, light-hearted, where the osier pathway leads, past the boughs she stoops and stops. Lo, the wild swan had deserted, and a rat had gnawed the reeds. Ellie went home sad and slow. If she found the lover ever with his red roan steed of steeds, sooth I know not. But I know she could never show him, never, that swan's nest among the reeds. The best thing in the world. What's the best thing in the world? June rose by May dew impearled. Sweet south wind, that means no rain. Truth, not cruel to a friend. pleasure not in haste to end, beauty not self-decked and curled till its pride is overplain, light that never makes you wink, memory that gives no pain, love when so you're loved again. What's the best thing in the world? Something out of it, I think. Sonnets from the Portuguese. Unlike are we, unlike, O princely heart, unlike our uses and our destinies. Our ministering two angels look surprise on one another as they strike athwart their wings in passing. Thou, bethink thee, art a guest for queens to social pageantries, with gauges from 100 brighter eyes than tears even can make mine, to play thy part of chief musician. What hast thou to do with looking from the lattice lights at me, a poor, tired, wandering singer, singing through the dark and leaning up a cypress tree? The chrism is on thine head, on mine the dew, and death must dig the level where these agree. Thou hast thy calling to some palace floor, most gracious singer of high poems, where the dancers will break footing from the care of watching up thy pregnant lips for more. And dost thou lift this house's latch, too poor for hand of thine? And canst thou think and bear to let thy music drop here, unaware, in folds of golden fullness at my door? Look up and see the casement broken in, the bats and owlets builders in the roof, my cricket chirps against thy mandolin. Hush! Call no echo up in further proof of desolation. There's a voice within that weeps as thou must sing, alone, aloof. What can I give thee back, O liberal and princely giver, who hast brought the gold and purple of thine heart, unstained, untold, and laid them on the outside of the wall for such as I to take or leave withal, in unexpected largesse? Am I cold? Ungrateful? That for these most manifold high gifts I render nothing back at all? Not so, not cold, but very poor instead. Ask God who knows, for frequent tears have run the colours from my life, and left so dead and pale a stuff it were not fitly done to give the same as pillow to thy head. Go farther, let it serve to trample on. If thou must love me, let it be for naught except for love's sake only. Do not say, I love her for her smile, her look, her way of speaking gently, for a trick of thought that falls in well with mine, and certes brought a sense of pleasant ease on such a day. For these things in themselves, beloved, may be changed, or change for thee, and love so wrought may be unwrought so. Neither love me for thine own dear pities wiping my cheeks dry. A creature might forget to weep who bore thy comfort long, and lose thy love thereby. But love me for love's sake, that evermore thou mayst love on through love's eternity. First time he kissed me, he but only kissed the fingers of this hand wherewith I write. And ever since it grew more clean and white, slow to world greetings, quick with its "oh" list when the angels speak. A ring of amethyst I could not wear here plainer to my sight than that first kiss. The second passed in height the first, and sought the forehead, and half missed, half falling on the hair. Oh, beyond meed! That was the chrism of love, whose love's own crown with sanctifying sweetness did precede. The third upon my lips was folded down in perfect purple state, since when, indeed, I have been proud and said, my love, my own. I lived with visions for my company, instead of men and women, years ago, and found them gentle mates, nor thought to know a sweeter music than they played for me. But soon their trailing purple was not free of this world's dust. Their lutes did silent grow, and I myself grew faint and blind below their vanishing eyes. Then thou didst come, to be, beloved, what they seemed. Their shining fronts, their songs, their splendors, better yet the same as river water hollowed into fonts, met in thee, and from out thee overcame my soul with satisfaction of all wants, because God's gifts put man's best dreams to shame. Beloved, my beloved, when I think that thou wast in the world a year ago, what time I sat alone here in the snow, and saw no footprint, heard the silence sink no moment at thy voice, but link by link went counting all my chains, as if that so they never could fall off at any blow struck by thy possible hand. Why, thus I drink of life's great cup of wonder. Wonderful, never to feel thee thrill the day or night with personal act or speech, nor ever cull some prescience of thee with the blossoms white thou sawest growing? Atheists are as dull, who cannot guess God's presence out of sight. Because thou hast the power and ownst the grace to look through and behind this mask of me, against which years have beat thus blanchingly with their reins, and behold my soul's true face, the dim and weary witness of life's race. Because thou hast the faith and love to see, through that same soul's distracting lethargy, the patient angel waiting for his place in the new heavens. Because nor sin, nor woe, nor God's infliction, nor death's neighborhood, nor all which others viewing turn to go, nor all which makes me tired of all self-viewed, nothing repels thee. Dearest, teach me so to pour out gratitude as thou dost good. I thank all who have loved me in their hearts with thanks and love from mine. Deep thanks to all who paused a little near the prison wall to hear my music in its louder parts, ere they went onward, each one to the mart's or temple's occupation beyond call. But thou, who in my voices sink and fall, when the sob took it, thy divinest art's own instrument didst drop down at thy foot to hearken what I said between my tears. Instruct me how to thank thee, oh, to shoot my soul's full meaning into future years, that they should lend it utterance and salute love that endures with life that disappears. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seemed to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. A false step. Sweet, thou hast trod on a heart. Pass. There's a world full of men, and women as fair as thou art must do such things now and then. Thou only hast stepped unaware, malice not one can impute. And why should a heart have been there in the way of a fair woman's foot? It was not a stone that could trip, nor was it a thorn that could rend. Put up thy proud underlip, 'twas merely the heart of a friend. And yet, peradventure, one day, thou, sitting alone at the glass, remarking the bloom gone away where the smile in its dimplement was, and seeking around thee in vain, from hundreds who flattered before, such a word as, "Oh, not in the main do I hold thee less precious, but more." Thou'lt sigh, very like, on thy part. Of all I have known or can know, I wish I had only that heart I trod upon ages ago. A Child's Thought of God. They say that God lives very high, but if you look above the pines, you cannot see our God. And why? And if you dig down in the mines, you never see him in the gold, though from him all that's glory shines. God is so good, he wears a fold of heaven and earth across his face, like secrets kept, for love untold. But still I feel that his embrace slides down by thrills, through all things made, through sight and sound of every place. As if my tender mother laid on my shut lids her kisses' pressure, half waking me at night, and said, "Who kissed you through the dark, dear guesser?" Cheerfulness taught by reason. I think we are too ready with complaint in this fair world of gods. Had we no hope indeed beyond the zenith and the slope of yon grey bank of sky, we might be faint to muse upon eternity's constraint round our aspirant souls. But since the scope must widen early, it is well to droop for a few days, consumed in loss and taint. O pusillanimous heart, be comforted, and like a cheerful traveller, take the road, singing beside the hedge. What if the bread be bitter in thine inn, and thou unshod to meet the flints? At least it may be said, "Because the way is short, I thank thee, God." End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 28. Biographical Note on Robert Browning, 1812 to 1889. By E. L. Burlingame. Robert Browning was born at Camberwell on May 7, 1812, the son and grandson of men who held clerkships in the Bank of England, the one for more than 40 and the other for full 50 years. His surroundings were apparently typical of English moderate prosperity, and neither they nor his good but undistinguished family traditions furnish any basis for the theorizing of biographers, except indeed in a single point. His grandmother was a West Indian Creole, and though only of the first generation to be born away from England, seems, from the restless and adventurous life led by her brother, to have belonged to a family of the opposite type from her husband's. Whether this crossing of the imaginative westward ho strain of the English blood with the home-keeping type has to do with the production of such intensely vitalized temperaments as Robert Browning's is the only question suggested by his ancestry. It is noticeable that his father wished to go to a university, then to become an artist, both ambitions repressed by the grandfather, and that he took up his bank official's career unwillingly. He seems to have been anything but a man of routine, to have had keen and wide interests outside of his work, to have been a great reader and book collector, even an exceptional scholar in certain directions, and to have kept till old age a remarkable vivacity with unbroken health. Altogether a personality thoroughly sympathetic with that of his son, to whom this may well have been the final touch of a prosperity calculated to shake all traditional ideas of a poet's youth. Browning's education was exceptional for an English boy's. He left school at 14, and after that was taught by tutors at home, except that at 18 he took a Greek course at the London University. His training seems to have been unusually thorough for these conditions, though largely self-directed. It may be supposed that his father kept a sympathetic and intelligent guidance, wisely not too obvious. But in the main it is clear that from a very early age Browning had deliberately and distinctly in view the idea of making literature the pursuit of his life, and that he troubled himself seriously with nothing that did not help to that end, while into everything that did he seems to have thrown himself with precocious intensity. Individual anecdotes of his precocity are told by his biographers, but they are flat beside the general fact of the depth and character of his studies, and superfluous of the man who had written Pauline at 21 and Paracelsus at 22. At 18 he knew himself as a poet, and encountered no opposition in his chosen career from his father, whose kindness we must seek, as Mrs. Sutherland Orr says, not only in this first almost inevitable assent to his son's becoming a writer, but in the subsequent unfailing readiness to support him in his literary career. Paracelsus, Sordello, and the whole of Bells and Pomegranates were published at his father's expense, and, incredible as it appears, brought him no return. An aunt, Mrs. Silverthorne, paid the costs of the earlier Pauline. From this time of his earliest published work, Pauline was issued without his name in 1833, that part of the story of his life known to the public, in spite of 2 or 3 more or less elaborate biographies, is mainly the history of his writings and the record of his different residences, supplemented by less than the usual number of personal anecdotes, to which neither circumstance nor temperament contributed material. He had nothing of the attitude of the recluse, like Tennyson, but while healthily social and a man of the world about him, he was not one of whom people tell reminiscences of consequence, and he was in no sense a public personality. Little of his correspondence has appeared in print, and it seems probable that he will be fortunate, to an even greater degree than Thackeray, in living in his works and escaping the ripping up of the personal chronicler. He travelled occasionally in the next few years, and in 1838 and again in 1844 visited Italy. In that year, or early in 1845, he became engaged to Miss Elizabeth Barrett, their acquaintance beginning through a friend, her cousin, and through letters from Browning expressing admiration for her poems. Miss Barrett had then been for some years an invalid from an accident and an enforced recluse. But in September 1846 they were married, without the knowledge of her father, and almost immediately afterward, she leaving her sick room to join him, went to Paris and then to Italy, where they lived first in Genoa and afterward in Florence, which with occasional absences was their home for 14 years. Mrs. Browning died there, at Casa Guidi, in June 1861. Browning left Florence some time afterward, and in spite of his later visits to Italy, never returned there. He lived again in London in the winter, but most of his summers were spent in France, and especially in Brittany. About 1878 he formed the habit of going to Venice for the autumn, which continued, with rare exceptions, to the end of his life. There, in 1888, his son, recently married, had made his home, and there, on the 12th of December, 1889, Robert Browning died. He was buried in Westminster Abbey on the last day of the year. Pauline, A Fragment of a Confession, Browning's first published poem, was a psychological self-analysis, perfectly characteristic of the time of life at which he wrote it, very young, full of excesses of mood, of real exultation, and somewhat less real depression, the confession of a poet of 21, intensely interested in the ever-new discovery of his own nature, its possibilities and its relations. It rings very true, and has no decadent touch in it. I am made up of an intensest life, a principle of restlessness, which would be all, have, see, know, taste, feel all. This is the note that stays in the reader's mind. But the poem is psychologically rather than poetically noteworthy, except as all beginnings are so. And Browning's statement in a note in his collected poems that he acknowledged and retained it with extreme repugnance shows how fully he recognized this. In Paracelsus, his next long poem, published some 2 years later, the strength of his later work is first definitely felt. Taking for theme the life of the 16th century physician, astrologer, alchemist, conjurer, compound of Faust and Cagliostro, mixture of truth-seeker, charlatan, and dreamer, Browning makes of it the history of the soul of a feverish aspirant after the finality of intellectual power, the knowledge which should be for man the key to the universe, the tragedy of its failure, and the greater tragedy of its discovery of the barrenness of the effort, and the omission from its scheme of life of an element without which power was impotent. Yet, constituted thus and thus endowed, I failed. I gazed on power till I grew blind. Power, I could not take my eyes from that. That only, I thought, should be preserved, increased. I learned my own deep error. Love's undoing taught me the worth of love in man's estate, and what proportion love should hold with power in his right constitution. Love preceding power, and with much power always much more love. Paracelsus is the work of a man still far from maturity, but it is Browning's first use of a type of poem in which his powers were to find one of their chief manifestations, a psychological history, told with so slight an aid from an external machinery of incidents, to use his own phrase, or from conventional dramatic arrangement, as to constitute a form virtually new. This was to be notably the method of Sordello, which appeared in 1840. In a note written 23 years later to his friend Milsand, and prefixed as a dedication to Sordello in his collected works, he defined the form and its reason most exactly. The historical decoration was purposely of no more importance than a background requires, and my stress lay on the incidents in the development of a soul. Little else is worth study. This poem, with its historical decoration or background from the Guelph and Ghibelline struggles in Italy, carries out this design in a fashion that defies description or characterization. With its inexhaustible wealth of psychological suggestion, its interwoven discussion of the most complex problems of life and thought, its metaphysical speculation, it may well give pause to the reader who makes his first approach to Browning through it, and send him back, if he begins, as is likely, with the feeling of one challenged to an intellectual task, baffled by the intricacy of its ways, and without a comprehension of what it contains or leads to. Mr. Augustine Birrell says of it, "We have all heard of the young architect who forgot to put a staircase in his house, which contained fine rooms but no way of getting into them. Sordello is a poem without a staircase. The author, still in his 20s, essayed a high thing. For his subject, he singled out Sordello compassed murkily about with ravage of 6 long sad 100 years. He partially failed, and the British public, with its accustomed generosity, and in order, I suppose, to encourage the others, has never ceased girding at him because, 42 years ago, he published at his own charges a little book of 250 pages, which even such of them as were then able to read could not understand." With Sordello, however, ended for many years, until he may perhaps be said to have taken it up in a greatly disciplined and more powerful form in The Ring and the Book and others, this type and this length of the psychological poem for Browning, and now began that part of his work which is his best gift to English literature. 4 years before the publication of Sordello, he had written one play, Strafford, of which the name sufficiently indicates the subject, which had been put upon the stage with some success by Macready, the forerunner of a noble series of poems in dramatic form, most conveniently mentioned here together, though not always in chronological order. They were The Blot on the Scutcheon, perhaps the finest of those actually fitted for the stage, Colombe's Birthday, King Victor and King Charles, The Return of the Druses, Luria, A Soul's Tragedy, In a Balcony, and, though less on the conventional lines of a play than the others, perhaps the finest dramatic poem of them all, Pippa Passes, which, among the earlier, it was published in 1841, is also among the finest of all Browning's works, and touches the very highest level of his powers. Interspersed with these during the 15 years between 1840 and 1855, and following them during the next 5, appeared the greater number of the single shorter poems which make his most generally recognized, his highest, and his unquestionably permanent title to rank among the first of English poets. Manifestly, it is impossible and needless to recall any number of these here by even the briefest description, and merely to enumerate the chief among them would be to repeat a familiar catalogue, except as they illustrate the points of a later general consideration. Finally, to complete the list of Browning's works, reference is necessary to the group of books of his later years, the 2 self-called narrative poems, The Ring and the Book, with its vast length, and Red Cotton Nightcap Country, its fellow in method if not in extent. Mr. Birrell, it is worth while to quote him again as one who has not merged the appreciator in the adulator, calls The Ring and the Book a huge novel in 20,000 lines, told after the method not of Scott, but of Balzac. It tears the hearts out of a dozen characters. It tells the same story from 10 different points of view. It is loaded with detail of every kind and description. You are let off nothing. But, he adds later, if you are prepared for this, you will have your reward. For the style, though rugged and involved, is throughout, with the exception of the speeches of counsel, eloquent and at times superb. And as for the matter, if your interest in human nature is keen, curious, almost professional, if nothing man, woman, or child has been, done, or suffered, or conceivably can be, do, or suffer, is without interest for you, if you are fond of analysis and do not shrink from dissection, you will prize The Ring and the Book as the surgeon prizes the last great contribution to comparative anatomy or pathology. This is the key of the matter. The reader who has learned, through his greater work, to follow with interest the very analytic exercises and, as it were, tour de force of Browning's mind, will prize The Ring and the Book and Red Cotton Nightcap Country. Even he will prize but little the 2 Adventures of Belostian, Prince Hohenstiel Schwangau, the Inn album, and 1 or 2 others of the latest works in the same genre. But he can well do without them, and still have the inexhaustible left. The attitude of a large part of his own generation toward Browning's poetry will probably be hardly understood by the future, and is not easy to comprehend even now for those who have the whole body of his work before them. It is intelligible enough that the crude preliminary sketch Pauline should have given only the bare hint of a poet to the few dozen people who saw that it was out of the common. That Paracelsus should have carried the information, though then beyond a doubt to only a small circle, and especially that Sordello, a clear call to a few, should have sounded to even an intelligent many like an exercise in intricacy, and to the world at large like something to which it is useless to listen. Or, to look at the other end of his career, it is not extraordinary that the work of his last period, The Ring and the Book, Red Cotton Nightcap Country, those wonderful minute studies of human motive, made with the highly specialized skill of the psychical surgeon and with the confidence of another Balzac in the reader's following power, should always remain more or less esoteric literature. But when it is remembered that between these lie the most vivid and intensely dramatic series of short poems in English, those grouped in the unfortunately diverse editions of his works under the rubrics Men and Women, Dramatic Lyrics, Dramatic Romances, Dramatis Personae, and the rest, as well as larger masterpieces of the broad appeal of Pippa Passes, A Blot on the Scutcheon, or In a Balcony, it is hard to understand, and will be still harder 50 years hence, why Browning has not become the familiar and inspiring poet of a vastly larger body of readers. Undoubtedly, a large number of intelligent persons still suspect a note of affectation in the man who declares his full and intense enjoyment, not only his admiration, of Browning, a suspicion showing not only the persistence of the Sordello-born tradition of obscurity, but the harm worked by those commentators who approach him as a problem. Not all commentators share this reproach, but, as Browning makes Bishop Blougram say, "Even your prime men who appraise their kind are men still, catch a wheel within a wheel, see more in a truth than the truth's simple self, confuse themselves." And beyond question, such persons are largely responsible for the fact that for some time to come everyone who speaks of Browning to a general audience will feel that he has some cant to clear away. If he can make them read this body of intensely human, essentially simple and direct dramatic and lyrical work, he will help to bring about the time when the once popular attitude will seem as unjustifiable as to judge Goethe only by the second part of Faust. The first great characteristic of Browning's poetry is undoubtedly the essential elemental quality of its humanity, a trait in which it is surpassed by no other English poetry but that of Shakespeare. It can be subtle to a degree almost fantastic, as can Shakespeare's to an extent that familiarity makes us forget, but this is in method. The stuff of it, the texture of the fabric which the swift and intricate shuttle is weaving, is always something in which the human being is vitally, not merely aesthetically interested. It deals with no shadows and indeed with few abstractions except those that form a part of vital problems, a statement which may provoke the scoffer, but will be found to be true. A second characteristic, which, if not a necessary result of this first, would at least be impossible without it, is the extent to which Browning's poetry produces its effect by suggestion rather than by elaboration, by stimulating thought, emotion, and the aesthetic sense, instead of seeking to satisfy any one of these, especially instead of contenting itself with only soothing the last. The comparison of his poetry with, for instance, Tennyson's in this respect is instructive, if it is possibly unjust to both. And a third trait in Browning, to make an end of a dangerously categorical attempt to characterize him, follows logically from this second, its extreme compactness and concentration. Browning sometimes dwells long, even dallies, over an idea, as does Shakespeare, turns it, shows its every facet, and even then it is noticeable, as with the greater master, that every individual phrase with which he does so is practically exhaustive of the suggestiveness of that particular aspect. But commonly he crowds idea upon idea, even in his lyrics, and, strangely enough, without losing the lyric quality, each thought pressed down to its very essence, and each with that germinal power that makes the reading of him one of the most stimulating things to be had from literature. His figures, especially, are apt and telling in the very minimum of words. They say it all, like the unsurpassable Shakespearean example of the dyer's hand. And the more you think of them, the more you see that not a word could be added or taken away. It may be said that this quality of compactness is common to all genius and of the very essence of all true poetry. But Browning manifested it in a way of his own, such as to suggest that he believed in the subordination of all other qualities to it, even of melody, for instance, as may be said by his critics and admitted in many cases by even his strongest admirers. But all things are not given to one, even among the giants, and Browning's force, with its measure of melody, which is often great, has its place among others melody with its measure of force. Open at random. Here are two lines in a toccata of Galuppi's, not deficient in melody by any means. "Dear dead women, with such hair too, what's become of all the gold used to hang and brush their bosoms? I feel chilly and grown old." This is not Villon's Ballad of Dead Ladies, nor even Tennyson's Dream of Fair Women, but a master can still say a good deal in 2 lines. What is called the roughness of Browning's verse is at all events never the roughness that comes from mismanagement or disregard of the form chosen. He has an unerring ear for time and quantity, and his subordination to the laws of his metre is extraordinary in its minuteness. Of ringing lines there are many, of broadly sonorous or softly melodious ones but few. And especially, if one chooses to go into details of technique, he seems curiously without that use of the broad vowels which underlies the melody of so many great passages of English poetry. Except in the one remarkable instance of How We Carried the Good News from Ghent to Aix, there is little onomatopoeia, and almost no note of the flute, no moans of doves in immemorial elms, or lucent syrups tinct with cinnamon. On the other hand, in his management of metres, like that of Love Among the Ruins, for instance, he shows a different side. The pure lyrics in Pippa Passes and elsewhere sing themselves, and there are memorable cadences in some of the more meditative poems, like By the Fireside. The vividness and vigor and truth of Browning's embodiments of character come, it is needless to say, from the same power that has created all great dramatic work, the capacity for incarnating not a quality or an ideal, but the mixture and balance of qualities that make up the real human being. There is not a walking phantom among them, or a lay figure to hang sentiment on. A writer in the New Review said recently that of all the poets he remembered, only Shakespeare and Browning never drew a prig. It is this complete absence of the false note that gives to certain of Browning's poems the finality which is felt in all consummate works of art, great and small, the sense that they convey, if not the last word, at least the last necessary word on their subject. Andrea del Sarto is, in its way, the whole problem of the artist ideal, the weak will and the inner failure, in all times and guises. And at the other end of the gamut, nobody will ever need again to set forth Bishop Blougram's attitude, or even that of Mr. Sludge the medium. Of the informing, almost exuberant vitality of all the lyric and dramatic poems, it is needless to speak. That fairly leaps to meet the reader at every page of them, and a quality of it is their essential optimism. What is he buzzing in my ears? Now that I come to die, do I view the world as a vale of tears? Ah, reverend sir, not I. The world was never a vale of tears to Robert Browning, man or poet, but a world of men and women with plenty of red corpuscles in their blood. End of section 28. Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. Section 29. Andrea del Sarto, called The Faultless Painter, by Robert Browning. But do not let us quarrel any more. No, my Lucrezia, bear with me for once. Sit down, and all shall happen as you wish. You turn your face, but does it bring your heart? I'll work, then, for your friend's friend, never fear. Treat his own subject after his own way, fix his own time, accept to his own price, and shut the money into this small hand when next it takes mine. Will it, tenderly? Oh, I'll content him, but tomorrow, love. I often am much wearier than you think, this evening more than usual, and it seems as if, forgive now, should you let me sit here by the window with your hand in mine, and look a half-hour forth on Fiesole, both of one mind, as married people use, quietly, the evening through, I might get up tomorrow to my work cheerful and fresh as ever. Let us try. Tomorrow, how you shall be glad for this. Your soft hand is a woman of itself, and mine, the man's bared breast she curls inside. Don't count the time lost, neither. You must serve for each of the 5 pictures we require. It saves a model. So, keep looking so. my serpentining beauty, rounds on rounds. How could you ever prick those perfect ears, even to put the pearl there? Oh, so sweet. My face, my moon, my everybody's moon, which everybody looks on and calls his, and I suppose is looked on by in turn, while she looks, no one's. Very dear, no less. You smile? Why, there's my picture ready-made. There's what we painters call our harmony. A common grayness silvers everything, all in a twilight, you and I alike. You at the point of your first pride in me, that's gone, you know, but I at every point, my youth, my hope, my art being all toned down to yonder sober, pleasant fiesole. There's the bell clinking from the chapel top. That length of convent wall across the way holds the trees safer, huddled more inside. The last monk leaves the garden, days decrease, and autumn grows. Autumn in everything. Eh? The whole seems to fall into a shape, as if I saw alike my work and self, and all that I was born to be and do, a twilight piece. Love, we are in God's hand. How strange now looks the life he makes us lead. So free we seem, so fettered fast we are. I feel he laid the fetter, let it lie. This chamber, for example. Turn your head. All that's behind us. You don't understand, nor care to understand about my art. But you can hear at least when people speak, and that cartoon, the second from the door, it is the thing love, so such things should be. Behold Madonna. I am bold to say I can do with my pencil what I know, what I see, what at bottom of my heart I wish for, if I ever wish so deep. Do easily, too. When I say perfectly, I do not boast, perhaps. Yourself are judge who listened to the legate's talk last week, and just as much they used to say in France. At any rate, 'tis easy, all of it. No sketches first, no studies, that's long past. I do what many dream of all their lives. Dream, strive to do, and agonize to do, and fail in doing. I could count 20 such on twice your fingers, and not leave this town, who strive, you don't know how the others strive, to paint a little thing like that you smeared, carelessly passing with your robes afloat, yet do much less, so much less. Some one says, I know his name, no matter, so much less. Well, less is more, Lucrezia. I am judged. There burns a truer light of God in them, in their vexed, beating, stuffed and stopped-up brain, heart, or whate'er else, than goes on to prompt this low-pulsed, forthright craftsman's hand of mine. Their works drop groundward, but themselves, I know, reach many a time a heaven that's shut to me. Enter and take their place there sure enough, though they come back and cannot tell the world. My works are nearer heaven, but I sit here. The sudden blood of these men, at a word, praise them, it boils, or blame them, it boils too. I, painting from myself and to thyself, know what I do, am unmoved by men's blame or their praise either. Somebody remarks Morello's outline there is wrongly traced, his hue mistaken. What of that? Or else rightly traced and well ordered. What of that? Speak as they please, what does the mountain care? Ah, but a man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for? All is silver grey, placid and perfect with my art. The worse. I know both what I want and what might gain, and yet how profitless to know, to sigh, had I been two, another and myself, our head would have o'erlooked the world, no doubt. Yonder's a work now of that famous youth, the Urbinate, who died 5 years ago. 'Tis copied, George Vasari sent it me. Well, I can fancy how he did it all, pouring his soul with kings and popes to see, reaching that heaven might so replenish him above and through his art, for it gives way. That arm is wrongly put, and there again. A fault to pardon in the drawing's lines, its body, so to speak. Its soul is right. He meant right. That a child may understand. Still, what an arm! And I could alter it. But all the play, the insight, and the stretch, out of me, out of me. And wherefore out? Had you enjoined them on me, given me soul, we might have risen to Raphael, I and you. Nay, love, you did give all I asked, I think. More than I merit, yes, by many times. But had you, with the same perfect brow and perfect eyes, and more than perfect mouth, and the low voice my soul hears, as a bird the fowler's pipe, and follows to the snare, had you, with these same, but brought a mind, some women do so, had the mouth there urged, God and the glory, never care for gain, the present by the future, what is that? Live for fame, side by side with Agnolo. Raphael is waiting, up to God, all three. I might have done it for you. So it seems. Perhaps not. All is as God overrules. Beside, incentives come from the soul's self. The rest avail not. Why do I need you? What wife had Raphael, or has Agnolo? In this world, who can do a thing will not, and who would do it cannot, I perceive. Yet the will's somewhat, too, the power, and thus we half men struggle. At the end, God, I conclude, compensates, punishes. 'Tis safer for me, if the award be strict, that I am something underrated here, poor this long while, despised, to speak the truth. I dared not, do you know, leave home all day for fear of chancing on the Paris lords. The best is when they pass and look aside, but they speak sometimes. I must bear it all. Well may they speak. That Francis, that first time, and that long festal year at Fontainebleau, I surely then could sometimes leave the ground, put on the glory, Raphael's daily wear, in that humane great monarch's golden look, one finger in his beard or twisted curl over his mouth's good mark that made the smile, one arm about my shoulder, around my neck, the jingle of his gold chain in my ear, I painting proudly with his breath on me, all his court round him, seeing with his eyes, such frank French eyes, and such a fire of souls profuse, my hand kept plying by those hearts, and best of all this face beyond, this in the background, waiting on my work, to crown the issue with a last reward. A good time, was it not, my kingly days? And had you not grown restless? But I know 'tis done and past. 'Twas right, my instinct said. Too live the life grew, golden and not grey. And I'm the weak-eyed bat no sun should tempt out of the grange whose four walls make his world. How could it end in any other way? You called me, and I came home to your heart. The triumph was to have ended there. Then, if I reached it ere the triumph, what is lost? Let my hands frame your face in your hair's gold, you beautiful Lucrezia that are mine. Raphael did this, Andrea painted that. The Romans is the better when you pray, but still the other virgin was his wife. Men will excuse me. I am glad to judge both pictures in your presence. Clearer grows my better fortune, I resolve to think. For, do you know, Lucrezia, as God lives, said one day Agnolo, his very self, to Raphael, I have known it all these years, when the young man was flaming out his thoughts upon a palace wall for Rome to see, too lifted up in heart because of it, Friend, There's a certain sorry little scrub goes up and down our Florence, none cares how, who, were he set to plan and execute as you are, pricked on by your popes and kings, would bring the sweat into that brow of yours. To Raphael's. And indeed the arm is wrong. I hardly dare, yet only you to see. Give the chalk here, quick, thus the line should go. Ay, but the soul, he's Raphael, rub it out. Still, all I care for, if he spoke the truth. What he? Why, who but Michele? Do you forget already words like those? If really there was such a chance so lost, is whether you're not grateful but more pleased. Well, let me think so. And you smile indeed. This hour has been an hour. Another smile. If you would sit thus by me every night, I should work better. Do you comprehend? I mean that I should earn more, give you more. See, it is settled dusk now. There's a star. Morello's gone, the watch-lights show the wall, the Q-owls speak the name we call them by. Come from the window, love, come in at last, inside the melancholy little house we built to be so gay with. God is just. King Francis may forgive me. Oft at nights when I look up from painting, eyes tired out, the walls become illumined, brick from brick distinct, instead of mortar, fierce bright gold, that gold of his I did cement them with. Let us but love each other. Must you go? That cousin here again? He waits outside, must see you and not with me. Those loans, more gaming debts to pay, you smiled for that? Well, let smiles buy me. Have you more to spend? While hand and eye and something of a heart are left me, work's my ware, and what's it worth? I'll pay my fancy. Only let me sit the grey remainder of the evening out, idle, you call it, and muse perfectly how I could paint were I but back in France. One picture, just one more, the Virgin's face, not yours this time. I want you at my side to hear them, that is, Michele, judge all I do and tell you of its worth. Will you? Tomorrow satisfy your friend. I take the subjects for his corridor, finish the portrait out of hand. There, and throw him in another thing or two if he demurs. The whole should prove enough to pay for this same cousin's freak. Beside, what's better, and what's all I care about, get you the 13 scudi for the ruff. Love, does that please you? Ah, but what does he, the cousin, what does he to please you more? I am grown peaceful as old age to-night. I regret little, I would change still less. Since there my past life lies, why alter it? The very wrong to Francis. It is true, I took his coin, was tempted and complied, and built this house, and sinned, and all is said. My father and my mother died of want. Well, had I riches of my own? You see how one gets rich. Let each one bear his lot. They were born poor, lived poor, and poor they died. And I have labored somewhat in my time, and not been paid profusely. Some good son paint my 200 pictures, let him try. No doubt there's something strikes a balance. Yes, you loved me quite enough, it seems, to-night. This must suffice me here. What would one have? In heaven, perhaps, new chances, one more chance. 4 great walls in the New Jerusalem, meted on each side by the angels' reed, for Leonard, Raphael, Agnolo, and me to cover. The 3 first without a wife, while I have mine. So still they overcome, because there's still Lucrezia, as I choose. Again the cousins whistle. Go, my love. End of section 29. Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 30. Selected Poems by Robert Browning, Part 1. A Toccata of Galuppi's. O Galuppi, Baldassaro, this is very sad to find. I can hardly misconceive you, it would prove me deaf and blind, but although I take your meaning, 'tis with such a heavy mind. Have you come with your old music, and here's all the good it brings? What, they lived once thus at Venice, where the merchants were the kings, where St. Mark's is, where the doges used to wed the sea with rings? Aye, because the sea's the street there, and 'tis arched by what you call Shylock's Bridge, with houses on it, where they kept the carnival. I was never out of England, it's as if I saw it all. Did young people take their pleasure when the sea was warm in May? Balls and masks begun at midnight, burning ever to midday, when they made up fresh adventures for the morrow, do you say? Was a lady such a lady, cheeks so round and lips so red, on her neck the small face buoyant, like a bellflower on its bed, or the breast's superb abundance, where a man might base his head? Well, and it was graceful of them, they'd break talk off and afford, she to bite her mask's black velvet, he to finger on his sword, while you sat and played toccatas, stately at the clavichord. What, those lesser thirds so plaintive, sixths diminished, sigh on sigh, told them something? Those suspensions, those solutions. Must we die? Those commiserating sevenths. Life might last, we can but try. Were you happy? Yes. And are you still as happy? Yes. And you? Then more kisses. Did I stop them when a million seemed so few? Hark, the dominant's persistence, till it must be answered to. So an octave struck the answer. Oh, they praised you, I dare say. Brave Galuppi, that was music, good alike at grave and gay. I can always leave off talking when I hear a master play. Then they left you for their pleasure, till in due time, one by one, some with lives that came to nothing, some with deeds as well undone, death stepped tacitly and took them where they never see the sun. But when I sit down to reason, think to take my stand nor swerve, while I triumph o'er a secret wrung from nature's close reserve, in you come with your cold music, till I creep through every nerve. Yes, you, like a ghostly cricket creaking where a house was burned, dust and ashes, dead and done with, Venice spent what Venice earned. The soul, doubtless, is immortal, where a soul can be discerned. Yours, for instance, you know physics, something of geology, mathematics are your pastime, souls shall rise in their degree. Butterflies may dread extinction, you'll not die, it cannot be. As for Venice and her people, merely born to bloom and drop. Here on earth they bore their fruitage, mirth and folly were the crop. What of soul was left, I wonder, when the kissing had to stop? Dust and ashes. So you creak it, and I want the heart to scold. Dear dead women, with such hair too, what's become of all the gold used to hang and brush their bosoms? I feel chilly and grown old. Confessions. What is he buzzing in my ears? Now that I come to die, do I view the world as a vale of tears? Ah, reverend sir, not I. What I viewed there once, what I viewed again where the physic bottles stand on the table's edge, is a suburb lane, with a wall to my bedside hand. That lane sloped, much as the bottles do, from a house you could descry o'er the garden wall. Is the curtain blue or green to a healthy eye? To mine it serves for the old June weather, blue above lane and wall, and that farthest bottle, labelled ether, is the house o'ertopping all. At a terrace somewhat near the stopper, there watched for me, one June, a girl. I know, sir, it's improper, my poor mind's out of tune. Only there was a way. You crept close by the side to dodge eyes in the house, 2 eyes except. They styled their house the lodge. What right had a lounger up their lane? But by creeping very close, with the good wall's help, their eyes might strain and stretch themselves to O's, yet never catch her and me together, as she left the attic there, by the rim of the bottle labelled ether, and stole from stair to stair, and stood by the rose-wreathed gate. Alas, we loved, sir, used to meet. How sad and bad and mad it was, but then how it was sweet. Love Among the Ruins. Where the quiet coloured end of evening smiles, miles and miles, on the solitary pastures where our sheep, half asleep, tinkle homeward through the twilight, stray or stop as they crop, was the site once of a city great and gay, so they say, of our country's very capital. Its prince, ages since, held his court in, gathered councils, wielding far peace or war. Now the country does not even boast a tree, as you see. To distinguish slopes of verdure, certain rills from the hills intersect and give a name to, else they run into one. Where the domed and daring palace shot in spires, up like fires, or the 100-gated circuit of a wall bounding all, made of marble, men might march on nor be pressed 12 abreast. And such plenty and perfection, see, of grass never was. Such a carpet as this summer-time o'erspreads and embeds every vestige of the city guessed alone, stock or stone, where a multitude of men breathed joy and woe long ago. Lust of glory pricked their hearts up, dread of shame struck them tame, and that glory and that shame alike the gold bought and sold. Now the single little turret that remains on the plains, by the caper overrooted, by the gourd overscored, while the patching house-leek's head of blossom winks through the chinks, marks the basement whence a tower in ancient time sprang sublime, and a burning ring all round the chariots traced as they raced, and the monarch and his minions and his dames viewed the games. And I know, while thus the quiet coloured eve smiles to leave to their folding all our many tinkling fleece in such peace, and the slopes and rills in undistinguished grey melt away, that a girl with eager eyes and yellow hair waits me there, in the turret whence the charioteers caught soul for the goal, when the king looked where she looks now, breathless, dumb, till I come. But he looked upon the city every side, far and wide, all the mountains topped with temples, all the glades colonnades, all the causeys, bridges, aqueducts, and then all the men. When I do come, she will speak not, she will stand, either hand on my shoulder, give her eyes the first embrace of my face, ere we rush, ere we extinguish sight and speech, each on each. In 1 year they sent 1,000,000 fighters forth, south and north, and they built their gods a brazen pillar high as the sky, yet reserved 1,000 chariots in full force, gold, of course. O heart, O blood that freezes, blood that burns, earth's returns for whole centuries of folly, noise, and sin, shut them in with their triumphs and their glories and the rest. Love is best. A Grammarian's Funeral, shortly after the revival of learning in Europe. Let us begin and carry up this corpse, singing together. Leave we the common crofts, the vulgar thorpes, each in its tether, sleeping safe in the bosom of the plain, cared for till cock-crow. Look out if yonder be not day again rimming the rock-row. That's the appropriate country. There man's thought, rarer, intenser, self-gathered for an outbreak, as it ought, chafes in the censer. Leave we the unlettered plain, its herd and crop. Seek we sepulture on a tall mountain, citied to the top, crowded with culture. All the peaks soar, but one the rest excels. Clouds overcome it. No, yonder sparkle is the citadels circling its summit. Thither our path lies. Wind we up the heights. Wait ye the warning? Our low life was the levels and the nights. He's for the morning. Step to a tune, square chests, erect each head. Wear the beholders. This is our master, famous, calm, and dead, borne on our shoulders. Sleep, crop and herd, sleep, darkling thorpe and croft, safe from the weather. He whom we convoy to his grave aloft, singing together, he was a man born with thy face and throat, lyric Apollo. Long he lived nameless. How should spring take note winter would follow? Till lo, the little touch, and youth was gone. Cramped and diminished, moaned he, new measures, other feet anon, my dance is finished? No, that's the world's way. Keep the mountainside, make for the city. He knew the signal, and stepped on with pride over men's pity. Left play for work, and grappled with the world, bent on escaping. What's in the scroll, quoth he, thou keepest furled? Show me their shaping. Theirs who most studied man, the bard and sage, give. So he gowned him. Straight got by heart that book to its last page. Learned we found him. Yea, but we found him bald, too, eyes like lead, accents uncertain. Time to taste life, another would have said, up with the curtain. This man said rather, actual life comes next? Patience a moment. Grant I have mastered learning's crabbed text. Still, there's the comment. Let me know all. Prate not of most or least, painful or easy. Even to the crumbs I'd fain eat up the feast, aye, nor feel queasy. O such a life as he resolved to live, when he had learned it, when he had gathered all books had to give. Sooner he spurned it. Image the whole, then execute the parts. Fancy the fabric quite, ere you build, ere steel strike fire from quartz, ere mortar dab brick. Here's the town gate reached, there's the marketplace gaping before us. Yea, this in him was the peculiar grace. Hearten our chorus. That before living he'd learn how to live. No end to learning. Earn the means first. God surely will contrive use for our earning. Others mistrust and say, but time escapes. Live now or never. He said, what's time? Leave now for dogs and apes. Man has forever. Back to his book then. Deeper drooped his head. Calculus racked him. Leaden before his eyes grew dross of lead. Tussus attacked him. Now, master, take a little rest. Not he. caution redoubled, step two abreast, the way winds narrowly. Not a whit troubled, back to his studies, fresher than at first, fierce as a dragon, he, soul hydroptic with a sacred thirst, sucked at the flagon. Oh, if we draw a circle premature, heedless of far gain, greedy for quick returns of profit, sure bad is our bargain. Was it not great? Did not he throw on God, he loves the burthen, God's task to make the heavenly period perfect the earthen? Did not he magnify the mind, show clear just what it all meant? He would not discount life, as fools do here paid by installment. He ventured neck or nothing, heaven's success found or earth's failure. Wilt thou trust death or not? He answered, yes, hence with life's pale lure. That low man seeks a little thing to do, sees it and does it. This high man, with a great thing to pursue, dies ere he knows it. That low man goes on adding 1 to 1, his hundreds soon hit. This high man, aiming at 1,000,000, misses an unit. That has the world here, should he need the next. Let the world mind him. This throws himself on God, and unperplexed seeking shall find him. So with the throttling hands of death at strife, ground he at grammar. Still through the rattle parts of speech were rife. While he could stammer, he settled Jothi's business, let it be, properly based aun, gave us the doctrine of the enclitic D, dead from the waist down. Well, here's the platform, here's the proper place. Hail to your pourlieus, all ye high flyers of the feathered race, swallows and curlews. Here's the top peak. The multitude below live, for they can, there. This man decided not to live, but know. Bury this man there? Here's his place, where meteors shoot, clouds form, lightnings are loosened, stars come and go. Let joy break with the storm, peace let the dew send. Lofty designs must close in like effects, loftily lying. Leave him still loftier than the world suspects, living and dying. My Last Duchess. Ferrara. That's my last Duchess, painted on the wall, looking as if she were alive. I call that piece a wonder now. Frau Pandolf's hands worked busily a day, and there she stands. Will it please you sit and look at her? I said Frau Pandolf by design, for never read strangers like you that pictured countenance, the depth and passion of its earnest glance, but to myself they turned, since none puts by the curtain I have drawn for you but I, and seemed as they would ask me, if they durst, how such a glance came there. So not the first are you to turn and ask thus. Sir, 'twas not her husband's presence only called that spot of joy into the Duchess' cheek. Perhaps Frau Pandolf chanced to say, her mantle laps over my lady's wrists too much, or paint must never hope to reproduce the faint half-flush that dies along her throat. Such stuff was courtesy, she thought, and cause enough for calling up that spot of joy. She had a heart, how shall I say, too soon made glad, too easily impressed. She liked whate'er she looked on, and her looks went everywhere. Sir, 'twas all one. My favour at her breast, the dropping of the daylight in the west, the bough of cherries some officious fool broke in the orchard for her, the white mule she rode with round the terrace, all and each would draw from her alike the approving speech, or blush at least. She thanked men. Good, but thanked somehow, I know not how, as if she ranked my gift of a 900 years old name with anybody's gift. Who'd stoop to blame this sort of trifling? Even had you skill in speech, which I have not, to make your will quite clear to such an one, and say, just this or that in you disgusts me. Here you miss, or there exceed the mark. And if she let herself be lessoned so, nor plainly set her wits to yours, forsooth, and made excuse, e'en then would be some stooping, and I choose never to stoop. Oh, sir, she smiled, no doubt, whene'er I passed her, but who passed without much the same smile? This grew. I gave commands. Then all smiles stopped together. There she stands, as if alive. Will it please you rise? We'll meet the company below, then. I repeat, the Count your master's known munificence is ample warrant that no just pretence of mine for dowry will be disallowed, though his fair daughter's self, as I avowed at starting, is my object. Nay, we'll go together down, sir. Notice Neptune, though, taming a sea-horse, thought a rarity, which Claus of Innsbruck cast in bronze for me. Up at a villa, down in the city, as distinguished by an Italian person of quality. Had I but plenty of money, money enough and to spare, the house for me, no doubt, were a house in the city square. Ah, such a life as one leads at the window there. Something to see, by Bacchus, something to hear, at least. There, the whole day long, one's life is a perfect feast, while up at a villa one lives, I maintain it, no more than a beast. Well, now look at our villa, stuck like the horn of a bull, just on a mountain edge as bare as the creature's skull, save a mere shag of a bush with hardly a leaf to pull. Scratch my own sometimes to see if the hair's turned wool. But the city, oh, the city, the square with the houses, why, they are stone-faced, white as a curd. There's something to take the eye. Houses in 4 straight lines, not a single front awry. You watch who crosses and gossips, who saunters, who hurries by. Green blinds, as a matter of course, to draw when the sun gets high, and the shops with fanciful signs which are painted properly. What of a villa? Though winter be over in March by rights, 'tis May perhaps ere the snow shall have withered well off the heights. You've the brown ploughed land before, where the oxen steam and wheeze, and the hills over-smoked behind by the faint grey olive trees. Is it better in May, I ask you? You've summer all at once. In a day he leaps complete with a few strong April suns. Mid the sharp, short emerald wheat, scarce risen 3 fingers well, the wild tulip, at end of its tube, blows out its great red bell like a thin, clear bubble of blood for the children to pick and sell. Is it ever hot in the square? There's a fountain to spout and splash. In the shade it sings and springs. In the shine such foam-bows flash on the horses with curling fish tails that prance and paddle and pash round the lady atop in her conch. 50 gazers do not abash, though all that she wears is some weeds round her waist in a sort of sash. All the year long at the villa, nothing to see though you linger, except yon cypress that points like death's lean lifted forefinger. Some think fireflies pretty when they mix in the corn and mingle, or thrid the stinking hemp till the stalks of it seem a tingle. Late August or early September, the stunning cicala is shrill, and the bees keep their tiresome whine round the resinous firs on the hill. Enough of the seasons. I spare you the months of the fever and chill. Ere you open your eyes in the city, the blessed church bells begin. No sooner the bells leave off than the diligence rattles in. You get the pick of the news, and it costs you never a pin. By and by there's the travelling doctor gives pills, lets blood, draws teeth, or the Pulcinella trumpet breaks up the market beneath. At the post office, such a scene picture, the new play piping hot, and a notice how, only this morning, 3 liberal thieves were shot. Above it, behold the Archbishop's most fatherly of rebukes, and beneath, with his crown and his lion, some little new law of the Duke's. Or a sonnet with flowery marge to the Reverend Don So-and-so, who is Dante, Boccaccio, Petrarca, St. Jerome, and Cicero, and moreover, the sonnet goes rhyming, the skirts of St. Paul has reached, having preached us those 6 Lent lectures more unctuous than ever he preached. Noon strikes, here sweeps the procession, Our Lady borne smiling and smart, with a pink gauze gown all spangles, and 7 swords stuck in her heart. Bang, wang, wang goes the drum, tootle-te-tootle the fife. No keeping one's haunches still, it's the greatest pleasure in life. But, bless you, it's dear, it's dear. Fowls, wine at double the rate. They have clapped a new tax upon salt, and what oil pays passing the gate, it's a horror to think of. And so the villa for me, not the city. Beggars can scarcely be choosers, but still, the pity, the pity. Look, 2 and 2 go the priests, then the monks with cowls and sandals, and then penitents dressed in white shirts, a-holding the yellow candles. One he carries a flag up straight, and another a cross with handles. And the Duke's guard brings up the rear for the better prevention of scandals. Bang, wang, wang goes the drum, tootle-te-tootle the fife. Oh, a day in the city square! There is no such pleasure in life. End of section 30. Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. Section 31. Selected Poems by Robert Browning, Part 2. In 3 days. So I shall see her in 3 days and just 1 night, but nights are short, then 2 long hours, and that is morn. See how I come, unchanged, unworn, feel where my life broke off from thine, how fresh the splinters keep, and fine, only a touch, and we combine. Too long this time of year, the days, but nights, at least the nights are short, as night shows where her 1 moon is, a hand's breadth of pure light and bliss, so life's night gives my lady birth, and my eyes hold her. What is worth the rest of heaven, the rest of earth? O loaded curls, release your store of warmth and scent, as once before the tingling hair did, lights and darks outbreaking into fairy sparks, when under curl and curl I pried after the warmth and scent inside, through lights and darks how manifold, the dark inspired, the light controlled, as early art embrowned the gold. What great fear, should one say, 3 days that change the world might change as well your fortune? And if joy delays, be happy that no worse befell. What small fear, if another says, 3 days and 1 short night beside may throw no shadow on your ways, but years must teem with change untried, with chance not easily defied, with an end somewhere undescried. No fear, or if a fear be born this minute, it dies out in scorn. Fear, I shall see her in 3 days and 1 night. Now the nights are short, then just 2 hours, and that is morn. In a year. Never any more, while I live, need I hope to see his face as before. Once his love grown chill, mine may strive. Bitterly we re-embrace, single still. Was it something said, something done, vexed him? Was it touch of hand, turn of head? Strange, that very way love begun. I as little understand love's decay. When I sewed or drew, I recall how he looked as if I sung, sweetly too. If I spoke a word, first of all, up his cheek the colour sprung, then he heard. Sitting by my side, at my feet, so he breathed, but ere I breathed, satisfied. I too at love's brim touched the sweet. I would die if death bequeathed sweet to him. Speak, I love thee best, he exclaimed. Let thy love my own foretell. I confessed, clasp my heart on thine, now unblamed, since upon thy soul as well hangeth mine. Was it wrong to own being truth? Why should all the giving prove his alone? I had wealth and ease, beauty, youth. Since my lover gave me love, I gave these. That was all I meant, to be just, and the passion I had raised to content. Since he chose to change gold for dust, if I gave him what he praised, was it strange? Would he loved me yet, on and on, while I found some way undreamed, paid my debt, gave more life and more till all gone. He should smile. She never seemed mine before. What, she felt the while, must I think? Love's so different with us men. He should smile, dying for my sake, white and pink. Can't we touch these bubbles then, but they break? Dear, the pang is brief. Do thy part, have thy pleasure. How perplexed grows belief. Well, this cold clay clod was man's heart. Crumble it, and what comes next? Is it God? Evelyn Hope. Beautiful Evelyn Hope is dead. Sit and watch by her side an hour. That is her bookshelf, this her bed. She plucked that piece of geranium flower, beginning to die too in the glass. Little has yet been changed, I think. The shutters are shut, no light may pass, save 2 long rays through the hinges chink. 16 years old when she died. Perhaps she had scarcely heard my name. It was not her time to love. Beside, her life had many a hope and aim, duties enough and little cares, and now was quiet, now astir, till God's hand beckoned unawares, and the sweet white brow is all of her. Is it too late, then, Evelyn Hope? What, your soul was pure and true, the good stars met in your horoscope, made you of spirit, fire, and dew, and just because I was thrice as old, and our paths in the world diverged so wide, each was not to each, must I be told? We were fellow mortals, not beside? No, indeed. For God above is great to grant, as mighty to make, and creates the love to reward the love. I claim you still for my own love's sake. Delayed it may be for more lives yet. Through worlds I shall traverse not a few. Much is to learn, much to forget, ere the time be come for taking you. But the time will come, at last it will, when, Evelyn Hope, what meant, I shall say, in the lower earth in the years long still, that body and soul so pure and gay? Why your hair was amber, I shall divine, and your mouth of your own geraniums red? And what would you do with me, in fine, in the new life come in the old one's stead? I have lived, I shall say, so much since then, given up myself so many times, gained me the gains of various men, ransacked the ages, spoiled the climes. Yet one thing, one in my soul's full scope, either I missed or itself missed me, and I want and find you, Evelyn Hope. What is the issue? Let us see. I loved you, Evelyn, all the while. My heart seemed full as it could hold. There was place and to spare for the frank young smile, and the red young mouth, and the hair's young gold. So hush. I will give you this leaf to keep. See, I shut it inside the sweet cold hand. There, that is our secret. Go to sleep. You will wake and remember and understand. Prospus. Fear death? To feel the fog in my throat, the mist in my face when the snows begin, and the blasts denote I am nearing the place. The power of the night, the press of the storm, the post of the foe, where he stands, the arch fear in a visible form, yet the strong man must go. For the journey is done, and the summit attained, and the barriers fall, though a battle's to fight ere the guerdon be gained, the reward of it all. I was ever a fighter, so one fight more, the best and the last. I would hate that death bandaged my eyes and forbore and bade me creep past. No, let me taste the whole of it, fare like my peers, the heroes of old, bear the brunt, in a minute pay glad life's arrears of pain, darkness, and cold. For sudden the worst turns the best to the brave, the black minutes at end, and the elements rage, the fiend voices that rave shall dwindle, shall blend, shall change, shall become first a peace out of pain, then a light, then thy breast, O thou soul of my soul. I shall clasp thee again, and with God be the rest. The Patriot, an old story. It was roses, roses all the way, with myrtle mixed in my path like mad. The house roofs seemed to heave and sway, the church spires flamed, such flags they had, a year ago on this very day. The air broke into a mist with bells, the old walls rocked with the crowd and cries. Had I said, "Good folk, mere noise repels, but give me your son from yonder skies," they had answered, "And afterward what else?" Alack, it was I who leaped at the sun to give it my loving friends to keep. Naught man could do have I left undone, and you see my harvest, what I reap this very day, now a year is run. There's nobody on the housetops now, just a palsied few at the windows set. For the best of the sight is, all allow, at the shambles gate, or better yet, by the very scaffold's foot, I trow. I go in the rain, and more than needs a rope cuts both my wrists behind, and I think by the feel my forehead bleeds, for they fling, whoever has a mind, stones at me for my year's misdeeds. Thus I entered, and thus I go. In triumphs people have dropped down dead. Paid by the world, what dost thou owe me? God might question. Now instead, 'tis God shall repay. I am safer so. One word more. To E.B.B., London, September 1855. There they are, my 50 men and women, naming me the 50 poems finished. Take them, love, the book and me together. Where the heart lies, let the brain lie also. Raphael made a century of sonnets, made and wrote them in a certain volume, dinted with the silver-pointed pencil, else he only used to draw Madonnas. These the world might view, but one the volume. Who that one, you ask? Your heart instructs you. Did she live and love it all her lifetime? Did she drop, his lady of the sonnets, die and let it drop beside her pillow, where it lay in place of Raphael's glory? Raphael's cheek so duteous and so loving, cheek the world was wont to hail a painter's. Raphael's cheek, her love had turned a poet's? You and I would rather read that volume, taken to his beating bosom by it. Lean and list the bosom beats of Raphael, would we not? Than wonder at Madonnas. Her San Sisto names, and her Foligno, her that visits Florence in a vision, her that's left with lilies in the Louvre, seen by us and all the world in circle. You and I will never read that volume. Guido Reni, like his own eye's apple, guarded long the treasure book and loved it. Guido Reni dying, all Bologna cried, and the world cried too, ours the treasure. Suddenly, as rare things will, it vanished. Dante once prepared to paint an angel. Whom to please? You whisper, Beatrice. While he mused and traced it and retraced it, peradventure with a pen corroded still by drops of that hot ink he dipped, for when, his left hand i' the hair o' the wicked, back he held the brow and pricked its stigma, bit into the live man's flesh for parchment, loosed him, laughed to see the writing rankle, let the wretch go festering through Florence. Dante, who loved well because he hated wickedness that hinders loving. Dante, standing, studying his angel, in there broke the folk of his Inferno. Says he, certain people of importance, such he gave his daily dreadful line to, entered and would seize, forsooth, the poet. Says the poet, then I stopped my painting. You and I would rather see that angel painted by the tenderness of Dante, would we not, than read a fresh Inferno. You and I will never see that picture while he mused on love and Beatrice, while he softened o'er his outlined angel. In they broke, these people of importance. We and Beeche bear the loss forever. What of Raphael's sonnets, Dante's picture? This. No artist lives and loves that longs not once and only once, and for one only, the prize, to find his love a language, fit and fair and simple and sufficient, using nature that's an art to others, not this one time art that's turned his nature. Ay, of all the artists living, loving, none but would forego his proper dowry. Does he paint? He fain would write a poem. Does he write? He fain would paint a picture. Put to proof art alien to the artists, once, and only once, and for one only. So to be the man, and leave the artist, gain the man's joy, miss the artist's sorrow. Wherefore? Heaven's gift takes earth's abatement. He who smites the rock and spreads the water, bidding drink and live a crowd beneath him, even he the minute makes immortal, proves, perchance, but mortal in the minute, desecrates belike the deed in doing. While he smites, how can he but remember so he smote before in such a peril, when they stood and mocked? Shall smiting help us? When they drank and sneered, a stroke is easy. When they wiped their mouths and went their journey, throwing him for thanks, but drought was pleasant. Thus old memories mar the actual triumph. Thus the doing savours of disrelish. Thus achievement lacks a gracious somewhat. Over-importuned brows becloud the mandate, carelessness or consciousness the gesture. For he bears an ancient wrong about him, sees and knows again those phalanxed faces, hears yet one time more the customed prelude. How shouldst thou of all men smite and save us? Guesses what is like to prove the sequel. Egypt's flesh-pots, nay, the drought was better. Oh, the crowd must have emphatic warrant. There's the Sinai forehead's cloven brilliance, right arm's rod sweep, tongue's imperial fiat. Never dares the man put off the prophet. Did he love one face from out the thousands? Were she Jethro's daughter, white and wifely? Were she but the Ethiopian bondslave? He would envy yon dumb, patient camel, keeping a reserve of scanty water, meant to save his own life in the desert, ready in the desert to deliver, kneeling down to let his breast be opened, hoard and life together for his mistress. I shall never, in the years remaining, paint you pictures, no, nor carve you statues, make you music that should all express me. So it seems. I stand on my attainment. this of verse alone. One life allows me. Verse and nothing else have I to give you. Other heights in other lives, God willing. All the gifts from all the heights, your own, love. Yet a semblance of resource avails us. Shade so finely touched, love's sense must seize it. Take these lines, look lovingly and nearly, lines I write the first time and the last time. He who works in fresco steals a hairbrush, curbs the liberal hand, subservient proudly, cramps his spirit, crowds its all in little, makes a strange art of an art familiar, fills his lady's missal marge with flowerets. He who blows through bronze may breathe through silver, fitly serenade a slumbrous princess. He who writes may write for once as I do. Love, you saw me gather men and women, live or dead or fashioned by my fancy, enter each and all and use their service, speak from every mouth, the speech a poem. Hardly shall I tell my joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, belief and disbelieving. I am mine and yours, the rest be all men's. Karshish, Cleon, Norbert, and the 50. Let me speak this once in my true person, not as Lippo, Roland, or Andrea, though the fruit of speech be just this sentence. Pray you, look on these, my men and women, take and keep my 50 poems finished. Where my heart lies, let my brain lie also. Poor the speech, be how I speak for all things. Not but that you know me. Lo, the moon's self. Here in London, yonder late in Florence, still we find her face the thrice transfigured. Curving on a sky imbrued with colour, drifted over Fiesole by twilight, came she, our new crescent of a hair's breadth, full she flared it, lamping Saminiato, rounder twixt the cypresses and rounder, perfect till the nightingales applauded. Now, a piece of her old self, impoverished, hard to greet, she traverses the house roofs, hurries with unhandsome thrift of silver, goes dispiritedly, glad to finish. What, there's nothing in the moon noteworthy? Nay, for if that moon could love a mortal, use to charm him, so to fit a fancy, all her magic, 'tis the old sweet mythos, she would turn a new side to her mortal, side unseen of herdsman, huntsman, steersman, blank to Zoroaster on his terrace, blind to Galileo on his turret, dumb to Homer, dumb to Keats, him even. Think the wonder of the moonstruck mortal when she turns round, comes again in heaven, opens out anew for worse or better. Proves she like some portent of an iceberg swimming full upon the ship it founders, hungry with huge teeth of splintered crystals? Proves she as the paved work of a sapphire seen by Moses when he climbed the mountain? Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu climbed and saw the very God, the highest, stand upon the paved work of a sapphire. Like the bodied heaven in his clearness shone the stone, the sapphire of that paved work, when they ate and drank and saw God also. What were seen? None knows, none ever shall know. Only this is sure, the sight were other, not the moon's same side, born late in Florence, dying now impoverished here in London. God be thanked, the meanest of his creatures boasts 2 soul sides, one to face the world with, one to show a woman when he loves her. This I say of me, but think of you, love. This to you, yourself my moon of poets. Ah, but that's the world's side, there's the wonder. Thus they see you, praise you, think they know you. There, in turn, I stand with them and praise you. Out of my own self I dare to phrase it. But the best is when I glide from out them, cross a step or two of dubious twilight, come out on the other side, the novel silent silver lights and darks undreamed of, where I hush and bless myself with silence. Oh, there Raphael of the dear Madonnas, oh, there Dante of the dread Inferno, wrote one song, and in my brain I sing it, drew one angel, born, see, on my bosom. R.B. End of section 31.
Section number 32 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 32. Orestes Augustus Brownson, 1803 to 1876, by Charles Dudley Warner. Orestes Brownson, in his time, was a figure of striking originality and influence in American literature and American political, philosophical, and religious discussion. His career was an exceptional one, for he was connected with some of the most important contemporaneous movements of thought and passed through several distinct phases: Presbyterianism, Universalism, Socialism of a mild and benevolent kind, not to be confused with the later fiery and destructive Socialism of the Reds. After sympathizing somewhat with the aims and tendencies of the New England Transcendentalists, a close intellectual associate of Ralph Waldo Emerson, then the apostle of a new Christianity, finally becoming a Roman Catholic. Coming of old Connecticut stock on his father's side, he was born in Vermont, September 16, 1803. And notwithstanding that he was brought up in poverty on a farm, with small opportunity for education, contrived in later years to make himself a thorough scholar in various directions, mastering several languages, acquiring a wide knowledge of history, reading deeply in philosophy, and developing marked originality in setting forth new philosophical views. His bent in childhood was strongly religious, and he even believed, at that period of his life, that he held long conversations with the sacred personages of Holy Scripture. Yet, while in manhood he devoted many years and much of his energy to preaching, his character was aggressive and his tone controversial. He, however, revealed many traits of real gentleness and humility, and the mixture of rugged strength and tenderness in his character and his work won him a large following in whatever position he took. He performed the remarkable feat, when the support of American letters was slight, of founding and conducting almost single-handed, from 1838 to 1843, his famous Quarterly Review, which was a power in the land. He started it again in 1844 as Brownson's Quarterly Review, and resumed it 30 years later in still a third series. He died in 1876 at Detroit, much of his active career having been passed in Boston, and some of his later years at Seton Hall, New Jersey. His various changes of belief have often been taken as an index of vacillation, but a simple and candid study of his writings shows that such changes were merely the normal progress of an intensely earnest and sincere mind, which never hesitated to avow his honest convictions nor to admit its errors. This is a quality which gives Brownson his vitality as a mind and an author, and he will be found to be consistent with conscience throughout. His writings are forceful, eloquent, and lucid in style, with a Websterian massiveness that does not detract from their charm. They fill 20 volumes, divided into groups of essays on civilization, controversy, religion, philosophy, scientific theories, and popular literature, which cover a great and fascinating variety of topics in detail. Brownson was an intense and patriotic American, and his national quality comes out strongly in his extended treatise, The American Republic, 1865. The best known of his other works is a candid, vigorous, and engaging autobiography entitled The Convert, 1853. Saint-Simonism, from The Convert. If I drew my doctrine of union in part from the eclecticism of Cousin, I drew my views of the Church and of the reorganization of the race from Saint-Simonians, a philosophico-religious or a politico-philosophical sect that sprung up in France under the Restoration, and figured largely for a year or two under the monarchy of July. Their founder was Claude Henry, Count de Saint-Simon, a descendant of the Due de Saint-Simon, well known as the author of the Memoirs. He was born in 1760, entered the army at the age of 17, and the year after came to this country, where he served with distinction in our Revolutionary War under Bouillé. After the peace of 1783 he devoted 2 years to the study of our people and institutions, and then returned to France. Hardly had he returned before he found himself in the midst of the French Revolution, which he regarded as the practical application of the principles or theories adopted by the reformers of the 16th century and popularized by the philosophers of the 18th. He looked upon that revolution, we are told, as having only a destructive mission, necessary, important, but inadequate to the wants of humanity. And instead of being carried away by it, as were most of the young men of his age and his principles, he set himself at work to amass materials for the erection of a new social edifice on the ruins of the old, which should stand and improve in solidity, strength, grandeur, and beauty forever. The way he seems to have taken to amass these materials was to engage with a partner in some grand speculations for the accumulation of wealth, and speculations too, it is said, not of the most honorable or even the most honest character. His plan succeeded for a time, and he became very rich, as did many others in those troubled times. But he finally met with reverses, and lost all but the wrecks of his fortune. He then for a number of years plunged into all manner of vice, and indulged to excess in every species of dissipation, not, we are told, from love of vice, any inordinate desire, or any impure affection, but for the holy purpose of preparing himself by his experience for the great work of redeeming man and securing for him a paradise on earth. Having gained all that experience could give him in the department of vice, he then proceeded to consult the learned professors of l'École Polytechnique for 7 or 10 years, to make himself master of science, literature, and the fine arts in all their departments, and to place himself at the level of the last attainments of the race. Thus qualified to be the founder of a new social organization, he wrote several books, in which he deposited the germs of his ideas, or rather the germs of the future, most of which have hitherto remained unpublished. But now that he was so well qualified for his work, he found himself a beggar, and had as yet made only a single disciple. He was reduced to despair and attempted to take his own life, but failed. The ball only grazed his sacred forehead. His faithful disciple was near him, saved him, and aroused him into life and hope. When he recovered, he found that he had fallen into a gross error. He had been a materialist, an atheist, and had discarded all religious ideas as long since outgrown by the human race. He had proposed to organize the human race with materials furnished by the senses alone and by the aid of positive science. He owns his fault, and conceives and brings forth a new Christianity, consigned to a small pamphlet entitled Nuevo Christianisme, which was immediately published. This done, his mission was ended, and he died May 19th, 1825, and I suppose was buried. Saint Simon, the preacher of a new Christianity, very soon attracted disciples, chiefly from the pupils of the Polytechnique school, ardent and lively young men, full of enthusiasm, brought up without faith in the gospel, and yet unable to live without religion of some sort. Among the active members of the sect were at one time Pierre Leroux, Jules and Michael Chevalier, L'Herminier, and my personal friend, Dr. Poyen, who initiated me and so many others in New England into the mysteries of animal magnetism. Dr. Poyen was, I believe, a native of the island of Guadeloupe, a man of more ability than he usually had credit for, of solid learning, genuine science, and honest intentions. I knew him well and esteemed him highly. When I knew him, his attachment to the new religion was much weakened, and he often talked to me of the old church, and assured me that he felt at times that he must return to her bosom. I owed him many hints which turned my thoughts toward Catholic principles, and which, with God's grace, were of much service to me. These and many others were in the sect, whose chiefs, after the death of its founder, were Bazard, a liberal and practical man who killed himself, and Enfantin, who after the dissolution of the sect sought employment in the service of the Viceroy of Egypt, and occupies now some important post in connection with the French railways. The sect began in 1826 by addressing the working classes, but their success was small. In 1829 they came out of their narrow circle, assumed a bolder tone, addressed themselves to the general public, and became in less than 18 months a Parisian mode. In 1831 they purchased the Globe newspaper, made it their organ, and distributed gratuitously 5,000 copies daily. In 1832 they had established a central propagandism in Paris, and had their missionaries in most of the departments of France. They attacked the hereditary peerage, and it fell. They seemed to be numerous and strong, and I believed for a moment in their complete success. They called their doctrine a religion, their ministers priests, and their organization a church, and as such they claimed to be recognized by the state, and to receive from it a subvention as other religious denominations did. But the courts decided that Saint-Simonism was not a religion, and its ministers were not religious teachers. This decision struck them with death. Their prestige vanished. They scattered, dissolved in thin air, and went off, as Carlyle would say, into endless vacuity, as do sooner or later all shams and unrealities. Saint Simon himself, who, as presented to us by his disciples, is a half-myth personage, seems, so far as I can judge by those of his writings that I have seen, to have been a man of large ability and laudable intentions, but I have not been able to find any new or original thoughts of which he was the indisputable father. His whole system, if system he had, is summed up in the two maxims: Eden is before us, not behind us, or the golden age of the poets is in the future, not in the past, and society ought to be so organized as to tend in the most rapid manner possible to the continuous moral, intellectual, and physical amelioration of the poorer and more numerous classes. He simply adopts the doctrine of progress set forth with so much flash eloquence by Condorcet, and the philanthropic doctrine with regard to the laboring classes or the people, defended by Barbeuf and a large section of the French revolutionists. His religion was not so much as the theophilanthropy attempted to be introduced by some members of the French Directory. It admitted God in name, and in name did not deny Jesus Christ, but it rejected all mysteries and reduced religion to mere socialism. It conceded that Catholicity had been the true church down to the pontificate of Leo X, because down to that time its ministers had taken the lead in directing the intelligence and labors of mankind, had aided the progress of civilization, and promoted the well-being of the poorer and more numerous classes, had leagued itself with the ruling orders, and lent all its influence to uphold tyrants and tyranny. A new church was needed, a church which should realize the ideal of Jesus Christ, and tend directly and constantly to the moral, physical, and social amelioration of the poorer and more numerous classes. In other words, the greatest happiness in this life of the greatest number, the principle of Jeremy Bentham and his utilitarian school. His disciples enlarged upon the hints of the Master, and attributed to him ideas which he never entertained. They endeavored to reduce his hints to a complete system of religion, philosophy, and social organization. Their chiefs, I have said, were Armand Bazard and Bartholomew Prosper Enfantin. Bazard took the lead in what related to the external, political, and economic organization, and Enfantin in what regarded doctrine and worship. The philosophy or theology of the sect or school was derived principally from Hegel, and was a refined pantheism. Its Christology was the unity, not union, of the divine and human, and the incarnation symbolized the unity of God and man, or the divinity manifesting himself in humanity, and making humanity substantially divine. The very doctrine and reality which I myself had embraced even before I had heard of the Saint-Simonians, if not before they had published it. The religious organization was founded on the doctrine of the progressive nature of man, and the maxim that all institutions should tend in the most speedy and direct manner possible to the constant amelioration of the moral, intellectual, and physical condition of the poorer and more numerous classes. Socially, men were to be divided into three classes: artists, savants, and industrialists or working men, corresponding to the psychological division of the human faculties. The soul has three powers or faculties: to love, to know, and to act. Those in whom the love faculty is predominant belong to the class of artists. Those in whom the knowledge faculty is predominant belong to the class of savants, the scientific and the learned. And in fine, those in whom the act faculty predominates belong to the industrial class. This classification places every man in the social category for which he is fitted, and to which he is attracted by his nature. These several classes are to be hierarchically organized under chiefs or priests, who are respectively priests of the artists, of the scientific, and of the industrials, and are, priests and all, to be subjected to a supreme father, Pirie Supreme, and a supreme mother, Mère Supreme. The economical organization is to be based on the maxims, to each according to his capacity, and to each according to his work. Private property is to be retained, but its transmission by inheritance or testamentary disposition must be abolished. The property is to be held by a tenure resembling that of gavel kind. It belongs to the community, and the priests, chiefs, and brehons, as the Celtic tribes call them, to distribute it for life to individuals, and to each individual according to his capacity. It was supposed that in this way the advantages of both common and individual property might be secured. Something of this prevailed originally in most nations, and a reminiscence of it still exists in the village system among the Slavonic tribes of Russia and Poland, and nearly all jurists maintain that the testamentary right, by which a man disposes of his goods after his natural death, as well as that by which a child inherits from the parent, is a municipal, not a natural right. The most striking feature of the Saint-Simonian scheme was the rank and position it assigned to woman. It asserted the absolute equality of the sexes, and maintained that either sex is incompatible without the other. Man is an incomplete individual without woman. Hence a religion, a doctrine, a social institution founded by one sex alone is incomplete, and can never be adequate to the wants of the race or a definite order. This idea was also entertained by Frances Wright, and appears to be entertained by all our women's rights folk of either sex. The old civilization was masculine, not male and female, as God made them, hence its condemnation. The Saint-Simonians therefore proposed to place by the side of their sovereign father at the summit of their hierarchy a sovereign mother. The man to be sovereign father they found, but a woman to be sovereign mother, Mare Supreme, they found not. This caused great embarrassment and a split between Bazard and Enfantin. Bazard was about to marry his daughter, and he proposed to place her marriage under the protection of the existing French laws. Enfantin opposed his doing so, and called it a sinful compliance with the prejudices of the world. The Saint-Simonian society, he maintained, was a state, a kingdom within itself, and should be governed by its own laws and its own chiefs, without any recognition of those without. Bazard persisted, and had the marriage of his daughter solemnized in a legal manner, and for aught I know, according to the rites of the Church. A great scandal followed. Bazard charged Enfantin with denying Christian marriage, and with holding loose notions on the subject. Enfantin replied that he neither denied nor affirmed Christian marriage, that in enacting the existing laws on the subject, man alone had been consulted, and he could not recognize it as law till woman had given her consent to it. As yet the society was only provisionally organized, inasmuch as they had not yet found the Mare Supreme. The law on marriage must emanate conjointly from the Supreme Father and the Supreme Mother, and it would be irregular and a usurpation of the Supreme Father to undertake alone to legislate on the subject. Bazard would not submit, and went out and shot himself. Most of the politicians abandoned the association, and Pirie and Enfantin, almost in despair, dispatched 12 apostles to Constantinople to find in the Turkish harems the Supreme Mother. After a year they returned and reported that they were unable to find her, and the society, condemned by the French courts as immoral, broke up because no woman could be found to be its mother. And so they ended, having risen, flourished, and decayed in less than a single decade. The points in the Saint-Simonian movement that attracted my attention and commanded my belief were what it will seem strange to my readers could ever have been doubted. Its assertion of a religious future for the human race, and that religion in the future as well as in the past must have an organization, and a hierarchical organization. Its classification of men according to the predominant psychological faculty in each, into artists, savants, and industrials, struck me as very well, and the maxims, to each according to his capacity, and to each according to its works, as evidently just and desirable if practicable. The doctrine of the divinity in humanity, of progress, of no essential antagonism between the spiritual and the material, and of the duty of shaping all institutions for the speediest and continuous moral, intellectual, and physical amelioration of the poorer and more numerous classes, I already held. I was rather pleased than otherwise with the doctrine with regard to property, and thought it a decided improvement on that of a community of goods. The doctrine with regard to the relation of the sexes I rather acquiesced in than approved. I was disposed to maintain, as the Indians said, that woman is the weaker canoe, and to assert my marital prerogatives. But the equality of the sexes was asserted by nearly all my friends, and I remained generally silent on the subject, till some of the admirers of Harriet Martineau and Margaret Fuller began to scorn equality and to claim for woman superiority. Then I became roused, and ventured to assert my masculine dignity. It is remarkable that most reformers find fault with the Christian law of marriage, and propose to alter the relations which God has established, both in nature and the gospel, between the sexes, and this is generally the rock on which they split. Women do not usually admire men who cast off their manhood or are unconscious of the rights and prerogatives of the stronger sex, and they admire just as little those strong-minded women who strive to excel only in the masculine virtues. I have never been persuaded that it argues well for a people when its women are men and its men women. Yet I trust I always honored and always shall honor woman. I raise no question as to woman's equality or inequality with man, for comparisons cannot be made between things not of the same kind. Woman's sphere and office in life are as high, as holy, as important as man's, but different, and the glory of both man and woman is for each to act well the part assigned to each by Almighty God. The Saint-Simonian writings made me familiar with the idea of a hierarchy, and removed from my mind the prejudices against the papacy generally entertained by my countrymen. Their proposed organization, I saw, might be good and desirable, if their priests, their supreme father and mother, could really be the wisest, the best, not merely the nominal, but the real chiefs of society. Yet what security have I that they will be? Their power was to have no limit save their own wisdom and love. But who would answer for it that these would always be an effectual limit? How were these priests or chiefs to be designated and installed in their office? By popular election? But popular election often passes over the proper man and takes the improper. Then as to the assignment to each man of a capital proportioned to his capacity to begin life with, what certainty is there that the rules of strict right will be followed? That wrong will not often be done, both voluntarily and involuntarily. Are your chiefs to be infallible and impeccable? Still the movement interested me, and many of its principles took firm hold of me, and held me for several years in a species of mental thraldom, insomuch that I found it difficult, if not impossible, either to refute them or to harmonize them with other principles which I also held, or rather which held me, and in which I detected no unsoundness. Yet I imbibed no errors from the Saint-Simonians, and I can say of them, as of the Unitarians, they did me no harm, but were in my fallen state the occasion of much good to me. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 33. Selected excerpts by Ferdinand Brunetière. Ferdinand Brunetière 1849, by Adolphe Cohn. Ferdinand Brunetière, the celebrated French literary critic, was born in Toulon, the great military Mediterranean seaport of France, in the year 1849. His studies were begun in the college of his native city and continued in Paris in the Lycée Louis le Grand, where in the class of philosophy he came under Professor Émile Charles, by whose original and profound, though decidedly sad way of thinking, he was powerfully influenced. His own ambition then was to become a teacher in the University of France, an ambition which seemed unlikely to be ever realized, as he failed to secure admission to the celebrated École Normale Supérieure in the competitive examination which leads up to that school. Strangely enough, about 15 years later, he was, though not in possession of any very high university degree, appointed to the professorship of French literature in the school which he had been unable to enter as a scholar, and his appointment received the hearty endorsement of all the leading educational authorities in France. For several years after leaving the Lycée Louis le Grand, while completing his literary outfit by wonderfully extensive reading, Ferdinand Brunetière lived on stray orders for work for publishers. He seldom succeeded in getting these, and when he got any, they were seldom filled. Thus he happened to be commissioned by the firm of Gemma, Bellier and Company to write a history of Russia, which never was, and to all appearances never will be written. The event which determined the direction of his career was the acceptance by the Revue des Deux Mondes in 1875 of an article upon contemporary French novelists. François Boulot, the energetic and imperious founder and editor of the world-famed French Bi-Monthly, felt that he had found in the young critic the man whom French literary circles had been waiting for, and who was to be Saint-Beurbe's successor. And François Boulot was a man who seldom made mistakes. French literary criticism was just then at a very low ebb. Saint-Beuve had been dead about 5 years. His own contemporaries, Edmond and Scherer, for instance, were getting old and discouraged. The new generation seemed to be turning unanimously, in consequence of the disasters of the Franco-German War and of the Revolution of September 1870, to military or political activity. The only form of literature which had power to attract young writers was the novel, which they could fill with a description of all the passions then agitating the public mind. That a man of real intellectual strength should then give his undivided attention to pure literature seemed a most unlikely phenomenon. But all had to acknowledge that the unlikely had happened soon after Ferdinand Brunetière had become the regularly literary critic of the Revue des Deux Mondes. Fortunately, the new critic did not undertake to walk in the footsteps of Saint-Beuve. In the art of presenting to the reader the marrow of a writer's work, of making the writer himself known by the description of his surroundings, the narrative of his life, the study of the forces by which he was influenced, the illustrious author of the Causeries du Lundi remains to this day without a rival or a continuator. Ferdinand Brunetière had a different conception of the duties of a literary critic. The one fault with which thoughtful readers were apt to charge Saint-Beuve was that he failed to pass judgment upon the works and writers, and this failure was often, and not altogether unjustly, ascribed to a certain weakness in his grasp of principles, a certain faint-heartedness whenever it became necessary to take sides. Anyone who studies Brunetière can easily see that from the start his chief concern was to make it impossible for anyone to charge him with the same fault. He came in with a set of principles which he has since upheld with remarkable steadfastness and courage. In an age when nearly everyone was turning to the future and advocating the doctrine and the necessity of progress, when the chief fear of most men was that they should appear too much afraid of change, Brunetière proclaimed time and again that there was no safety for any nation or set of men except in a staunch adherence to tradition. He bade his readers turn their minds away from the current literature of the day and take hold of the exemplars of excellence handed down to us by the great men of the past. Together with tradition, he upheld authority, and therefore preferred to all others the period in which French literature and society had most willingly submitted to authority, that is, the 17th century and the reign of Louis XIV. When compelled to speak of the literature of the day, he did it in no uncertain tones. His book, The Naturalistic Novel, consists of a series of articles in which he studies Zola and his school, upholding the old doctrine that there are things in life which must be kept out of the domain of art and cannot be therein introduced without lowering the ideal of man. Between the naturalistic and the idealistic novel, he unhesitatingly declares for the latter, and places George Sand far above the author of L'Assommoir. But the great success of his labours cannot be said to have been due solely or even mainly to the principles he advocated. Other critics have appeared since Monsieur Jules Lemaitre and Anatole France, for instance, who antagonize almost everything that he defends and defend almost everything that he antagonizes, and whose success has hardly been inferior to his. Neither is it due to any charm in his style. Brunetière's sentences are compact, indeed strongly knit together, but decidedly heavy and at times even clumsy. What he has to say he always says strongly but not gracefully. He has a remarkable appreciation of the value of the words of the French language, but his arrangement of them is seldom free from mannerisms. What then has made him the foremost literary critic of the present day? The answer is knowledge and sincerity. No writer of the present day, save perhaps Anatole France, is so accurately informed of every fact that bears upon literary history. Every argument he brings forward is supported by an array of incontrovertible facts that is simply appalling. No one can argue with him who does not first subject himself to the severest kind of training, go through a mass of tedious reading, become familiar with dates to the point of handling them as nimbly as a bank clerk handles the figures of a checklist. And all this comes forward in Brunetière's articles in the most natural, we had almost said casual way. The fact takes its place unheralded in the reasoning. It is there because it has to be there, not because the writer wishes to make a display of his wonderful knowledge, and thus it happens that Ferdinand Brunetière's literary articles are perhaps the most instructive ones ever written in the French language. They are, moreover, admirably trustworthy. It would never come to this author's mind to hide a fact that goes against any of his theories. He feels so sure of being in the right that he is always willing to give his opponents all that they can possibly claim. Of late years, moreover, it must be acknowledged that Brunetière's mind has given signs of remarkable broadening. Under the influence of the doctrine of evolution, he has undertaken to class all literary facts as the great naturalists of the day have classed the facts of physiology, and to show that literary forms spring from each other by way of transformation in the same way as do the forms of animal or vegetable life. Already 3 works have been produced by him since he entered upon this new line of development. A history of literary criticism in France, which forms the first and hitherto only published volume of a large work, The Evolution of Literary Forms, a work on the French drama, the periods of the French theatre, and a treatise on modern French poetry, the evolution of French lyric poetry during the 19th century. The second and last of these were first delivered by their author from the professor's chair or the lecturer's platform, where he has managed to display some of the greatest gifts of the public speaker. Most of M. Brunetière's literary articles have been collected in book form under the following titles: Questions of Criticism, 2 volumes; History and Criticism, 3 volumes; Critical Studies on the History of French Literature, 6 volumes; The Naturalistic Novel, 1 volume. At various times, remarkable addresses have been delivered by him on public occasions, in which he has often represented the French Academy since his election to that illustrious body. Unfortunately, his productive literary activity has slackened of late. In 1895 he was called to the editorship of the Revue des Deux Mondes, and since his assumption of this responsible editorial position he has published only 2 or 3 articles bearing upon moral and educational questions. To pass final judgment upon a man whose development is far from completed is an almost impossible task. Still, it may be said that with the exception of Sainte-Beuve's Causeries du Lundi and Nouveau Lundi, nothing exists that can teach the reader so much about the history of French literature as Brunetière's works. The doctrinal side, to which the author himself undoubtedly attaches the greatest importance, will strike the reader as often very questionable. Too often Brunetière seems in his judgments to be quite unconsciously actuated by a dislike of the accepted opinion of the present day. His love of the past bears a look of defiance of the present, not calculated to win the reader's assent. But even this does not go without its good side. It gives to Brunetière's judgments a unity which is seldom, if ever, found in the works of those whose chief labours have been spent in the often ungrateful task of making a hurried public acquainted with the uninterrupted stream of literary production. Taine and Prince Napoleon. For the last 5 or 6 months, since it has been known that a prince, nephew, cousin, and son of emperors or kings formerly very powerful had proposed to answer the libel, as he calls it, written by Monsieur Taine about Napoleon, we have been awaiting this reply with an impatience, a curiosity, which were equally justified, although for very different reasons, by Monsieur Taine's reputation, by the glorious name of his antagonist, by the greatness, and finally the national interest of the subject. The book has just appeared, and if we can say without flattery that it is revealed to us in the Prince, a writer whose existence we had not suspected, it is because we must at once add that neither in its manner nor in its matter is the book itself what it might have been. Prince Napoleon did not wish to write a life of Napoleon, and nobody expected that of him, for after all, and for 20 different reasons, even had he wished it he could not have done it. But to Monsieur Taine's Napoleon, since he did not find in him the true Napoleon, since he declared him to be as much against nature as against history, he could, and we expected that he would, have opposed his own Napoleon. By the side of the inventions of a writer whose judgment had been misled and whose conscience had been obscured by passion, these are his own words, he could have restored, as he promised in his introduction, the man and his work in their living reality. And in our imaginations, on which Monsieur Taine's harsh and morose workmanship had engraven the features of a modern Malatesta or modern Sforza, he could at last substitute for them, as the inheritor of the name and the dynastic claims, the image of the founder of contemporary France, of the god of war. Unfortunately, instead of doing so, it is Monsieur Taine himself It is his analytical method, it is the witnesses whom Monsieur Taine chose as his authorities, that Prince Napoleon preferred to assail, as a scholar in an academy who descants upon the importance of the genuineness of a text, and moreover with a freedom of utterance and a pertness of expression which on any occasion I should venture to pronounce decidedly insulting. For it is a misfortune of princes, when they do us the honour of discussing with us, that they must observe a moderation, a reserve, a courtesy greater even than our own. It will therefore be unanimously thought that it ill became Prince Napoleon to address Monsieur Taine in a tone which Monsieur Taine would decline to use in his answer, out of respect for the very name which he is accused of slandering. It will be thought also that it ill became him, when speaking of Mio de Melito, for instance, or of many other servants of the imperial government, to seem to ignore that princes also are under an obligation to those who have served them well. Perhaps even it may be thought that it poorly became him, when discussing or contradicting the memoirs of Madame de Rémusat, to forget under what auspices the remains of his uncle the Emperor were years ago carried in his city of Paris. But what will be thought especially is that he had something else to do than to split hairs in discussion of evidences, that he had something far better to say, more peremptory and to the point, and more literary besides, than to call Monsieur Taine names, to hurl at him the epithets of entomologist, materialist, pessimist, destroyer of reputations, iconoclast, and to class him as a déboulonneur among those who, in 1871, pulled down the Colonne Vendôme. Not undoubtedly that Monsieur Taine, and we said so ourselves more than once with perfect freedom, if spending much patience and conscientiousness in his search for documents, has always displayed as much critical spirit and discrimination in the use he made of them. We cannot understand why in his Napoleon he accepted the testimony of Bourrienne, for instance, any more than recently in his Revolution that of Georges Duval, or again in his Ancien Régime that of the notorious Soulavic. Monsieur Taine's documents, as a rule, are not used by him as a foundation for his argument. No, he first takes his position, and then he consults his library, or he goes to the original records with the hope of finding those documents that will support his reasoning. But granting that, we must own that though different from Monsieur Taine's, Prince Napoleon's historical method is not much better, that though in the different manner and in the different direction, it is neither less partial nor less passionate, and here is a proof of it. Prince Napoleon blames Monsieur Taine for quoting 8 times Bourrienne's Memoirs, and then letting his feelings loose, he takes advantage of the occasion and cruelly besmirches Bourrienne's name. Does he tell the truth or not? Is he right at the bottom? I do not know anything about it. I do not wish to know anything. I do not need it, since I know from other sources that Bourrienne's Memoirs are hardly less spurious than, say, the Souvenirs of the Marquise de Créqui, or the Memoirs of Monsieur d'Artagnan. But if these so-called memoirs are really not his, what has Bourrienne himself to do here? And suppose the former secretary of the First Consul to have been, instead of the shameless embezzler whom Prince Napoleon so fully and so uselessly describes to us, the most honest man in the world, would the memoirs be any more reliable, since it is a fact that he wrote nothing? And now I cannot but wonder at the tone in which those who contradict Monsieur Taine, and especially Prince Napoleon himself, condescend to tell him that he lacks that which would be needed in order to speak of Napoleon or the Revolution. But who is it, then, that has what is needed in order to judge Napoleon? Frederick the Great, or Catherine II., perhaps, as Napoleon himself desired, his peers, or, in other words, those who, born as he was for war and government, can only admire, justify, and glorify themselves in him. And who will judge the Revolution? Danton, we suppose, or Robespierre, that is, the men who were the Revolution itself. No, the real judge will be the average opinion of men, the force that will create, modify, correct this average opinion, the historians will be. And among the historians of our time, in spite of Prince Napoleon, it will be Monsieur Taine for a large share. The literatures of France, England, and Germany. Twice at least in the course of their long history, it is known that the literature and even the language of France has exerted over the whole of Europe an influence whose universal character other languages, perhaps more harmonious, Italian for instance, and other literatures more original in certain respects, like English literature, have never possessed. It is in a purely French form that our medieval poems, our chansons de geste, our romances of the Round Table, our fabulots themselves, whencesoever they came, Germany or Tuscany, England or Brittany, Asia or Greece, conquered, fascinated, charmed from one end of Europe to the other, the imaginations of the Middle Ages. The amorous languor on the subtlety of our courteous poetry are breathed no less by the madrigals of Shakespeare himself than by Petrarch's sonnets, and after such a long lapse of time we still discover something that comes from us even in the Wagnerian drama, for instance in Parsifal or in Tristan und Isolde. A long time later, in a Europe belonging entirely to classicism, from the beginning of the 17th to the end of the 18th century, during 150 years or even longer, French literature possessed a real sovereignty in Italy, in Spain, in England, and in Germany. Do not the names of Algarotti, Bettinelli, Beccaria, Filengieri almost belong to France? What shall I say of the famous Gottsched? Shall I recall the fact that in his victorious struggle against Voltaire, Lessing had to call in Diderot's assistance? And who ignores that if Rivarol wrote his discourse upon the universality of the French language, it can be charged neither to his vanity nor to our national vanity, since he was himself half Italian, and the subject had been proposed by the Academy of Berlin? All sorts of reasons have been given for this universality of French literature. Some were statistical, if I may say so, some geographical, political, linguistic, but the true one, the good one, is different. It must be found in the supremely sociable character of the literature itself. If at that time our great writers were understood and appreciated by everybody, it is because they were addressing everybody, or better, because they were speaking to all concerning the interests of all. They were attracted neither by exceptions nor by peculiarities. They cared to treat only of man in general, or, as is also said, of the universal man, restrained by the ties of human society, and their very success shows that below all that distinguishes, say, an Italian from a German, this universal man, whose reality has so often been discussed, persists and lives, and though constantly changing, never loses his own likeness. In comparison with the literature of France, thus defined and characterized by its sociable spirit, the literature of England is an individualistic literature. Let us put aside, as should be done, the generation of Congreve and Wycherley, perhaps also the generation of Pope and Addison, to which, however, we ought not to forget that Swift also belonged. It seems that an Englishman never writes except in order to give to himself the external sensation of his own personality. Thence his humour, which may be defined as the expression of the pleasure he feels in thinking like nobody else. Thence in England the plenteousness, the wealth, the amplitude of the lyric vein, it being granted that individualism is the very spring of lyric poetry, and that an ode or an elegy is, as it were, the involuntary surging, the outflowing of what is most intimate, most secret, most peculiar in the poet's soul. Thence also the eccentricity of all the great English writers, when compared with the rest of the nation, as though they became conscious of themselves only by distinguishing themselves from those who claim to differ from them least. But is it not possible to otherwise characterize the literature of England? It will be easily conceived that I dare not assert such a thing. All I say here is, that I cannot better express the differences which distinguish that literature from our own. That is also all I claim in stating that the essential character of the literature of Germany is that it is philosophical. The philosophers there are poets, and the poets are philosophers. Goethe is to be found no more or no less in his theory of colours, or in his metamorphosis of plants, than in his Divan, or his Faust, and lyrism, if I may use this trite expression, is overflowing in Schleiermacher's theology and in Schelling's philosophy. Is this not perhaps at least one of the reasons of the inferiority of the German drama? It is surely the reason of the depth and scope of Germanic poetry. Even in the masterpieces of German literature, it seems that there is mixed something indistinct, or rather mysterious, suggestive in the extreme, which leads us to thought by the channel of the dream. But who has not been struck by what, under a barbarous terminology, there is of attractive, and as such of eminently poetical, of realistic, and at the same time idealistic, in the great systems of Kant and Fichte, Hegel and Schopenhauer? Assuredly nothing is further removed from the character of our French literature. We can here understand what the Germans mean when they charge us with a lack of depth. Let them forgive us if we do not blame their literature for not being the same as ours. For it is good that it be thus, and for 500 or 600 years this it is that has made the greatness not only of European literature, but of Western civilization itself. I mean that which all the great nations, after slowly elaborating it, as it were, in their national isolation, have afterwards deposited in the common treasury of the human race. Thus, to this one we owe the sense of mystery, and we might say the revelation of what is beautiful, in that which remains obscure and cannot be grasped. To another we owe the sense of art, and what may be called the appreciation of the power of form. A third one has handed to us what was most heroic in the conception of chivalrous honour. And to another, finally, we owe it that we know what is both most ferocious and noblest, most wholesome and most to be feared in human pride. The share that belongs to us Frenchmen was, in the meanwhile, to bind, to fuse together, and as it were to unify, under the idea of the general society of mankind, the contradictory and even hostile elements that may have existed in all that. No matter whether our inventions and ideas were by their origin Latin or Romance, Celtic or Gallic Germanic even, if you please, the whole of Europe had borrowed them from us in order to adapt them to the genius of its different races. Before readmitting them in our turn, before adopting them after they had been thus transformed, we asked only that they should be able to serve the progress of reason and of humanity. What was troublous in them was clarified, what was corrupting we corrected, what was local we generalized, what was excessive we brought down to the proportions of mankind. Have we not sometimes also lessened their grandeur and altered their purity? If Corneille has undoubtedly brought nearer to us the still somewhat barbaric heroes of Guillaume de Castro, La Fontaine, when imitating the author of the Decameron, has made him more indecent than he is in his own language, and if the Italians have no right to assail Molière for borrowing somewhat from them, the English may well complain that Voltaire failed to understand Shakespeare. But it is true none the less that in disengaging from the particular man of the North or the South, this idea of a universal man, for which we have been so often reviled, if any one of the modern literatures has breathed in its entirety the spirit of the public weal and of civilization, it is the literature of France, and this ideal cannot possibly be as empty as has too often been asserted, since, as I endeavoured to show, from Lisbon to Stockholm, and from Archangel to Naples, it is its manifestations that foreigners have loved to come across in the masterpieces, or better, in the whole sequence of the history of our literature. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 34. Selected Works by Giordano Bruno. Giordano Bruno, 1548 to 1600. Filippo Bruno, known as Giordano Bruno, was born at Nola, near Naples, in 1548. This was 8 years after the death of Copernicus, whose system he eagerly espoused, and 10 years before the birth of Bacon, with whom he associated in England. Of an ardent poetic temperament, he entered the Dominican order in Naples at the early age of 16, doubtless attracted to conventional life by the opportunities of study it offered to an eager intellect. Bruno had been in the monastery nearly 13 years when he was accused of heresy in attacking some of the dogmas of the Church. He fled first to Rome and then to northern Italy, where he wandered about for 3 seasons from city to city, teaching and writing. In 1579 he arrived at Geneva, then the stronghold of the Calvinists. Coming into conflict with the authorities there on account of his religious opinions, he was thrown into prison. He escaped and went to Toulouse, at that time the literary center of southern France, where he lectured for a year on Aristotle. His restless spirit, however, drove him on to Paris. Here he was made professor extraordinary at the Sorbonne. Although his teachings were almost directly opposed to the philosophic tenets of the time, attacking the current dogmas, and Aristotle, the idol of the schoolmen, yet such was the power of Bruno's eloquence and the charm of his manner that crowds flocked to his lecture room, and he became one of the most popular foreign teachers the university had known. Under pretense of expounding the writings of Thomas Aquinas, he set forth his own philosophy. He also spoke much on the art of memory, amplifying the writings of Raymond Lully. And these principles, formulated by the monk of the 13th century, and taken up again by the freethinkers of the 16th, are the basis of all the present-day mnemonics. But Bruno went even further. He attracted the attention of King Henry III of France, who in 1583 introduced him to the French ambassador to England, Castelnuovo di Montvissier. Going to London, he spent 3 years in the family of this nobleman, more as friend than dependent. They were the happiest, or at least the most restful years of his stormy life. England was just then entering on the glorious epoch of her Elizabethan literature. Bruno came into the brilliant court circles, meeting even the queen, who cordially welcomed all men of culture, especially the Italians. The astute monk reciprocated her good will by paying her the customary tribute of flattery. He won the friendship of Sir Philip Sidney, to whom he dedicated 2 of his books, and enjoyed the acquaintance of Spenser, Sir Fulke Greville, Dyer, Harvey, Sir William Temple, Bacon, and other wits and poets of the day. At that time, somewhere about 1580, Shakespeare was still serving his apprenticeship as playwright, and had perhaps less claim on the notice of the observant foreigner than his elder contemporaries. London was still a small town where the news of the day spread rapidly, and where, no doubt, strangers were as eagerly discussed as they are now within narrow town limits. Bruno's daring speculations could not remain the exclusive property of his own coterie. And as Shakespeare had the faculty of absorbing all new ideas afloat in the air, he would hardly have escaped the influence of the teacher who proclaimed in proud self-confidence that he was come to arouse men out of their theological stagnation. His influence on Bacon is more evident, because of their friendly associations. Bruno lectured at Oxford, but the English university found less favor in his eyes than English court life. Pedantry had indeed set its fatal mark on scholarship, not only on the continent but in England. Aristotle was still the god of the pedants of that age, and dissent from his teaching was heavily punished, for the dry dust of learning blinded the eyes of the scholastics to new truths. Bruno, the knight-errant of these truths, devoted all his life to scourging pedantry, and dissented in toto from the idol of the schools. No wonder he and Oxford did not agree together. He wittily calls her the widow of sound learning, and again, a constellation of pedantic, obstinate ignorance and presumption, mixed with a clownish incivility that would tax the patience of Job. He lashed the shortcomings of English learning in La Cena delle Ceneri, Ash Wednesday conversation. But Bruno's roving spirit, and perhaps also his heterodox tendencies, drove him at last from England, and for the next 5 years he roamed about Germany, leading the life of the wandering scholars of the time, always involved in conflicts and controversies with the authorities, always antagonistic to public opinion. Flying in the face of the most cherished traditions, he underwent the common experience of all prophets. The minds he was bent on awakening refused to be aroused. Finally he was invited by Zuone Mocenigo of Venice to teach him the higher and secret learning. The Venetians supposed that Bruno, with more than human erudition, possessed the art of conveying knowledge into the heads of dullards. Disappointed in this expectation, he quarrelled with his teacher, and in a spirit of revenge picked out of Bruno's writings a mass of testimony sufficient to convict him of heresy. This he turned over to the Inquisitor at Venice. Bruno was arrested, convicted, and sent to the Inquisition in Rome. When called upon there to recant, he replied, "I ought not to recant, and I will not recant." He was accordingly confined in prison for 7 years, then sentenced to death. On hearing the warrant he said, "It may be that you fear more to deliver this judgment than I to bear it." On February 17th, 1600, he was burned at the stake in the Campo dei Fiori at Rome. He remained steadfast to the end, saying, "I die a martyr, and willingly." His ashes were cast into the Tiber. 259 years afterwards his statue was unveiled on the very spot where he suffered, and the Italian government is bringing out, 1896, the first complete edition, the national edition, of his works. In their substance, Bruno's writings belong to philosophy rather than to literature, although they are still interesting both historically and biographically as an index of the character of the man and of the temper of the time. Many of the works have either perished or are hidden away in inaccessible archives. For 200 years they were tabooed, and as late as 1836 forbidden to be shown in the public library of Dresden. He published 25 works in Latin and Italian, and left many others incomplete, for in all his wanderings he was continually writing, as the work of the Great Key, the exploration of the 30 Seals, etc. The first extant work is Il Candelaggio, the Taper, a comedy which in its license of language and manner vividly reflects the time. In the dedication he discloses his philosophy. Time takes away everything and gives everything. The Spaccio della Bestia Trionfante, Expulsion of the Triumphant Beast, the most celebrated of his works, is an attack on the superstitions of the day, a curious medley of learning, imagination, and buffoonery. Degli Eroici Furori, the heroic enthusiasts, is the most interesting to modern readers, and in its majestic exaltation and poetic imagery is a true product of Italian culture. Bruno was evidently a man of vast intellect and of immense erudition. His philosophic speculations comprehended not only the ancient thought and that current at his time, but also reached out toward the future and the result of modern science. He perceived some of the facts which were later formulated in the theory of evolution. The mind of man differs from that of lower animals and of plants not in quality, but only in quantity. Each individual is the resultant of innumerable individuals. Each species is the starting point for the next. No individual is the same today as yesterday. Not only in this divination of coming truth is he modern, but also in his methods of investigation. Reason was to him the guide to truth. In a study of him, Lewes says, Bruno was a true Neapolitan child, as ardent as its soil, as capricious as its varied climate. There was a restless energy which fitted him to become the preacher of a new crusade, urging him to throw a haughty defiance in the face of every authority in every country, an energy which closed his wild adventurous career at the stake. He was distinguished also by a rich fancy, a varied humor, and a chivalrous gallantry, which constantly remind us that the intellectual athlete is an Italian, and an Italian of the 16th century. A Discourse of Poets. From The Heroic Enthusiasts. Cicada. Say, what do you mean by those who vaunt themselves of myrtle and laurel? Tansillo. Those may and do boast of the myrtle who sing of love. If they bear themselves nobly, they may wear a crown of that plant consecrated to Venus, of which they know the potency. Those may boast of the laurel who sing worthily of things pertaining to heroes, substituting heroic souls for speculative and moral philosophy, praising them and setting them as mirrors and exemplars for political and civil actions. Cicada. There are then many species of poets and crowns? Tansillo. Not only as many as there are muses, but a great many more. For although genius is to be met with, yet certain modes and species of human ingenuity cannot be thus classified. Cicada. There are certain schoolmen who barely allow Homer to be a poet, and set down Virgil, Ovid, Martial, Hesiod, Lucretius, and many others as versifiers, judging them by the rules of poetry of Aristotle. Tansillo. Know for certain, my brother, that such as these are beasts. They do not consider that those rules serve principally as a frame for the Homeric poetry, and for others similar to it, and they set up one as a great poet, high as Homer, and disallow those of other vein and art and enthusiasm, who in their various kinds are equal, similar, or greater. Cicada. So that Homer was not a poet who depended upon rules, but was the cause of the rules, which serve for those who are more apt at imitation than invention, and they have been used by him who, being no poet, yet knew how to take the rules of Homeric poetry into service, so as to become not a poet or a Homer, but one who apes the muse of others. Tansillo. Thou dost well conclude that poetry is not born in rules, or only slightly and accidentally so. The rules are derived from the poetry, and there are as many kinds and sorts of true rules as there are kinds and sorts of true poets. Cicada. How then are the true poets to be known? Tansillo. By the singing of their verses. In that singing they give delight, or they edify and delight together. Cicada. To whom then are the rules of Aristotle useful? Tansillo. To him who, unlike Homer, Hesiod, Orpheus, and others, could not sing without the rules of Aristotle, and who, having no muse of his own, would coquet with that of Homer. Cicada. Then they are wrong, those stupid pedants of our days, who exclude from the number of poets those who do not use words or metaphors conformable to, or whose principles are not in union with, those of Homer and Virgil, or because they do not observe the custom of invocation, or because they weave one history or tale with another, or because they finish the song with an epilogue on what has been said, and a prelude on what is to be said, and many other kinds of criticism and censure, from whence it seems they would imply that they themselves, if the fancy took them, could be the true poets. And yet in fact they are no other than worms that know not how to do anything well, but are born only to gnaw and befoul the studies and labours of others, and not being able to attain celebrity by their own virtue and ingenuity, seek to put themselves in the front, by hook or by crook, through the defects and errors of others. Tansillo. There are as many sorts of poets as there are sentiments and ideas, and to these it is possible to adapt garlands, not only of every species of plant, but also of other kinds of material. So the crowns of poets are made not only of myrtle and of laurel, but of vine leaves for the white wine verses, and of ivy for the bacchanals, of olive for sacrifice and laws, of poplar, of elm, and of corn for agriculture, of cypress for funerals, and innumerable others for other occasions, and if it please you, also of the material signified by a good fellow when he exclaimed, O Friar Leek, O poet Hester, that in Milan didst buckle on thy wreath, composed of salad, sausage, and the pepper caster. Cicada. Now surely he of diverse moods, which he exhibits in various ways, may cover himself with the branches of different plants, and may hold discourse worthily with the Muses. For they are his aura or comforter, his anchor or support, and his harbour, to which he retires in times of labour, of agitation, and of storm. Hence he cries, O mountain of Parnassus, where I abide, Muses, with whom I converse, fountain of Helicon, where I am nourished, mountain that affordest me a quiet dwelling place, Muses that inspire me with profound doctrines, fountain that cleansest me, mountain on whose ascent my heart uprises, Muses that in discourse revive my spirits, fountain whose arbours cool my brows, change my death into life, my cypress to laurels, and my hells into heavens, that is, give me immortality, make me a poet, render me illustrious. Tanzilo. Well, because to those whom heaven favours, the greatest evils turn to greatest good. For needs or necessities bring forth labours and studies, and these most often bring the glory of immortal splendour. Cicada. For to die in one age makes us live in all the rest. Canticle of the Shining Ones. A tribute to English women from the Nolan. Nothing I envy, Jove, from this thy sky, spake Neptune thus, and raised his lofty crest. God of the waves, said Jove, thy pride runs high, what more wouldst add to own thy stern behest? Thou, spake the god, dost rule the fiery span, the circling spheres, the glittering shafts of day. Greater am I, who in the realm of man rule Thames with all his nymphs in fair array. In this my breast I hold the fruitful land, the vasty reaches of the trembling sea, and what in night's bright dome, or day's, shall stand before these radiant maids who dwell with me? Not thine, said Jove, god of the watery mount, to exceed my lot, but thou my lot shalt share. Thy heavenly maids among my stars I'll count, and thou shalt own the stars beyond compare. The Song of the Nine Singers. The first sings and plays the cithern. O cliffs and rocks, O thorny woods, O shore, O hills and dales, O valleys, rivers, seas, how do your new discovered beauties please? O nymph, 'tis yours the guerdon rare, if now the open skies shine fair. O happy wanderings, well spent and o'er. The second sings and plays to his mandolin. O happy wanderings, well spent and o'er. Say then, O Circe, these heroic tears, these griefs endured through tedious months and years, were as a grace divine bestowed, if now our weary travail is no more. The third sings and plays to his lyre. If now our weary travail is no more, if this sweet haven be our destined rest, then naught remains but to be blest, to thank our God for all his gifts, who from our eyes the veil uplifts, where shines the light upon the heavenly shore. The fourth sings to the viol. Where shines the light upon the heavenly shore? O blindness, dearer far than others' sight! O sweeter grief than earth's most sweet delight! For ye have led the erring soul by gradual steps to this fair goal, and through the darkness into light we soar. The fifth sings to a Spanish timbrel. And through the darkness into light we soar, to full fruition all high thought is brought, with such brave patience that even we at least the only path can see, and in his noblest work our God adore. The sixth sings to a lute. And in his noblest work our God adore. God does not will joy should to joy succeed, nor ill shall be of other ill the seed, but in his hand the wheel of fate turns, now depressed and now elate, evolving day from night for evermore. The seventh sings to the Irish harp. Evolving day from night for evermore, and as yon robe of glorious nightly fire Pales when the morning beams to noon aspire, thus he who rules with law eternal, Creating order fair diurnal, Casts down the proud and doth exalt the poor. The eighth plays with a violin bow. Casts down the proud and doth exalt the poor, and with an equal hand maintains The boundless worlds which he sustains, and scatters all our finite sense At thought of his omnipotence, clouded awhile to be revealed once more. The ninth plays upon the rebeck. Clouded awhile to be revealed once more, thus neither doubt nor fear avails, Over all the incomparable end prevails, Over fair champaign and mountain, over river brink and fountain, And over the shocks of seas and perils of the shore. Translation of Isa Blagden. Of Immensity. From 5th Life of Giordano Bruno. 'Tis thou, O Spirit, dost within my soul This weakly thought with thine own life amend. Rejoicing, dost thy rapid pinions lend me, And dost wing me to that lofty goal, Where secret portals ope and fetters break. And thou dost grant me, by thy grace complete, Fortune to spurn, and death. O high retreat, Which few attain and fewer yet forsake, Girdled with gates of brass in every part, Prisoned and bound in vain, 'tis mine to rise Through sparkling fields of air to pierce the skies, Sped and accoutred by no doubting heart, Till, raised on clouds of contemplation vast, Light, leader, law, creator, I attain at last. Life well lost. Winged by desire and thee, O dear delight, As still the vast and succouring air I tread, So, mounting still, on swifter pinions sped, I scorn the world, and heaven receives my flight. And if the end of Icarus be nigh, I will submit, for I shall know no pain, And falling dead to earth, shall rise again. What lowly life with such high death can vie? Then speaks my heart from out the upper air, Whither dost lead me? Sorrow and despair attend the rash. And thus I make reply, Fear thou no fall, nor lofty ruin send, Safely divide the clouds, and die content, When such proud death is dealt thee from on high. Parnassus within. O heart, 'tis you my chief Parnassus are, Where for my safety I must ever climb. My winged thoughts are muses, who from far Bring gifts of beauty to the court of time. And Helicon, that fair unwasted rill, Springs newly in my tears upon the earth, And by those streams, and nymphs, and by that hill, It pleased the gods to give a poet birth. No favouring hand that comes of lofty race, No priestly unction, nor the grant of kings, Can on me lay such lustre and such grace, Nor add such heritage; for one who sings Hath a crowned head, and by the sacred bay His heart, his thoughts, his tears are consecrate alway. Compensation. The moth beholds not death as forth he flies Into the splendour of the living flame; The hart athirst to crystal water hies, Nor heeds the shaft, nor fears the hunter's aim. The timid bird, returning from above To join his mate, deems not the net is nigh. Unto the light, the fount, and to my love, Seeing the flame, the shaft, the chains, I fly. So high a torch, love lighted in the skies, Consumes my soul; and with this bow divine Of piercing sweetness, what terrestrial vies? This net of dear delight does prison mine, And I to life's last day have this desire, Be mine thine arrows, love, and mine thy fire. Life for Song. Come, Muse, O Muse, so often scorned by me, The hope of sorrow and the balm of care, Give to me speech and song, that I may be Unchid by grief; grant me such graces rare As other ministering souls may never see, Who both thy laurel and thy myrtle wear. I know no joy wherein thou hast not part, My speeding wind, my anchor, and my goal. Come, fair Parnassus, lift thou up my heart; Come, Helicon, renew my thirsty soul. A cypress crown, O Muse, is thine to give, And pain eternal. Take this weary frame, Touch me with fire, and this my death shall live on all men's lips, and in undying fame. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 35, William Cullen Bryant, 1794 to 1878, by George Parsons Lathrop. Distinguished as he was by the lofty qualities of his verse, William Cullen Bryant held a place almost unique in American literature by the union of his activity as a poet with his eminence as a citizen and an influential journalist throughout an uncommonly long career. Two traits still further define the peculiarity of his position: his precocious development and the evenness and sustained vigor of all his poetic work from the beginning to the end. He began writing verse at the age of 8. At 10 he made contributions in this kind to the Country Gazette, and produced a finished and effective rhymed address, read at his school examination, which became popular for recitation. And in his 13th year, during the presidency of Thomas Jefferson, he composed a political satire of the embargo. This, being published, was at first supposed by many to be the work of a man, attracted much attention and praise, and passed into a second edition with other shorter pieces. But these, while well wrought in the formal 18th century fashion, showed no special originality. It was with Thanatopsis, written in 1811, when he was only 17, that his career as a poet of original and assured strength began. Thanatopsis was an inspiration of the primeval woods of America, of the scenes that surrounded the writer in youth. At the same time, it expressed with striking independence and power a fresh conception of the universality of death in the natural order. As has been well said, it takes the idea of death out of its theological aspects and restores it to its proper place in the vast scheme of things. This in itself was a mark of genius in a youth of his time and place. Another American poet, Stoddard, calls it the greatest poem ever written by so young a man. The author's son-in-law and biographer, Parke Godwin, remarks upon it aptly: "For the first time on this continent a poem was written designed to general admiration and enduring fame. And this indeed is a very significant point, that it began the history of true poetry in the United States, a fact which further secured to Bryant his exceptional place." The poem remains a classic of the English language, and the author himself never surpassed the high mark attained in it, although the balanced and lasting nature of his faculty is shown in a pendant to this poem, which he created in his old age and entitled The Flood of Years. The last is equal to the first in dignity and finish, but is less original, and has never gained a similar fame. Another consideration regarding Bryant is that, representing a modern development of poetry under American inspiration, he was also a descendant of the early Massachusetts colonists, being connected with the Pilgrim Fathers through 3 ancestral lines. Born at Cummington, Massachusetts, November 3, 1794, the son of a stalwart but studious country physician of literary tastes, he inherited the strong religious feeling of this ancestry, which was united in him with a deep and sensitive love of nature. This led him to reflect in his poems the strength and beauty of American landscape, vividly as it had never before been mirrored, and the blending of serious thought and innate piety with the sentiment for nature so reflected gave a new and impressive result. Like many other long-lived men, Bryant suffered from delicate health in the earlier third of his life. There was a tendency to consumption in his otherwise vigorous family stock. He read much and was interested in Greek literature and somewhat influenced by it. But he also lived a great deal in the open air, rejoiced in the boisterous games and excursions in the woods with his brothers and sisters, and took long rambles alone among the hills and wild groves, being then, as always afterwards, an untiring walker. After a stay of only 7 months at Williams College, he studied law, which he practiced for some 8 years in Plainfield and Great Barrington. In the last named village he was elected a tithing man, charged with the duty of keeping order in the churches and enforcing the observance of Sunday. Chosen town clerk soon afterwards, at a salary of $5 a year, he kept the records of the town with his own hand for 5 years, and also served as justice of the peace with power to hear cases in a lower court. These biographical items are of value, as showing his close relation to the self-government of the people in its simpler forms, and his early practical familiarity with the duties of a trusted citizen. Meanwhile, however, he kept on writing at intervals, and in 1821 read before the Phi Beta Kappa Society at Harvard a long poem, The Ages, a kind of composition more in favor at that period than in later days, being a general review of the progress of man in knowledge and virtue. With the passage of time it has not held its own as against some of his other poems, although it long enjoyed a high reputation. But its success on its original hearing was the cause of his bringing together his first volume of poems, hardly more than a pamphlet, in the same year. It made him famous with the reading public of the United States, and won some recognition in England. In this little book were contained, besides The Ages and Thanatopsis, several pieces which have kept their hold upon popular taste, such as the well-known lines To a Waterfowl, and the inscription for the entrance to a wood. The year of its publication also brought into the world Cooper's The Spy, Irving's sketchbook in Bracebridge Hall, with various other significant volumes, including Channing's early essays, and Daniel Webster's great Plymouth Oration. It was evident that a native literature was dawning brightly, and as Bryant's productions now came into demand, and he had never liked the profession of law, he quitted it and went to New York in 1825, there to seek a living by his pen as a literary adventurer. The adventure led to ultimate triumph, but not until after a long term of dark prospects and hard struggles. Even in his latest years, Bryant used to declare that his favorite among his poems, although it is one of the least known, was Green River, perhaps because it recalled the scenes of young manhood, when he was about entering the law, and contrasted the peacefulness of that stream with the life in which he would be forced to drudge for the dregs of men, and scrawl strange words with the barbarous pen, and mingle among the jostling crowd where the sons of strife are subtle and loud. This might be applied to much of his experience in New York, where he edited the New York Review and became one of the editors, then a proprietor, and finally chief editor of the Evening Post. A great part of his energies now for many years was given to his journalistic function and to the active, outspoken discussion of important political questions, often in trying crises and at the cost of harsh unpopularity. Success, financial as well as moral, came to him within the next quarter century, during which laborious interval he had likewise maintained his interest in work in pure literature, and produced new poems from time to time in various editions. From this point on until his death, June 12, 1878, in his 84th year, he was the central and commanding figure in the enlarging literary world of New York. His newspaper had gained a potent reputation and had brought to bear upon public affairs strong influence of the highest sort. Its editorial course and tone, as well as the earnest and patriotic part taken by Bryant in popular questions and national affairs, without political ambition or office-holding, had established him as one of the most distinguished citizens of the metropolis, no less than its most renowned poet. His presence and cooperation were indispensable in all great public functions or humanitarian and intellectual movements. In 1864, his 70th birthday was celebrated at the Century Club with extraordinary honors. In 1875, again, the two houses of the state legislature at Albany paid him the compliment, unprecedented in the annals of American authorship, of inviting him to a reception given to him in their official capacity. Another mark of the abounding esteem in which he was held among his fellow citizens was the presentation to him in 1876 of a rich silver vase, commemorative of his life and works. He was now a wealthy man, yet his habits of life remained essentially unchanged. His tastes were simple, his love of nature was still ardent, his literary and editorial industry unflagging. Besides his poems, Bryant wrote 2 short stories for Tales of the Glauber Spa and published Letters of a Traveler in 1850, and as a result of 3 journeys to Europe and the Orient, together with various public addresses. His style as a writer of prose is clear, calm, dignified, and denotes exact observation and a wide range of interests. So, too, his editorial articles in the Evening Post, some of which have been preserved in his collected writings, are couched in serene and forcible English, with nothing of the sensational or the colloquial about them. They were a fitting medium of expression for his firm conscientiousness and integrity as a journalist. But it is as a poet, and especially by a few distinctive compositions, that Bryant will be most widely and deeply held in remembrance. In the midst of the exacting business of his career as an editor, and many public or social demands upon his time, he found opportunity to familiarize himself with portions of German and Spanish poetry, which he translated, and to maintain, in the quietude of his country home in Roslyn, Long Island, his old acquaintance with the Greek and Latin classics. From this continued study there resulted naturally in 1870 his elaborate translation of Homer's Iliad, which was followed by that of the Odyssey in 1871. These scholarly works, cast in strong and polished blank verse, won high praise from American critics and even achieved a popular success, although they were not warmly acclaimed in England. Among literarians they are still regarded as in a manner standards of their kind. Bryant, in his long march of over 65 years across the literary field, was witness to many new developments in poetic writing, in both his own and in other countries. But while he perceived the splendor and color and rich novelty of these, he held in his own work to the plain theory and practice which had guided him from the start. The best poetry, he still believed, that which takes the strongest hold of the general mind, not in one age only but in all ages, is that which is always simple and always luminous. He did not embody in impassioned forms the sufferings, emotions, or problems of the human kind, but was disposed to generalize them, as in The Journey of Life, The Hymn of the City, and The Song of the Sower. It is characteristic that two of the longer poems, Sella and The Little People of the Snow, which are narratives, deal with legends of an individual human life merging itself with the inner life of nature, under the form of imaginary beings who dwell in the snow or in water. On the other hand, one of his eulogists observes that although some of his contemporaries went much beyond him in fullness of insight and nearness to the great conflicts of the age, he has certainly not been surpassed, perhaps not been approached, by any writer since Wordsworth, in that majestic repose and that self-reliant simplicity which characterize the morning stars of song. In Our Country's Call, however, one hears the ring of true martial enthusiasm, and there is a deep patriotic fervor in O Mother of a Mighty Race. The noble and sympathetic homage paid to the typical womanhood of a genuine woman of every day, in The Conqueror's Grave, reveals also great underlying warmth and sensitiveness of feeling. Robert of Lincoln and The Planting of the Apple Tree are both touched by a lighter mood of joy in nature, which supplies a contrast to his usual pensiveness. Bryant's venerable aspect in old age, with erect form, white hair, and flowing snowy beard, give him a resemblance to Homer, and there was something Homeric about his influence upon the literature of his country, in the dignity in which he invested the poetic art and the poet's relation to the people. George Parsons Lathrop. All Bryant's poems were originally published by D. Appleton and Company. End of section 35. Recording by Chris Pyle.